Sense of Love, a sweet African-American romance novel written by Imani Price. Narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Chapter 1. The sky was still dark when Cecilia pulled up to Main Street, her sedan packed so full she could barely see out the back window. She'd been awake since 4, too anxious to sleep, running through her mental checklist for the 100th time. Grand opening day, the day she'd been working toward for 2 years. She sat in the car for a moment, hands on the steering wheel, and let herself look at the storefront. Even in the pre-dawn darkness, it was beautiful. The sign above the door, Serenity Spa and Wellness, glowed soft gold against the brick. Her name, smaller but there, right underneath, Cecilia Vance, certified aromatherapist and wellness consultant. Her stomach flipped. That was her name, her business. Not buried in 8-point font at the bottom of a corporate newsletter, not credited as wellness team contributions, but hers. She got out of the car, grabbed the first box of supplies, and unlocked the door. The smell hit her immediately. Fresh paint, new wood floors, the faint mineral scent of the fountain she'd installed in the corner. She'd spent weeks getting this place perfect. Sage green walls that made the space feel like a breath, warm cream accents, shelves lined with amber glass bottles, each one labeled in her own careful handwriting. A small reception desk she'd found at an estate sale and refinished herself. Soft linen curtains that filtered light without blocking it completely. She set the box down and flipped on the lights. The space glowed. This is real, she thought. This is mine. Her phone buzzed. A text from her best friend Shanika back in Atlanta. You got this. Call me after the first client. Love you. Cecilia smiled, thumbs flying. Love you too. Nervous. Shanika, you're going to be amazing. They're lucky to have you. Cecilia pocketed her phone and got to work. By 7 a.m., she'd unloaded the car, arranged the treatment room, and tested every diffuser twice. She moved through the space touching things, the smooth wood of the massage table, the soft cotton of the blankets she'd folded and refolded, the cool glass of the essential oil bottles. Lavender, eucalyptus, peppermint, frankincense, bergamot, each one a tool, not magic. She was so tired of people calling it magic, like what she did was some kind of trick. It was chemistry. It was tradition. It was care. She pulled out her welcome speech notes, even though she'd memorized them. She'd practiced in the mirror so many times she could recite it in her sleep. Welcome to Serenity Spa and Wellness. I'm Cecilia, and I'm so glad you're here. Today is about you, your body, your peace, your needs. She set the notes down, checked the clock. 8:15. Her first appointment was at 10. Mrs. Gaines, a sweet woman in her 70s who'd responded to Cecilia's introductory offer, a free consultation and hand treatment for new clients. Mrs. Gaines had been hesitant on the phone. I've never done anything like this before, but Cecilia had been warm, patient. That's okay. We'll go at your pace. She walked through the space one more time, adjusting a picture frame, straightening a candle. Everything was perfect. The memory surfaced before she could stop it. Her last day at Thrive Wellness Group in Atlanta. She'd been there for 4 years, building their sensory wellness program from scratch. The meditation room with the salt lamps and the sound system she'd researched for weeks. The aromatherapy corner in the break room. The monthly stress reduction workshops that employees actually attended. She'd gone into her boss's office that morning with her portfolio, her metrics, her client testimonials. The senior wellness coordinator position had finally opened up. She'd been doing the job for a year without the title or the pay. Her boss, Derek, had smiled that tight corporate smile. Cece, you're great at the vibe stuff. You really are. But we need someone with a business degree for this role. Someone who can interface with executives, handle budgets, that kind of thing. I handle budgets now, she'd said, keeping her voice steady. I built the entire program. I can show you. It's not about what you've done. It's about optics. You know how it is. She did know. She was the wellness girl, the one who made things smell nice and played calming music. Not a strategist, not a leader. She'd handed in her resignation that afternoon. Cecilia shook the memory off and checked her reflection in the small mirror by the door. Natural curls pulled back in a low bun, minimal makeup, her favorite linen tunic in a soft cream color. Professional, but approachable. She looked like someone you could trust, because she was. She touched the sign by the door one more time. the one with her name on it, and exhaled. You did it. You're here. At 9:45, she turned on the diffuser, a gentle blend of sweet orange and lavender, uplifting without being overpowering, and unlocked the front door. The morning air was cool, fresh. Sweetgum Meadows Main Street was waking up. A few cars passing by, someone walking a dog. The coffee shop 2 doors down opening its windows. And next door, the barbershop. She'd seen it when she first toured the space, of course. Carter and Son's Barbershop, the sign said in bold letters. A red and white barber pole that actually spun. The place had been there forever, according to her landlord. 3 generations. A Sweetgum institution. She could hear music from inside, something old school, and the faint buzz of clippers. Laughter. Male voices, loud and easy. She hadn't been inside, hadn't met the owner. She'd been too busy with her own build-out, her own stress. But she'd seen him a few times, in passing. Tall, dark skin, solid build, clean fade, sharp jawline. Always moving with purpose, keys in hand, nodding at people on the street. He had the kind of presence that made people stop and say hello. She wondered if he'd noticed her. Probably not. Mrs. Gaines arrived at exactly 10 o'clock, clutching her purse like a life raft. Cecilia greeted her at the door with a warm smile. Mrs. Gaines, I'm so glad you're here. Come on in. The older woman stepped inside, eyes wide, taking in the space. Oh, honey, this is lovely. Thank you. I wanted it to feel calm, like a deep breath. Mrs. Gaines nodded, still nervous. Cecilia guided her to the small seating area, offered her tea, chamomile, naturally, and sat across from her with a clipboard. So today is all about you, Cecilia said gently. No pressure, no sales pitch. I just want to learn about you and what you need. Does that sound okay? Mrs. Gaines relaxed a little. Okay. Great. Let's start simple. How are your hands feeling these days? Mrs. Gaines looked down at her hands, weathered and worn. Oh, they ache. Arthritis, you know, and they're so dry no matter what lotion I use. Cecilia nodded, making notes. Do you have any allergies? Any scents that bother you? Not that I know of. Perfect. What about stress? How's your sleep? Mrs. Gaines laughed softly. I'm 73. I don't sleep. Cecilia smiled. Fair, but we might be able to help with that too. They talked for 20 minutes. Cecilia asked questions, listened, made notes. She didn't rush. By the time she led Mrs. Gaines to the treatment room, the older woman was chatting easily, asking about Cecilia's background, complimenting the curtains. Cecilia had her sit in the cushioned chair by the window and pulled up a stool. She set out her oils, sweet almond as the base, peppermint for circulation, a drop of lavender for calm. I'm going to start with your hands, Cecilia said. I'll warm the oil first, and then I'll work on your fingers, your palms, your wrists. If anything feels uncomfortable, just tell me. Okay, honey? Cecilia warmed the oil between her palms and took Mrs. Gaines's right hand. She worked slowly, deliberately, pressing into the joints, rolling her thumbs along the tendons, stretching each finger gently. Mrs. Gaines sighed. Oh, my word. Too much? No, it's wonderful. Cecilia smiled and kept going. She explained as she worked how peppermint oil increased blood flow, how the pressure helped release tension, how sometimes our hands carried stress we didn't even realize we were holding. By the time she finished both hands, Mrs. Gaines had tears in her eyes. Honey, my hands haven't felt this good in years. Cecilia's chest swelled. This was why she did it. She sent Mrs. Gaines home with a small sample of the hand oil and a care sheet. The older woman hugged her at the door. You're going to do so well here, Mrs. Gaines said. Thank you. When she left, Cecilia stood in the doorway, watching her go, feeling lighter than she had in months. One client, one good experience. That's how it starts. She checked the time. 11:30. Her next appointment wasn't until 2. She went back inside, made herself a cup of tea, and sat at the reception desk to update her client notes. At 11:45, she heard it, a hissing sound. Faint at first, like air escaping from a tire. She looked up, frowning. Probably something outside. A sprinkler, maybe, but the sound got louder. She stood, following it toward the back of the spa, the treatment room, the storage closet. The hissing turned into a rush, and then water. It pooled out from under the closet door, fast and dark, spreading across the floor. No. She yanked the door open. Water gushed from the wall, from a pipe she didn't even know was there. The pressure was insane. It sprayed everywhere. The shelves, her inventory, her carefully labeled bottles, the towels she'd just washed and folded. She lunged for the boxes on the bottom shelf, trying to save them, but the cardboard was already soaked through. Labels sliding off, glass bottles clinking, threatening to break. No, please. She grabbed what she could, arms full, stumbling back into the main room. Set everything on the desk, ran back for more. But it was useless. The water kept coming. She tried to find the shutoff valve. There had to be one, right? But she didn't know where it was, and the water was ankle-deep now, spreading into the treatment room, the waiting area, soaking into the rug she'd just bought. Her throat tightened. Her eyes burned. This can't be happening. She called her landlord. Voicemail. She called a plumber. The earliest he could come was this afternoon. She called her insurance company. They'd send an adjuster. Repairs would take minimum 2 weeks, maybe 3. They'd reimburse her, but she'd have to close in the meantime. 2 weeks. She'd been open for 2 hours. By the time the plumber arrived and shut off the water, it was past noon. The damage was everywhere. Soaked floors, ruined inventory, her beautiful space looking like a disaster zone. The plumber was kind but blunt. You're going to need a full dry out, new drywall, the works. This pipe's been corroding for a while. Just finally gave out today. Great, Cecilia said, her voice flat, perfect timing. He gave her the name of a restoration company and left. She stood in the middle of her spa, her former spa soaked through, hair dripping, and wanted to scream. Instead, she sat down on the floor, right there in the puddle, and let herself cry. Not for long. Just a minute. Just enough to let the pressure out. Then she wiped her face, stood up, and made a plan. She couldn't operate here. Not for weeks. But she had clients scheduled. She had people counting on her. She had to figure something out. She stepped outside onto the sidewalk, completely drenched, and looked around Main Street. The coffee shop was tiny, no room. The bookstore didn't have space. The bakery, definitely not. And then she looked next door. The barbershop, the music was still playing. The door was propped open. She could see movement inside. Men in chairs, someone laughing, her stomach twisted. He'll say no. He doesn't even know me. Why would he let me set up shop in his space? But she didn't have another option. She took a breath, smoothed her wet tunic, and walked toward the door. Please let this work. Please.
Chapter 2. Saturday mornings had a rhythm, and Deondrey Carter knew every beat. He arrived at the shop at 7, same as always. Unlocked the door, the same key his grandfather had used, worn smooth at the edges. Flipped on the lights. The smell hit him first. Leather from the chairs, the clean bite of clipper oil, a hint of the cedarwood aftershave his father always kept stocked. Home. He moved through the space like a meditation. Swept the floor, even though he'd swept it last night. Wiped down the stations, 3 of them, though he only used 2 these days. Set out the pomades, the edge brushes, the hot towel warmer, checked the clippers, made sure everything was charged and ready. The vintage barber chair sat in the center, the one his grandfather, Big Joe, had bought in 1962. Red leather, chrome footrest, the kind of chair that made a man sit up straighter just by being in it. Deondrey ran his hand over the armrest, feeling the crack in the leather that had been there since before he was born. 3 generations of Carter men had worked in this shop. His grandfather had opened it when Sweetgum was barely more than a crossroads. His father, Joseph, had expanded it, built the reputation, made it the place where men came not just for haircuts, but for conversation, for community, for truth-telling. And now it was Deondrey's. The weight of that never left him. He looked at the corner chair, the one where his father sat most days now. 6 months since the stroke. Mild, the doctor said, but enough. Enough that Joseph's right hand shook sometimes. Enough that he'd handed Deondrey the keys one Tuesday morning and said, "Don't let it die with me." Deondrey had nodded, throat tight, and taken the keys. He hadn't dropped them yet. But some days the weight of them felt like it might crush him. He shook off the thought and turned on the radio. WGUM 107.5 FM crackled to life, DJ Amir's smooth baritone filling the space.
Good morning, Sweetgum. It's a beautiful Saturday morning, 72 degrees and sunny. Let's take care of each other out there.
The first song rolled out. Something Motown, old school, the kind of music his grandfather used to hum while he worked. Deondrey smiled and got back to prep. By 7:45, the door opened and Mr. Kwame walked in like he owned the place. "D," he called, grinning wide. "You ready for me, young blood?" Deondrey looked up from organizing his station. "Man, you're early. You trying to set a record?" "I'm trying to get in and out before Big Terry shows up talking my ear off about them Hawks." "Hawks played last night?" "They got embarrassed. I'm talking put them in a bag and throw them in the river embarrassed." Deondrey laughed, shaking his head. "Man, it's not even 8 a.m. Can I get some coffee before you start disrespecting my team?" "Coffee ain't gonna help the Hawks." Mr. Kwame settled into the barber chair with a satisfied sigh, like he'd been waiting all week for this moment. He probably had. Retired postal worker, 64 years old, widower, spent most of his time at the community center playing dominoes and talking trash. The shop was his second home. Deondrey draped the cape around him and picked up his clippers. "What we doing today?" "Same as always." "Same as always. You know I don't trust nobody else with my head." "Smart man." Deondrey started the cut, falling into the familiar rhythm. The buzz of the clippers, the steady movement of his hands, the easy conversation. "You see the new neighbor?" Mr. Kwame asked, watching Deondrey in the mirror. "What neighbor?" "Next door, the spa lady." Deondrey paused, just for a second. "Oh, yeah, I've seen her." He had, actually, a few times over the past couple of weeks while she'd been setting up. He'd stepped outside that morning to sweep the sidewalk and caught a glimpse of her through her open door, moving around inside, arranging things, burning something that smelled woodsy? Herbal? He wasn't sure. The smoke had drifted out onto the sidewalk. He'd shaken his head and gone back to sweeping. "She fine," Mr. Kwame said, grinning. Deondrey didn't look up from the cut. "I wouldn't know." "You got eyes, don't you?" "I got a business to run." "That's not a no. Drop it, Kwame." Mr. Kwame laughed, low and knowing. All right, I'm just saying, you spend all your time in here. Might do you some good to notice a beautiful woman when one moves in next door." Deondrey kept his focus on the lineup, using the trimmer to sharpen the edges. He didn't need this conversation. Not today. Not ever, really. The door opened again, and Roderick walked in, tall, lanky 17, wearing a Sweetgum high hoodie and headphones around his neck. "Mr. D," Roderick said, dapping him up. "You got time for me?" "Always, you're after Quam." "Bet." Roderick dropped into one of the waiting chairs and pulled out his phone. Deondrey watched him for a second. Good kid, smart, working hard. His mom was raising him solo, doing her best. Deondrey had been cutting Roderick's hair since the kid was 7. Watched him grow from a shy little boy into a young man about to go off to college. First generation, full ride to Georgia State if he kept his grades up. Deondrey was proud of him. By 9, the shop was full. Big Terry came in, all 250 pounds of him, laughing at his own joke before he'd even told it. Javon showed up, glued to his phone, talking about crypto. Preacher Miles arrived in his usual button-down and slacks, ready to offer unsolicited life advice to anyone who'd listen. The energy was loud, chaotic, perfect. This was what the shop was supposed to be. Not just haircuts, community. A place where men could talk, laugh, argue, vent. A place where a teenager could get advice from elders who actually cared. A place where everyone knew your name and remembered your business. Deondrey moved through it all with ease, cutting hair, dapping people up, moderating debates about the Hawks, the Falcons, politics, barbecue, women, life. "D, you still single?" Big Terry asked from the waiting area. "I got a cousin." "I'm good," Deondrey said, not looking up from Roderick's fade. "You've been good for 2 years, man. You need to get back out there." "I'm focused on the shop." "The shop ain't gonna keep you warm at night," Javon said, scrolling his phone. "Neither is your crypto portfolio," Mr. Kwame shot back. The whole shop erupted in laughter. Javon tried to defend himself, but it was too late. He'd been roasted. Deondrey grinned, shaking his head. Yeah, this was it. This was what he was protecting. Around noon, he stepped outside to sweep the sidewalk. Saturday tradition, keep Main Street looking sharp. That's when he saw her. The new neighbor standing outside her spa, arms wrapped around herself, staring at the building. She was soaked, hair wet, clothes damp and clinging, shoes squeaking as she shifted her weight. Her face was tight with the kind of stress he recognized too well. The door to her spa was propped open, and he could see water damage even from here, boxes stacked outside, wet and sagging. A closed sign hastily taped to the window. pipe burst, he thought. Damn, he felt a pang of something. Sympathy, maybe. He didn't know her, but this was rough. First day open, and this happens? Mr. Kwame appeared in the doorway behind him. That's a shame. Her first day, too, Deondrey said quietly. You gonna say something to her? Deondrey hesitated. What would he even say? Sorry your business flooded? He didn't know her, didn't want to intrude. She probably needs space, he said finally, and went back inside, but he kept glancing out the window. Around 12:15, the shop door opened. Deondrey looked up from his station and... Damn! There she was. She'd clearly tried to dry off. Her tunic was damp but no longer dripping, clinging to her in a way that made him look away quickly. Her hair was natural, dark curls pulled back from her face though still wet at the ends, a few tendrils escaping and framing high cheekbones. Her skin was smooth and deep brown, flawless even in distress. Even with slightly puffy eyes from crying, she was striking. Deep brown eyes, determined. Her mouth was set in a tight line, like she was holding herself together by sheer will. She was beautiful. He shut that thought down immediately. The whole shop went quiet. She stood in the doorway, hands clasped in front of her, and looked right at him. Her gaze was direct, unwavering despite the vulnerability written all over her. Hi, she said, her voice steady despite everything. I'm Cecilia. I just opened the spa next door. Or, I was opening. Until my pipe burst. Deondrey set down his clippers and stepped toward her, forcing himself to focus on her words and not the curve of her jaw, the smoothness of her dark skin, or the way her shoulders squared even though she was clearly exhausted. Yeah, I saw. I'm sorry. That's rough. Thank you. She hesitated, glancing around at the other men, all of them watching her with varying degrees of curiosity. Her eyes came back to his. I know this is probably a weird ask, but is there any way I could set up a small station here? Just temporarily. Just for 2 weeks, maybe 3, while my space gets repaired. He blinked. Set up here? In the waiting area. I wouldn't take up much room. Just a table, some oils, a chair. I do scalp treatments, hand massages, consultations, things people can do while they wait for their cuts. Deondrey's brain stalled. She wanted to set up a spa station in his barbershop? And why was he noticing the way her lips moved when she talked? Focus, man. Mr. Kwame, still in the chair, grinned. I like her already. Big Terry leaned forward. D, you gonna leave her standing there? Deondrey shot them both a look, then turned back to Cecilia. I don't know. It's a barbershop. We've got a rhythm here. I'm not sure how... I won't disrupt anything, she said quickly, stepping closer. He caught a scent. Something clean, herbal, lavender maybe? I promise. I'll stay out of your way, and I'll only work with people who actually want the service. No pressure, no sales pitch. I need somewhere to work. I have clients depending on me. Her voice cracked, just slightly on the last word. Something twisted in his chest. She was trying so hard to hold it together. He recognized that look. The one that said, if I stop moving, I'll fall apart. He felt the weight of every eye in the shop on him. He looked at his father sitting in the corner chair. Joseph was watching, silent, his face unreadable. Then, slowly, he nodded. Deondrey sighed. This is a bad idea. Having her here in his space for 2 weeks, when he could barely stop noticing the shape of her mouth? Yeah, bad idea. But he heard himself say, all right. Her whole face lit up, a real smile, bright and relieved, and his stomach did something inconvenient. Really? She asked, like she couldn't believe it. Yeah, but there are rules. No smoke, no mystic fog or whatever, no weird music, and you stay in the waiting area. You don't come onto the work floor. Done. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I thank you. She looked like she might cry again, but this time from relief. She pressed her hand to her chest, and he deliberately did not notice the delicate line of her collarbone. You can start Monday, he said, voice gruffer than he intended. Give you time to get your stuff together. Monday. Perfect. Thank you. Really. She left quickly before he could change his mind, and he caught himself watching the way she moved, graceful even in squeaking shoes. The second the door closed, the shop erupted. D, you know you like her, Mr. Kwame said, grinning wide. I don't even know her. Big Terry. That's not a no. She's gorgeous, man. You better move fast before somebody else does. Preacher Miles. The Lord works in mysterious ways. Deondrey just shook his head and picked up his clippers, trying to ignore the fact that his hands felt unsteady. Y'all need to mind your business. You were staring at her like she was the last piece of pumpkin pie at Thanksgiving, Mr. Kwame said. I was not. You were, Big Terry confirmed. We all saw it. Deondrey groaned. Can we please just get back to work? But Mr. Kwame caught his eye in the mirror, still grinning. And Deondrey, despite himself, despite knowing this was a terrible idea, despite the fact that he had no business being attracted to someone he'd just met, smiled back. Because yeah, he'd noticed. And judging by the look on his father's face, Joseph had noticed him noticing. 2 weeks, he told himself. She'll be gone in 2 weeks. He could handle 2 weeks.
Chapter 3. Monday morning arrived too fast and too slow at the same time. Cecilia had spent all of Sunday packing and repacking her supplies, trying to figure out what she could fit into the corner of a barbershop without looking ridiculous. Her portable massage table was too big. The full shelf of oils was too much. The decorative fountain? Absolutely not. She settled on one folding table, a basket of her most essential oils, a small diffuser, unscented, per Deondrey's rules, a stack of fresh towels, her intake forms, and a cushioned stool. Everything fit into 2 canvas totes and a cardboard box. It looked pathetic compared to what she'd built next door. But it was something. She stood in her apartment at 6 a.m., staring at her supplies, trying to psych herself up. You can do this. It's temporary. 2 weeks, maybe 3. You've done harder things. Her phone buzzed. Shanika, how you feeling? Cecilia, terrified. Shanika, you're going to kill it. Cecilia, I'm setting up in a barbershop, Nika, with a bunch of men who probably think I'm selling snake oil. Shanika, then prove them wrong. You're good at that. Cecilia smiled despite herself. Shanika had been her best friend since college, the one who'd talked her through quitting her job in Atlanta, the one who'd helped her pack the U-Haul when she decided to move to Sweetgum. Cecilia, what if they hate me? Shanika, what if they don't? Stop borrowing trouble. Go show them what you've got. Cecilia, I love you. Shanika, love you too. Now go. Cecilia pocketed her phone, grabbed her totes and box, and headed out. Main Street was quiet at 7:30. The coffee shop was open, the smell of fresh brew drifting onto the sidewalk. A few cars passed. Someone was sweeping in front of the bookstore. And next door to her ruined spa, the barbershop lights were already on. Of course he's already there. She took a breath and pushed through the door, the bell chiming softly. Deondrey looked up from where he was wiping down his station. He wore a simple black t-shirt that fit him entirely too well and dark jeans. His fade was sharp, fresh. He looked good, really good. Stop it, Cece. Morning, she said, trying to sound confident. Morning. His eyes flicked to her bags, then back to her face. You need help? I've got it, thanks. She moved toward the waiting area, 3 chairs along the wall, a small table with magazines, a coat rack. She set her things down and started unpacking. Behind her, she heard him moving around, the quiet sounds of his morning routine, the buzz of clippers being tested, the radio turning on, WGUM, DJ Amir's smooth voice filling the space. Cecilia set up her folding table in the corner, angled so it wouldn't block foot traffic. She arranged her oils in the basket: lavender, peppermint, eucalyptus, tea tree, sweet orange, frankincense. The essentials. She set out a stack of towels, her intake clipboard, a small sign she'd made. Complimentary consultations, aromatherapy and wellness. It looked small, humble, nothing like her spa, but it was hers for now. She turned and found Deondrey watching her from across the room. That's it? He asked. She bristled. What do you mean, that's it? I just thought, I don't know, more crystals or something. Crystals are for ambiance. This is about function. He nodded slowly, like he was filing that information away. Fair enough. An awkward silence settled. She tucked a curl behind her ear. Thank you again for letting me do this. Don't thank me yet. Let's see how it goes. Wow. Okay. I won't be a problem, she said, voice cooler now. I promise. Didn't say you would be, but his tone said he wasn't convinced. She turned back to her table, jaw tight. 2 weeks. You can survive 2 weeks. By 8:30, the shop started filling up. Mr. Kwame arrived first, not for a cut, just to hang out. The barbershop seemed to be as much a social club as a business. He grinned when he saw her. Well, the spa lady. Cecilia smiled despite herself. Good morning. You settling in all right? Getting there. You need anything, you just holler. Thank you. He settled into one of the waiting chairs with a newspaper, but his attention was clearly on the room. Within minutes, he was talking to Deondrey, who was setting up his station. So what do you think? Mr. Kwame asked, voice low but not low enough. About what? About her. I think she's someone who needs a space. That's it. Uh-huh. That why you been looking at her every 30 seconds? I have not. You have. We all saw it Saturday. Cecilia's face warmed. She kept her eyes on her basket, rearranging oils that didn't need rearranging. Deondrey's voice was flat. Don't you have dominoes to play or something? Mr. Kwame chuckled. Nah, this is way more entertaining. More men trickled in. Big Terry, loud and laughing about something before he even got through the door. Javan, scrolling his phone. And then Preacher Miles, dressed like he was heading to a revival, nodding at everyone solemnly. The energy was immediate, loud, chaotic, nothing like the spa. Yo, D, you see the game? Big Terry asked. Man, don't even start, Mr. Kwame called from the chair. The Hawks are trash. They're rebuilding. They've been rebuilding for 5 years. Laughter erupted. Someone turned up the radio. DJ Amir was playing something old school, Marvin Gaye, and a few of the guys started humming along. Cecilia sat on her stool, trying to look professional, trying not to feel completely out of place. This was a community. These men knew each other, had routines, inside jokes, history, and she was the outsider. Around 9, a woman walked in, middle-aged, stylish, holding a to-go coffee cup. She looked around, curious, and her eyes landed on Cecilia. Oh, are you the aromatherapist? Cecilia stood quickly. Yes, I'm Cecilia. I'm Dana. I saw your sign when you were setting up next door. I was going to book an appointment, but then I heard about the flood. Yeah, that was bad timing. Dana smiled sympathetically. I'm so sorry, but I'm glad you're still offering services. Do you have time now? I'm waiting for my husband to get his cut. Cecilia's heart lifted. Absolutely. Have a seat. She guided Dana to the chair by her table and pulled out her intake form. So what brings you in today? Honestly, stress. I've got 3 kids, a full-time job, and I feel like I'm running on fumes. A friend told me aromatherapy might help. It can. Let's figure out what you need. They talked for 10 minutes. Dana's sleep schedule, her stress triggers, her goals. Cecilia made notes, asked follow-up questions, listened. Okay, Cecilia said finally. I'm going to do a hand and temple treatment with a calming blend. Lavender for relaxation, frankincense for grounding, and a touch of sweet orange to lift your mood. Does that sound good? That sounds amazing. Cecilia got to work. She warmed the oil between her palms, then took Dana's hands, working slowly and deliberately, pressing into the pressure points, rolling her thumbs along the tendons, stretching the fingers gently. Dana sighed. Oh my goodness. Too much? No, perfect. Cecilia smiled and kept going, explaining as she worked. Lavender's been used for centuries to calm the nervous system. It actually lowers cortisol levels. That's your stress hormone. Frankincense helps with deep breathing, and sweet orange is a mood booster. It smells incredible. That's the idea. When she finished the hands, she moved to Dana's temples using gentle circular motions. Dana's eyes fluttered closed. By the time Cecilia finished, Dana looked like a different person, relaxed, loose, smiling. That was wonderful, Dana said, her voice soft. How much do I owe you? First session's complimentary. If you want to book a full treatment at my spa once it reopens, we can talk then. Oh, I'm definitely booking. Thank you so much. Dana stood, glowing, and walked over to where her husband was getting his cut. She whispered something to him, gesturing towards Cecilia. He glanced over, nodded, smiled. Cecilia sat back down, heart pounding, trying not to look too pleased with herself. But when she glanced up, Deondrey was watching her. Their eyes met. He looked away first, jaw tight, and went back to his cut. By 11, word had spread. 2 more women came in, both asking about treatments. Cecilia worked with both of them. One wanted help with headaches, the other with dry skin. She customized blends, explained the science, sent them away happy. And the men, they were watching. What's she doing over there? Big Terry asked, craning his neck. Hand massages, Javan said, not looking up from his phone. My girl would love that. You don't have a girl, Mr. Kwame shot back. I got options, Javan muttered. Options ain't a girl, Mr. Kwame rebutted. The shop erupted in laughter. Preacher Miles stood and walked over to Cecilia. "Excuse me, young lady." She looked up. "Yes? What exactly do you do?" She explained. "Aromatherapy, essential oils, wellness consultations." He listened, nodding thoughtfully. "And this helps people?" "It does. It's not a cure-all, but it can support your body's natural ability to heal and relax." "Interesting," he paused. "My wife has trouble sleeping. Would you have something for that?" Cecilia's heart jumped. "Absolutely. Lavender and chamomile are great for sleep. I can make her a custom blend." "How much?" "For a small roller ball, $15. "Done." She made the blend right there, explaining each ingredient. Preacher Miles paid her in cash, tucked the rollerball into his pocket, and nodded approvingly. "You're all right with me," he said. "Thank you." When he walked away, she caught Mr. Kwame grinning at her. He gave her a subtle thumbs up. She bit back a smile. At noon, the shop cleared out. Lunch break. Deondrey locked the door and flipped the sign to closed, back at 1. Cecilia started packing up her oils. "You don't have to leave," Deondrey said from across the room. She looked up surprised. "Oh, I just thought, you can stay, eat lunch, whatever." "Okay, thanks." Awkward silence. He pulled a sandwich out of a small cooler behind his station, something wrapped in foil, probably from home. She had a salad in a Tupperware container in her tote. They ate in silence, the only sound the low hum of WGUM. DJ Amir was doing a midday segment, talking about upcoming community events. Finally, Deondrey spoke. "You did well this morning." She blinked. "What?" "With the clients. You were professional. They liked you." Her chest warmed. "Thank you. Didn't think you'd actually get anyone." And just like that, the warmth turned to ice. "Wow," she said flatly. "Thanks for the vote of confidence." He frowned. "That's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" "I just meant, this is a barbershop. I didn't know if people would go for, oils and stuff." "Oils and stuff," she repeated, voice sharp. "You mean my actual profession?" "That's not. You think what I do is nonsense. You've thought that from the beginning." "I didn't say that. You didn't have to." She stood, snapping the lid onto her Tupperware. "I'll be back at 1. "Cecilia?" But she was already out the door. She stood outside on the sidewalk, breathing hard, furious. Why did I think this would work? He didn't respect her, didn't take her seriously. To him, she was just the spa lady with her oils and stuff. She wanted to cry, wanted to scream, wanted to march back in there and tell him exactly what she thought of his condescending. Her phone buzzed. "Shanika, how's it going?" Cecilia stared at the text, then typed back. "Cecilia, he's a jerk." "Shanika, what happened?" Cecilia, he basically said he didn't think anyone would actually want my services. Shanika, did he say that, or is that what you interpreted? Cecilia paused. Cecilia, both? Shanika? Sissy, breathe. You're in his space. He's probably just as uncomfortable as you are. Cecilia, that doesn't make it okay. Shanika, no, but it means you're both figuring this out. Give it time. Don't be ungrateful. Cecilia sighed. She knew she should be grateful and that Deondrey didn't have to share his space with her, but her self-esteem was in tatters right now, and she was feeling really sensitive. Cecilia, I don't know if I can do 2 weeks of this. Shanika, yes, you can. You're Cecilia Vance. You don't quit. Cecilia smiled despite herself. Cecilia, I love you. Shanika, love you too. Now go back in there and show him what you're made of. At 1, she walked back into the shop. Deondrey looked up immediately. Hey. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it the way it sounded. She crossed her arms. Then how did you mean it? He set down his clippers and faced her fully. I was surprised. People here are used to traditional stuff. I didn't know if they'd be open to something new, but they were. You were good. I should have said that first. She studied him. He looked sincere. Uncomfortable, but sincere. Okay, she said finally. Okay? Yeah, but for the record, what I do isn't just oils and stuff. It's science. It's care. It's real. I know, he said quietly. I'm starting to see that. Something shifted in the air between them. The door opened, breaking the moment. A man Cecilia hadn't seen before walked in, late 20s, business casual, carrying a leather messenger bag. "Hey, D, you got time?" "Yeah, man, come on." The man nodded at Cecilia as he passed. She nodded back. Cecilia went back to her corner, her heart still racing. 2 weeks, she reminded herself. But as she sat down and caught Deondrey glancing at her again, she wondered if 2 weeks was going to feel a lot longer than she thought.
Chapter 4. The first week was an adjustment. That was putting it mildly. Monday had been tense. Tuesday, the shop had been busier. More people were talking about her. Word traveled fast in Sweetgum, and apparently the spa lady in the barbershop was the hot topic at Rochelle's diner and the coffee shop and probably everywhere else on Main Street. By Wednesday, Deondrey had to admit something he didn't want to admit. She was good at what she did. Really good. Not just the technical part, though that was impressive enough. It was the way she listened, the way she asked questions and actually waited for answers, the way she made people feel seen. Wednesday afternoon, Mrs. Phillips came in while her husband was getting his monthly cut. She was maybe 50, always put together, the kind of woman who ran the PTA and organized church fundraisers and never let anyone see her sweat. But Deondrey could see the tension in her shoulders, the tightness around her eyes. Cecilia saw it too. "Mrs. Phillips," Cecilia's voice was warm, inviting. "Would you like to try a hand treatment while you wait? Complimentary." Mrs. Phillips hesitated, glancing at her husband, then at Cecilia. "I don't know. I've never done anything like that. No pressure at all, but I promise it'll feel good, and it's just 15 minutes. Something in Cecilia's voice, calm, no nonsense, kind, made Mrs. Phillips nod. Deondrey watched from his station as Cecilia guided Mrs. Phillips to sit, asked her a few questions about her day, her stress levels, any aches or pains. She pulled out a small bottle, sweet almond oil, she explained, with a little lavender and peppermint, and warmed it between her palms. Then she took Mrs. Phillips' hands. Deondrey couldn't hear everything Cecilia was saying, but he saw the way Mrs. Phillips's face changed, the way her shoulders dropped, the way she closed her eyes and just breathed. By the time Cecilia finished, Mrs. Phillips's eyes were glassy. "Oh my goodness," she whispered. "That was wonderful. I'm glad." Cecilia handed her a small card. "If you ever want a full session, that's my contact info. My spa should reopen in a couple weeks." Mrs. Phillips clutched the card like it was precious. "Thank you, really." After she left, Deondrey caught Cecilia's eye. She looked pleased, not smug, just satisfied. Like she'd done something good and knew it. He turned back to his work, but something sat differently in his chest. She wasn't just rubbing people's hands. She was caring for them, seeing them, giving them something they didn't even know they needed. That wasn't nothing. Thursday morning, the shop was slow. Just Mr. Kwame hanging out in the waiting area, reading the paper and offering unsolicited commentary on everything from the weather to the mayor's new parking regulations. "This town's going soft," Mr. Kwame announced to no one in particular. "Parking meters on Main Street. What's next? Valet service?" Deondrey was restocking his pomades and didn't bother responding. Mr. Kwame didn't need an audience. He'd argue with himself if necessary. Cecilia was organizing her oils, humming softly to something playing on WGUM. DJ Amir was doing a mid-morning set, all classic R&B, Smokey Robinson, The Temptations, Sam Cooke. Deondrey caught himself watching her again. The way her hands moved, sure and practiced. The way she mouthed the words to "a change is gonna come" without realizing it. The way a curl had escaped her bun and brushed against her cheek. He looked away before she could catch him. "You got something to say to that girl? Say it," Mr. Kwame muttered from behind his newspaper. Deondrey shot him a look. "Mind your business." "This is my business. I'm invested. Got a whole pool going down at the community center." "A pool? On when you're finally going to ask her out." Mr. Kwame lowered the paper, grinning. "I got money on next week. Don't let me down." "There is no." Deondrey stopped himself. "You know what? I'm not having this conversation." "Uh-huh. That's what they all say." Before Deondrey could respond, the door chimed. Roderick walked in, backpack slung over one shoulder, looking stressed. "Mr. D," Roderick said, his voice tight. "You got time?" "Always. What's up?" "Nothing. Just need a shape-up." But Deondrey knew Roderick well enough to see through that. He'd just got a cut on Saturday. The kid's jaw was clenched, His shoulders were up around his ears, and he kept bouncing his leg while he waited. Deondrey got him in the chair and draped the cape. "Talk to me." "It's nothing." "Roderick." The kid sighed, his whole body sagging. "I got that interview, tomorrow at Georgia State, for the scholarship." "That's great, man. You've been working toward this." "Yeah, and I'm terrified. What if I mess it up? What if they ask me something I don't know? What if I freeze?" Deondrey started on the lineup, keeping his hands steady even as he searched for the right words. "You're not going to freeze. You're smart, you're prepared, and you've got this." Easy for you to say. No, it's not. Deondrey met Roderick's eyes in the mirror. "You think I wasn't scared when my pops handed me the keys to this place? 3 generations, man. Every day I'm thinking, what if I'm the one who screws it up? But you know what? Fear means it matters, and you don't let fear win. You walk in there tomorrow and you show them who you are." Roderick nodded, but the tension was still written all over his face. From across the room, Cecilia spoke up. "Roderick?" He turned to look at her. "Can I show you something? It might help." Roderick glanced at Deondrey, who nodded. "Go ahead." Roderick got out of the chair, cape still on, lineup half done, and walked over to Cecilia's table. Deondrey watched, curious. Cecilia pulled out a small rollerball bottle and a dropper. "This is a grounding blend, vetiver, frankincense, and a little bergamot. It's designed to calm your nervous system without making you drowsy. You know how when you're anxious, your thoughts start racing and you can't focus?" Roderick nodded. "This helps slow that down. Vetiver is earthy. It literally helps you feel grounded. Frankincense supports deep breathing. Bergamot eases anxiety." She put a single drop on her finger and held it up. "Can I put this on your wrist, just to test it?" Sure." She dabbed the oil on the inside of his wrist and then did the same on the other wrist. "Now take a deep breath, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Don't force it, just breathe." Roderick inhaled. His eyebrows went up. "Oh, that's actually nice, right? It's not magic. It's just giving your brain a sensory anchor. When you start to spiral tomorrow, put this on your wrists, take 3 deep breaths, and remind yourself, you know your stuff, you belong there." She took the small bottle and handed it to him. "Take it, no charge." Roderick stared at the bottle like she'd just handed him gold. "For real?" "For real. Go get that scholarship. Thank you, seriously." He came back to Deondrey's chair, and Deondrey finished the lineup in silence. But when Roderick left, 20 minutes later, looking lighter, more confident, Deondrey couldn't stop thinking about what he'd just seen. Cecilia hadn't just given Roderick a product. She'd given him a tool, a way to take control when he felt powerless. That wasn't small. Mr. Kwame, still in his corner, caught Deondrey's eye and raised his eyebrows knowingly. "See?" his look asked. "Yeah." Deondrey saw. Saturday afternoon, Big Terry came in to shape up his beard. He was loud as always, laughing about something that had happened on his route, talking trash about the Falcons. Deondrey got him in the chair and started to work. Big Terry was still talking, something about a guy who tried to tip him in expired coupons, when he suddenly winced and rolled his shoulder. "You good?" Deondrey asked. Yeah, just my back. Been acting up all week. I'm getting old, man." "You're 43. That's old in truck driver years." From her corner, Cecilia spoke up. "I can help with that, if you want." Big Terry turned to look at her, skeptical. "Help how?" "Peppermint and eucalyptus oil. It increases circulation and reduces inflammation. I can do a 15-minute shoulder and neck treatment. $20. Big Terry looked at Deondrey like he needed permission. Deondrey just shrugged. "Your call, man." Big Terry seemed to wrestle with it for a second, then pulled out his wallet. "All right, let's see what you got." After Deondrey finished his beard, Big Terry moved to Cecilia's station. Deondrey tried not to watch. He really did. But it was hard to ignore the way Cecilia worked. Focused, methodical, explaining every step. "You're going to feel some pressure here," she said, pressing her thumbs into Big Terry's shoulders. "That's a major tension point. Breathe through it." Big Terry grunted, then groaned. "Oh man, right there. Yeah, you've got a lot of buildup. You do heavy lifting. All day, loading, unloading. That'll do it. Peppermint increases circulation. It's going to feel cool first, then warm. That's normal. Eucalyptus has anti-inflammatory properties, so it'll help with the soreness." "You just making this up?" Cecilia laughed. "I promise I'm not. This is actual science." 15 minutes later, Big Terry stood up slowly, rolling his shoulders, testing his range of motion. "Damn," he muttered. "I feel like a new man." He tried to hand Cecilia a 20 and a 10. She pushed the 10 back. "20's what we agreed on." "Nah, you earned it." "Big Terry, take it. I'm going to tell my wife about you. She's going to want to book something." After Big Terry left, the energy in the shop shifted. Javon, who'd been watching from the corner, asked Cecilia if she had something for sore wrists. Mr. Kwame asked about his daughter's headaches. Even Mr. Gaines, 82 and set in his ways, asked if she had anything that might help with his arthritis. By the end of the day, Cecilia had a list of appointments scheduled for the following week. Deondrey watched her write names and times in a small notebook, her face focused, professional. When the last client left and she started packing up, he found himself saying, "You were good today." She looked up, surprised. "Thank you. I mean it. People trust you." Something in her expression softened. "That means a lot, really." They held eye contact for a beat too long. Then she looked away, tucking a curl behind her ear. "I should go," she said. "See you Monday." "Yeah, see you." She left, and Deondrey stood alone in the shop, the smell of her oils still lingering in the air, lavender and something else, something warm and grounding. That night, Deondrey closed up the shop and stood on the sidewalk, looking at the darkened spa next door. He could see the "closed for repairs" sign in the window, the construction equipment stacked inside. 2 weeks, maybe 3, and then she'd be gone. Back to her own space. Back to her own world. The thought sat heavy in his chest. He unlocked his truck and climbed in, but before he started the engine, he sat there for a minute, thinking about the way Cecilia had looked at Roderick, patient, kind, like she genuinely wanted to help. Thinking about the way she'd worked on Big Terry, explaining everything, making sure he understood. Thinking about the way she tucked her curls behind her ear when she was nervous. "You're in trouble," he thought. Yeah, he definitely was.
Chapter 5. By the end of the first week, Cecilia had to admit something she hadn't expected. She liked it here. Not just tolerated it, not just survived it, actually liked it. The barbershop had a rhythm she was starting to understand. The morning rush between 8 and 10, men stopping in before work, quick cuts, easy banter. The midday lull when she and Deondrey would eat lunch in careful silence, both pretending they weren't hyper-aware of each other. The afternoon pickup when kids got out of school and older men came in to socialize as much as to get groomed. It was loud, chaotic, nothing like the spa she'd envisioned, but it was also alive, real, human. And despite herself, despite the cramped corner and the folding table and the fact that she was essentially squatting in someone else's business, she was starting to feel like maybe, just maybe, she belonged here, at least for now. Monday morning of the second week, Cecilia arrived at 7:45 with a box of pastries from the bakery down the street. A peace offering, or maybe a thank you. She wasn't entirely sure. Deondrey was already inside, of course, wiping down his station. He looked up when she walked in, and something flickered across his face. Surprise, maybe, or pleasure, before he schooled it back to neutral. "Morning," she said, holding up the box. "I brought breakfast. Thought maybe we could, I don't know, start the week off right." He set down his rag and walked over, eyeing the box. "What kind?" "Assorted. Chocolate croissants, bear claws, some kind of lemon thing the lady recommended." "The lemon Danish. That's the best one." He took the box from her and set it on the small table in the waiting area. "Thank you. You didn't have to do that." "I know. I wanted to." They stood there for a second, awkward, neither quite sure what to say next. Then Deondrey cleared his throat. "Coffee? You have coffee here? I've got a pot in the back. It's not fancy, but it's drinkable. I'd love some." He disappeared into the small back room and came back with 2 mismatched mugs. The coffee was strong, a little bitter, but warm. They sat in the waiting area, eating pastries and drinking coffee, and for the first time since this whole arrangement started, the silence between them didn't feel heavy. It felt almost comfortable. "So," Deondrey said, brushing crumbs off his hands, "how's your spa coming along?" "Slow. The contractor says another week and a half, maybe 2. Depends on inspections." "That's not bad." "No, but it feels like forever." She traced the rim of her mug with her thumb. "I appreciate you letting me stay here. I know it's not ideal." It's fine. You've been good for business, actually. People like you. People like what I do. Same thing. She looked at him, surprised by the sincerity in his voice. He met her gaze, didn't look away. Thank you, she said quietly. Don't thank me yet. Mr. Kwame's been hinting around about couples sessions. I think he's got a lady friend he wants to impress. Cecilia's eyebrows shot up. Mr. Kwame? Really? He's been real secretive about it. Won't say her name, just keeps asking if aromatherapy is romantic. Cecilia laughed, delighted. That's adorable. And yes, I can absolutely do couple sessions once my space reopens. Good, because he's not going to let it go. I love that for him. Everyone deserves romance. Deondrey's eyes lingered on her face for a beat too long. Yeah, they do. Something in his voice made her stomach flip. She looked down at her coffee, suddenly too warm. They finished breakfast in silence, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It was charged, aware. When Cecilia stood to set up her station, Deondrey's hand brushed hers as he reached for her mug. They both froze. Sorry, he said. It's fine. But neither of them moved for a second. Then the moment passed, and they went to their separate corners of the shop, but Cecilia's hands still tingled where his skin had touched hers. Tuesday afternoon was slow. Just a few walk-ins, one scheduled cut. Cecilia had worked with 2 clients, both women, both wanting help with stress relief, and now she was restocking her oils, taking inventory of what she'd need to reorder. She was labeling a new bottle of lavender when the door chimed. Joseph walked in, moving slower than last week but steady, his cane tapping against the floor. Deondrey looked up immediately. Dad, twice in 1 week? Got cabin fever sitting at home. Figured I'd come see how you two are getting along. Cecilia smiled. Hi, Joseph. Miss Cecilia. He made his way over to her table, taking his time. How's business treating you? Really well, actually. People have been so welcoming. That's good to hear. He studied her setup with interest. The oils, the neatly organized towels, the small notebook where she tracked appointments. I've been hearing good things. Everybody's talking. The spa lady's got magic hands. The spa lady fixed my back. Big Terry won't shut up about you. Cecilia laughed. I don't know about magic, but I'm glad I could help. Joseph studied her for a moment, his gaze assessing but warm. You know what you're doing, I can tell. Takes more than fancy oils to get people talking like this. Takes real care. Thank you. That means a lot. How long you been doing this work? Professionally? About 5 years, but I've been studying it since college. What got you into it? Cecilia hesitated. She didn't usually talk about her grandmother with people she'd just met, but she'd seen Joseph that first day, the quiet nod that had convinced Deondrey to give her a chance. Something about him made her want to tell the truth. My grandmother had dementia. At the end, she was so agitated, so scared. Nothing helped. But I started using lavender oil around her, just a little, in a diffuser by her bed, and she'd calm down. Not completely, but enough. Enough to sleep, enough to breathe. Cecilia's throat tightened. I couldn't heal her, but I could give her peace, even if it was just for a little while. That's when I knew this was what I wanted to do. Joseph nodded slowly, something like respect crossing his face. That's good work, real work. Thank you. He turned to Deondrey, who was standing a few feet away, pretending not to listen. You're in good hands here, son. Deondrey's jaw tightened, but he didn't argue. Joseph turned back to Cecilia, his eyes twinkling. I'll let you get back to it. Just wanted to check in. And according to Kwame, my boy here's been walking around smiling at nothing lately. Dad. But Joseph was already heading toward the door, chuckling to himself. After he left, the shop was quiet for a beat. Then Cecilia turned to Deondrey. Smiling at nothing? Ignore him. He's got too much time on his hands. Uh-huh. But she was smiling, and so was he, despite himself. The air between them felt different now, lighter, like something had shifted. Wednesday was busier. Cecilia worked through the morning and into the afternoon. Scalp treatments, hand massages, a full consultation with a woman dealing with insomnia. By 2 o'clock, her hands were tired and she was starving. She was about to take a break when the door opened and Mr. Gaines shuffled in. She'd seen him a few times over the past week. An older man, maybe early 80s, who moved slowly with a cane and had strong opinions about everything from the weather to politics. He always greeted Deondrey with Mr. D, and Deondrey always responded with a warmth and patience that made something in Cecilia's chest ache. "Mr. D," Mr. Gaines said, his voice raspy. "You got time for a trim?" "Always. Come on, Mr. Gaines." Deondrey helped him into the chair, his hands gentle and sure as he draped the cape. But instead of starting the cut right away, he tilted the chair back and reached for a warm towel. Cecilia watched, curious. Deondrey laid the towel over Mr. Gaines's face, covering his eyes, his nose, everything but his mouth. The old man sighed, his whole body relaxing into the chair. "That feels good, son," Mr. Gaines murmured. "Just relax, I got you." Deondrey moved to the counter and pulled out a shaving brush, a bowl, a bar of soap. He worked the brush in the bowl, building a thick, creamy lather, and then, gently, carefully, he removed the towel and began applying the lather to Mr. Gaines's face with the brush. Cecilia forgot to breathe. She'd seen Deondrey cut hair 100 times by now. She'd watched him shape lineups and blend fades and edge beards. But this was different. This was ritual. Deondrey picked up the straight razor. It gleamed under the lights, sharp and precise. He stropped it against the leather strap hanging from his station. Smooth, practiced movements, the leather making a rhythmic swish-swish sound, and then turned back to Mr. Gaines. The shop went quieter. Even Javon, who'd been scrolling his phone in the waiting area, looked up. This was something you watched, something you respected. Deondrey placed one hand on Mr. Gaines's head, steadying him, and brought the razor to his cheek. The blade moved in long, slow strokes, scraping away the lather, leaving smooth, dark skin behind. It was intimate, vulnerable. Mr. Gaines's eyes were closed, his throat exposed, completely trusting, and Deondrey's hands were so steady, so sure. Cecilia couldn't look away. She saw the concentration on Deondrey's face, the way his brow furrowed slightly as he worked, the way he adjusted his angle, checking his work, making sure every stroke was perfect, the way he wiped the blade on a towel between passes, precise and clean. There was no rush, no impatience, just presence. This wasn't just grooming. This was care. The same kind of care she tried to give her clients. The same presence, the same intention, the same sacred attention to another human being. He rinsed Mr. Gaines's face with a warm cloth, patting gently, then applied a bay rum aftershave with his fingertips, massaging it into the skin. The scent filled the shop, spicy, clean, old-school masculine. Mr. Gaines opened his eyes, touched his face, and smiled. "Perfect, like always. Anytime, Mr. Gaines." Deondrey helped him out of the chair, steadying him, making sure he had his cane. The old man shuffled over to pay, moving slower but looking somehow lighter, more dignified. After he left, Cecilia stood and walked over to Deondrey's station. He was cleaning his razor, wiping it down carefully, putting everything back in its place with the same methodical care he'd used during the shave. "That was beautiful," she said. He looked up, surprised. "What was beautiful?" "What you just did. That was beautiful." He shrugged, uncomfortable with the praise. "It's just a shave." "No, it's not." She stepped closer, her voice quiet but firm. "That was trust, presence, care. You held space for him, made him feel safe, respected, seen. That's what I try to do with my clients. Same thing, different tools." Deondrey set down the razor and turned to face her fully. For once, he didn't deflect or make a joke. He just looked at her, really looked at her, and said, "I never thought about it like that. Maybe you should." She gestured to his station, to the tools laid out with such precision. "This isn't just tradition you're carrying on. It's healing. You're giving these men something they don't get anywhere else. You're telling them they matter, that they're worth care and time and attention." Something shifted in his expression. Softened. "That's what you do too." "Yeah, it is." They were standing close now. Close enough that she could smell his cologne, something woody and warm, mixed with the bay rum and the faint scent of clipper oil. Close enough that she could see the exact moment his eyes dropped to her mouth. Close enough that her heart was doing something stupid and reckless in her chest. "Cecilia?" His voice was low, rough. The door chimed. They stepped apart quickly, the moment shattering like glass. A client walked in, one of the regulars, calling out a greeting. Deondrey responded, his voice steady even though Cecilia could see the tension in his shoulders. She went back to her corner, her hands shaking slightly as she straightened bottles that didn't need straightening. She could still feel the heat of him. could still see the way he'd looked at her mouth. This is dangerous, she thought. You're leaving in a week and a half. Don't do this. But when she glanced up, Deondrey was watching her in the mirror, and she couldn't make herself look away. That night, Cecilia was making dinner in her tiny apartment, just pasta and a salad, nothing fancy, when her phone rang. Shanika. She answered on speaker, setting the phone on the counter while she drained the pasta. Hey yourself. How's barbershop life? It's good. Uh-oh, it's complicated voice. Cecilia laughed despite herself. It's not complicated. Liar, what's going on? Cecilia hesitated, then sighed. I think I'm in trouble. What kind of trouble? The kind where I'm starting to like him. There was a pause. Then Shanika's voice came through, warm and knowing. The barbershop guy? Deondrey? Yeah. Girl, finally. I've been waiting for this. This is bad, Nika. I'm leaving in like a week and a half. My spa's almost done. I'll be back in my own space and he'll be in his, and this whole thing will be over. So, who says it has to be over? Geography says. Common sense says. Okay, but what does your heart say? It's only next door and you're acting like you're moving to another city or state. Stop making excuses. Cecilia closed her eyes, leaning against the counter. My heart says I want to see where this goes, but my head says I'm being stupid. Your head's always been too loud. What happened today? He gave a client a straight razor shave, and it was, Nika, it was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. The care, the precision, the trust, and I realized he's doing the exact same work I'm doing, just different tools. And that made you want to jump him. Shanika, am I wrong? Cecilia groaned. No, you're not wrong, Shanika laughed. So what are you going to do about it? Nothing. I'm going to be professional and finish out this week and a half and move back into my space and pretend I don't have feelings for a man I barely know. That sounds miserable. It's the smart thing to do. Since when do you do the smart thing? You quit your job and moved to a town you'd never been to and opened a business in a field your old boss called woo-woo nonsense. You're not a smart thing person, Cece. You're a follow your heart person. My heart's gotten me in trouble before. And it's also gotten you everything good in your life. Don't run from this just because you're scared. Cecilia was quiet for a long moment. What if he doesn't feel the same way? Girl, he feels the same way. Trust me. How do you know? Because you just spent 10 minutes telling me about a shave. If he didn't feel the same way, you wouldn't be this gone. Cecilia laughed, shaky. I hate that you're right. I know. It's a gift. Now go finish your sad pasta and think about what you actually want. Not what's safe, what you want. I want him, Cecilia admitted quietly. I want to see where this could go. Then do something about it. Like what? I don't know. You're the bold one. Figure it out. They talked for a few more minutes about Shanika's job, her latest dating disaster, the weather, and then hung up. Cecilia stood in her kitchen, staring at her phone, thinking about the way Deondrey had looked at her that afternoon. Thinking about the way his hand had brushed hers that morning. Thinking about the way he smiled when he thought she wasn't looking. 1 week and a half, she thought. That's all you've got. She could play it safe, keep her distance, protect her heart, or she could be brave. She wasn't sure which one scared her more.
Chapter 6. Deondrey had a problem. A big one. He couldn't stop thinking about Cecilia. And she was good for business. Not just good, really good. The waiting area, which used to be dead space where guys scrolled their phones or flipped through old magazines, was now active. Women were booking appointments specifically to come in while their husbands or boyfriends got cuts. A few men, though they'd never admit it out loud, were asking about her services too. After Big Terry's treatment on Saturday had people talking, the following week brought a steady stream of new interest. Monday morning, a woman named Linda came in with her husband for his regular cut. While he was in Deondrey's chair, she approached Cecilia's table. I've been having trouble sleeping, Linda said quietly. Stress from work? I heard you might be able to help? Cecilia had spent 20 minutes with her, discussing different options. Lavender for sleep, chamomile for anxiety, creating a bedtime routine with a diffuser blend. Linda left with a custom oil and detailed instructions, looking more hopeful than when she'd arrived. Tuesday brought Julius, a high school teacher who'd heard about Cecilia from Big Terry. He wanted something for the constant headaches he got from staring at a whiteboard all day. Cecilia made him a rollerball blend with peppermint and lavender, showed him pressure points on his temples and the base of his skull. "Apply this when you feel one coming on," she'd told him, "and drink more water. Most tension headaches are partially dehydration." Wednesday, 2 women came in together. Friends who'd seen Cecilia's setup and wanted to book side-by-side hand treatments while they caught up. They sat at her table for 45 minutes, laughing and talking while Cecilia worked on their hands with warm oil and smooth stones. By Thursday afternoon, Cecilia had a waiting list. Deondrey found himself watching her more than he should. The way she greeted each person like they mattered, because to her, they did. The way she never rushed, even when she was behind schedule. The way she remembered details from previous conversations. "Your daughter's recital, how did it go?" she'd ask. Or, "Did that blend help with your mom's migraines?" People responded to that. They came back. They told their friends. And Deondrey? He was having a harder time keeping his focus on his own work. The way she laughed, genuine, unguarded. The way she bit her bottom lip when she was thinking. The graceful movement of her hands as she blended oils or worked on a client. The sound of her voice, low and soothing, as she explained what she was doing. He'd catch himself staring and force his attention back to the cut he was doing, only to find his gaze drifting back to her 5 minutes later. Mr. Kwame noticed. Of course he did. "You planning to actually finish that lineup, or you just going to stare at that woman all day?" Mr. Kwame had muttered Thursday afternoon. Deondrey had jerked his attention back to his client. "I'm not staring." Sure you're not." Friday afternoon, Deondrey was between clients when Mr. Kwame walked in holding a flyer. "You see this?" Mr. Kwame asked, waving it. Deondrey took it. "Main Street Beautification and Small Business Grant. $10,000 award plus feature in Georgia Tourism Magazine. Applications due October 30th. "Where'd you get this?" "Chamber of Commerce. They're all over town. You should apply." Deondrey skimmed the requirements. Businesses must demonstrate innovation, community impact, and collaborative spirit. Preference given to partnerships between 2 or more Main Street establishments. His stomach sank. "I don't know. The shop's traditional. I'm not sure we'd qualify." "What do you mean? You've been here 3 generations. That's community impact." "But they want innovation, something new. We're the opposite of new." Mr. Kwame gestured toward Cecilia's corner, where she was working with a client, a young woman getting a scalp treatment. "You got innovation right there. She's temporary. She doesn't have to be." Deondrey didn't respond. He set the flyer on the counter and went back to prepping his station. But the idea lingered. Around 4 that afternoon, Cecilia approached him. He was wiping down his clippers, the shop quiet except for the low hum of WGUM. "Can I talk to you about something?" she asked. "Sure. What's up?" She gestured to the flyer on the counter. "I saw that earlier, the grant." "Yeah, Mr. Kwame brought it in." "Are you applying?" Deondrey hesitated. "I don't think so. They're looking for innovation, new ideas. The shop's been doing the same thing for 60 years. That's kind of the point." "What if you didn't apply alone?" He looked up. "What do you mean?" She pulled up a stool, sitting across from him. Her knee was inches from his. He tried not to notice. "What if we applied together, as a partnership?" "A partnership? Hear me out." She leaned forward slightly, and he caught the scent of her oils, lavender today, mixed with something warmer. "The grant wants innovation and community impact, right? What if we did something that combines both our businesses? Something that shows tradition and wellness working together?" "Like what?" "Like a collaboration. 1 day a week, let's call it Fresh Start Fridays. We offer a combined service. You do cuts and grooming. I offer complimentary wellness treatments while people wait. Scalp massages, hand treatments, stress relief. It's quick, it's accessible, and it's something new." Deondrey leaned back, processing. "You want to give massages to guys waiting for haircuts? Why not? Most of them are stressed. Most of them are carrying tension they don't even realize. And it's not just for the guys. Women come in here all the time with their husbands or boyfriends. They sit, they wait, they scroll their phones. What if they could get a hand treatment or a consultation instead?" He studied her. She was nervous. He could see it in the way her fingers twisted together in her lap, but her voice was steady, confident. "And you think people would actually want that?" he asked. "I think people would love it. It's personal. It's different. And if we hit a target number, say 50 clients over 2 Fridays, we'd have real data to show the grant committee, proof that it works." "What's in it for you?" She met his eyes, and the directness of her gaze made his chest tighten. "A chance to prove I belong here, that what I do is real, not just oils and crystals. And honestly, I think we'd both benefit. You get the grant application, I get visibility, and the town gets something new." The air between them felt charged. He was aware of how close she was sitting, how her knee was almost touching his, how easy it would be to reach out and focus. "You've really thought this through." He said, "I have. I know it's a lot to ask. I know you didn't sign up for this when you let me set up here, but I think it could be really good for both of us." Deondrey was quiet for a long moment, weighing it. The risk, the reward, the fact that doing this would mean more time with her, more reasons to keep her close even after her spa reopened. Then he said, "All right, let's do it." Her face lit up, a genuine, unguarded smile that hit him square in the chest. "Really? Really? Oh my gosh. Okay, we should plan this out, figure out logistics, set a date, promote it." "Slow down." He laughed, and the sound surprised him. When was the last time he'd laughed like that? "Let's start with the basics. When do you want to launch? Next Friday? That's a week away. Can we promote it that fast? I can send emails to my client waitlist today. You can post on the shop's social media. We'll put up flyers. Word spreads fast in Sweetgum." "True." They spent the next hour planning. Cecilia pulled out a notebook, color-coded tabs, neat handwriting, and started making lists. They'd launch Fresh Start Fridays the following week. She'd handle intake forms, oil selections, and treatments. He'd handle cuts and grooming as usual. They'd track every client, tally the numbers, and use the data for the grant application. "We need a goal," Cecilia said, tapping her pen against the page. 50 clients over 2 Fridays? Let's say 50 combined. Some people will just want cuts, some will just want treatments, some will want both." "Deal." She held out her hand to shake on it. He took it, her palm warm and soft against his calloused one. They held on a beat too long, and when she pulled away, her face looked flushed. "Thank you," she said quietly, "for taking a chance on this. Thank you for pushing me to try." She smiled, and he thought, "I'm in trouble." The following week flew by in a blur of preparation. Monday, they created flyers together. Cecilia designed them on her laptop, while Deondrey gave input. Simple but eye-catching. Fresh Start Fridays at Carter & Sons. Cuts Wellness. 1 day, 2 services, a better you. Tuesday, they distributed the flyers around town. Deondrey took Main Street, the coffee shop, the diner, the library. Cecilia hit the residential areas, leaving them on bulletin boards at the community center, the grocery store, the post office. Wednesday, Deondrey posted about it on the shop's social media. The response was immediate. Comments, shares, questions about what exactly wellness treatments meant. Cecilia sent emails to everyone on her client waitlist, and by Wednesday evening, they had 15 pre-booked appointments for Friday. Thursday afternoon was slower than usual, the calm before the storm. Cecilia was restocking her oils, taking inventory of what she'd need for the next day. Deondrey was organizing his station, making sure he had enough supplies for what would hopefully be a busy day. She was humming along to WGUM. DJ Amir was playing something old school, and she knew every word. Deondrey found himself watching her instead of working. "Stop," he told himself, but he didn't. "You're staring," Mr. Quam said from his chair. Deondrey jerked his attention back to his station. "No, I'm not. Boy, I got eyes. You've been staring at that girl all week. I'm just making sure she's settled." "Uh-huh. That why your face does that thing every time she smiles?" "What thing?" "That thing where you look like somebody just handed you a winning lottery ticket." Deondrey groaned. "Can you not?" Mr. Kwame chuckled. "I'm just saying, you like her, she likes you, do something about it. She's leaving in less than 2 weeks. So, that don't mean nothing has to end. She'll be right next door." Deondrey didn't respond, but the words stayed with him. Friday morning arrived faster than Deondrey expected. He'd barely slept Thursday night, running through logistics in his head. What if nobody showed up? What if people hated it? What if this whole thing was a disaster and he'd just embarrassed himself and Cecilia in front of the whole town? By 6:30, he was at the shop, prepping. Cecilia arrived at 7, carrying 2 coffees from roasted beans and a nervous smile. "Ready?" she asked. "As ready as I'll ever be." She handed him a coffee. Their fingers brushed, and she held his gaze for a beat longer than necessary. "We've got this," she said. "Yeah, we do." By 8, the shop was full. Some clients were excited, mostly the women, and a few younger guys who'd heard about it from friends, but some were skeptical. Big Terry folded his arms when Cecilia approached with her oil basket. "I already got my treatment last week, I'm good." "This one's different," Cecilia said. "A hand and temple combo. Helps with focus and stress. 5 minutes and it's free. If I smell like a flower shop, you won't, I promise." Big Terry sighed. "Fine, but I'm timing you." Cecilia sat across from him and got to work. Deondrey watched from his station as she explained what she was doing, warming the oil, working the pressure points between his thumb and forefinger, moving to his temples with gentle circular motions. By minute 3, Big Terry's arms were uncrossed. By minute 5, his eyes were half closed and his breathing had slowed. "Damn," he muttered when she finished. "I feel like I could take a nap." "That's the goal," Cecilia said, smiling. Deondrey caught her eye and grinned. She grinned back, and the shop felt 10 degrees warmer. The day flew by. Clients rotated through. Cuts, treatments, lineups, consultations. Some people were walk-ins, drawn in by curiosity. Others had appointments. A few people came specifically for Cecilia's services, then decided to get a cut too. Around 1, a woman in her 50s came in looking frazzled. "I don't have an appointment, but I saw the flyer. Do you have time?" "Of course," Cecilia said. "What brings you in?" "I've got a headache that won't quit, and I'm supposed to give a presentation in 2 hours. I just need something, anything." Cecilia guided her to a chair and got to work. Peppermint oil on the temples, pressure points at the base of the skull, a cool cloth over the eyes. 15 minutes later, the woman stood up looking 10 years younger. "Oh my God," she breathed. I can actually think again." "Drink water," Cecilia said. "Dehydration can trigger headaches. And try to take a few deep breaths before your presentation. You've got this." The woman pressed $30 into Cecilia's hand despite her protests. "You're a lifesaver, literally." After she left, Deondrey walked over. "That was impressive." Cecilia looked up, surprised. "Yeah? Yeah, you're really good at this." Her smile was soft, almost shy. "Thank you." They held each other's gaze for a moment too long. The shop was loud around them, WGUM playing, people talking in the waiting area, someone laughing, but it all faded into background noise. Then the door chimed, his next appointment arriving, and the moment broke. By closing time, they'd served 34 clients. Cecilia stared at the sign-in sheet, eyes wide. 34 in one day. That's a good start. That's better than good. She looked up at him, grinning. "We're actually doing this." "Yeah, we are." They stood there in the quiet shop, just the two of them, the late afternoon light slanting through the windows and painting everything gold. Deondrey's heart was doing something stupid in his chest. She was beautiful, had always been beautiful, but right now, standing in his shop with that smile on her face and that light in her eyes, she was breathtaking. "Deondrey? Yeah, thank you. I know this was outside your comfort zone, but it means a lot that you trusted me enough to try. You made it easy to say yes." Her smile softened, and she looked like she wanted to say something else, but instead she just nodded and started packing up her station. Deondrey watched her go, his chest tight. "Don't do it," he told himself. "Don't make this complicated." But it was already too late. The following week was a whirlwind. Word had spread about the first Fresh Start Friday. People who'd attended told their friends. Social media posts got shared. By Monday, they had inquiries about the next one. Tuesday, Cecilia came in with an idea. What if we did a targeted promotion? Couples packages. Come in together, get cuts and wellness treatments, spend quality time. You think couples would go for that? I think couples are always looking for things to do together that don't feel like a chore. This is practical and relaxing. They promoted it on social media, and by Wednesday, they had 10 couples signed up. Thursday, Deondrey prepped the shop for what he hoped would be an even bigger turnout. Extra chairs in the waiting area, more space at Cecilia's station, a second sign-in sheet. The second Fresh Start Friday was even busier than the first. Clients who'd come the previous week brought friends. New people showed up, curious about that wellness barbershop thing everyone was talking about. Javon brought his girlfriend. Preacher Miles brought his wife, Diane. Even Mr. Gaines, who usually resisted anything new, asked Cecilia for a hand treatment. By midday, they'd already served 28 clients. Mr. Quam, watching from his usual corner, chuckled. "Y'all gonna hit 60 at this rate." "Don't jinx it," Deondrey said. But by closing time, they'd done exactly that. 56 total clients across both Fridays. "We did it," Cecilia said, laughing as she counted the sign-in sheets. 56! We crushed it. They celebrated with takeout from sweet and spicy Chinese Palace, orange chicken, vegetable lo mein, egg rolls, and sweet tea from the shop's mini fridge. They sat in the waiting area after closing, eating and talking, the shop dim except for the light from the back room. WGUM was still playing, DJ Amir's evening set, all smooth classics. "This is really happening," Cecilia said. "We're going to apply for the grant." "Yeah, we are." "I can't believe it worked." "I can. You knew what you were doing." She turned to look at him, and the expression on her face made his breath catch, soft, warm, something deeper swimming underneath. "We knew what we were doing," she said. "This was a team effort." "Yeah, it was." They were sitting close, closer than they needed to be. Her knee was pressed against his, and neither of them moved away. "Cecilia?" "Yeah?" He wanted to tell her that he didn't want this to end, that he didn't want her to leave, that the past few weeks had been some of the best he'd had in a long time, and it was because of her. But instead he said, "Would you want to grab dinner sometime? Like not take out in the shop, actual dinner." Her eyes widened slightly, and a slow smile spread across her face. "Deondrey Carter, are you asking me on a date?" "Yeah, I am." She bit her lip, like she was trying not to smile too wide. "Then yes, I'd love that." "Saturday night?" "Saturday works." They finished their food in comfortable silence, the air between them humming with possibility. When Cecilia finally stood to leave, gathering her things, Deondrey walked her to the door. "Thanks for tonight," she said, "for celebrating with me." "Anytime." She hesitated, like she wanted to say something else. Then she rose up on her toes and kissed his cheek, quick, soft, leaving the faint scent of lavender behind. "Good night, Deondrey." "Good night." He watched her walk to her car, watched her drive away, and then he stood in the doorway for a long time, his hand pressed to the spot where her lips had been. That night, his phone rang. Joseph. "You asked her out," his father said without preamble. Deondrey sighed. "How do you already know?" "Mr. Kwame called me 10 minutes ago." "Of course he did. How did he even know?" "You know what? It doesn't even matter." "So, you taking her somewhere nice?" "I'm working on it," Joseph chuckled. "Good, don't mess it up. I'll try not to." "And son, yeah? I'm proud of you for taking the chance on the grant and on her." Deondrey's throat tightened. "Thanks, Dad." After they hung up, Deondrey sat in his living room staring at his phone, thinking about Saturday, about Cecilia, about the fact that in less than a week her spa would reopen and everything would change. But maybe it would change for the better.
Chapter 7. Cecilia changed her outfit 4 times. 4 times. She stood in her tiny bedroom, surrounded by discarded clothes, too casual, too formal, trying too hard, not trying hard enough, and wanted to scream. It was just dinner. Just a date. With a man she'd been working next to for 2 weeks. A man who made her heart race every time he smiled at her. A man whose hands she couldn't stop watching when he worked. A man she was leaving in 5 days when her spa reopened. "Stop spiraling," she told herself. Like Shanika said, it's just next door, not across the state. She settled on a wrap dress in deep emerald green, fitted but not too tight, elegant but not overdone, and her favorite gold hoop earrings. She left her curls natural, just added some product to define them, and kept her makeup simple. When she looked in the mirror, she looked like herself. That had to be good enough. Her phone buzzed at 6:55. "Deondrey, on my way up." Her stomach flipped. A minute later, there was a knock at her door. She grabbed her purse, took one last steadying breath, and opened it. Deondrey stood in her doorway, and for a second, they just looked at each other. He was wearing dark jeans and a burgundy button-down that fit him in a way that should be illegal. His fade was fresh, his beard lined up perfectly, and in his hand was a single sunflower, bright, cheerful. unexpected. He looked good. "Hey," he said, his voice a little rough. "Hey," he held out the sunflower. "For you." Her heart squeezed. "You brought me a flower. You don't like it?" "No, I love it. No one's ever brought me a sunflower before." "Good, I wanted to do something different." His eyes traveled over her, slow and appreciative. "You look beautiful." Her face heated. "Thank you. You look really good too." "Thanks." He smiled, a little nervous, a little proud. "You ready?" "Ready." He offered his arm and she took it, grabbing her keys and locking the door behind her. He walked her down the stairs to his truck, a clean, well-maintained black Ford, and opened the passenger door for her. "Thank you," she said, climbing in. "Anytime." Rossi's was in Peachwood, the next town over. It was a small Italian restaurant Cecilia had heard about but never been to. The kind of place with checkered tablecloths, candles in wine bottles, and the smell of garlic bread hitting you the second you walked in. The hostess seated them in a corner booth, quieter than the rest of the restaurant, with a view of the small downtown street outside. "This okay?" Deondrey asked. "It's perfect," they ordered. Chicken marsala for her, fettuccine alfredo for him, a bottle of red wine to share, and then it was just the two of them, alone in a way they'd never really been before. No clippers buzzing, no clients interrupting, no Mr. Kwame making commentary from the peanut gallery, just them. "So," Cecilia said, fiddling with her napkin, "this is different." "Good different?" "Yeah, good different." He smiled, visibly relaxing. "I wasn't sure what you'd think. I know it's not Atlanta fancy or anything." "Deondrey, it's perfect. Stop worrying." "Okay." But she could see he was still nervous. It was weirdly endearing. This man who was so confident in his shop, so sure with his clippers, suddenly uncertain over dinner. The wine arrived, and they each took a sip. It was smooth, rich, warmed her from the inside out. "Can I ask you something?" Deondrey said. "Sure." "Why Sweetgum? You could have opened your spa anywhere. Why here?" Cecilia thought about it, turning her glass between her hands. "Honestly, I threw a dart at a map." He blinked. "Seriously? Seriously, I knew I wanted to leave Atlanta. I knew I wanted a smaller town, something quieter, but I didn't know where. So I literally pulled up a map of Georgia, closed my eyes, and pointed. Landed on Sweetgum. So I drove down for the weekend, walked around Main Street, and it just felt right. Like I could build something here. Like I could belong." "And do you feel like you belong?" She met his eyes. "Yeah, I do." Something in his expression softened. "Good. What about you?" she asked. "Did you always know you'd take over the barbershop?" "Honestly, no. I went to college, got a degree in business management, thought maybe I'd do something corporate or start my own company. But I kept coming back on weekends and summers to help out. And the more time I spent in the shop, the more I realized this was where I belonged. When my dad had his stroke 6 months ago and handed me the keys, it felt right. Scary as hell, but right." "Do you ever regret it?" "Sometimes. When the pressure gets heavy, or when I'm worrying about keeping the legacy alive, living up to what my granddad and my dad built. But mostly, no. This is where I'm supposed to be." "That must be nice, knowing that." "You don't know that about your spa?" "I do now, but it took a while to get here. I spent years in corporate wellness feeling like something was missing. Then I tried freelancing, teaching workshops, working at other people's spas, figuring out what I actually wanted versus what I thought I was supposed to want. Opening my own place in Sweetgum was the first time it all felt right." He nodded slowly. "I get that." The food arrived. Steaming plates of pasta, warm bread, the scent of herbs and garlic filling the space between them. They ate and talked, the conversation flowing easier now. He told her about growing up in Sweetgum, about learning to cut hair in his grandfather's chair, about the time he accidentally gave his best friend a bald spot in middle school. She told him about college, about her corporate job, about the moment she'd realized she'd rather be broke and happy than comfortable and miserable. "That's brave," Deondrey said. "Or stupid." "No, brave. A lot of people wouldn't have walked away. What about you? You walked away from a business degree to come back here." "That's different. I had something to come back to. You built yours from nothing. So did your grandfather and your dad, and now you. You're building on what they started, but you're also making it yours. That's brave too." He looked at her for a long moment, something warm and open in his expression. "I like the way you see things." Yeah? Yeah. Her heart did a little flip. After dinner, they walked down Peachwood's main street, smaller than Sweetgum's, quieter, with little shops and a park with string lights hung between the trees. You want to walk for a bit? Deondrey asked. I'd love that. They walked slowly side by side, their hands brushing occasionally. Cecilia was taking in the storefronts, a bookstore, a boutique, a vintage record shop, when she stopped abruptly. Wait, is that? She pointed ahead, her face lighting up. Is that a roasted beans? Deondrey smiled. Yeah, you know it? Know it? I go to the one in Sweetgum all the time. I didn't know they had a location here. Joanne opened this one a couple of years ago. She's from Sweetgum, grew up there, started the first roasted beans on Main Street. Now she's got 2 locations in Sweetgum and this one in Peachwood. 3 total. She's doing really well. That's amazing. Cecilia was already walking toward it, her excitement infectious. Can we stop in? I want to see it. Lead the way. The Peachwood location had the same warm, cozy vibe as the Sweetgum shop. Exposed brick, mismatched comfortable chairs, the rich smell of coffee and baked goods. This is beautiful, Cecilia said, looking around, taking it all in. They ordered decaf lattes, since it was late, from a friendly barista, and found a spot by the windows. I love this, Cecilia said, cradling her cup. It's inspiring, you know? Seeing someone build something and watch it grow. Joanne started with 1 shop, and now she's got 3. That's the dream. That could be you someday. Maybe. Right now, I just want to make one work. You will. You already are. She smiled, warmth spreading through her chest that had nothing to do with the coffee. They sat for a while, talking and people watching. A couple at the next table was clearly on a first date. Awkward but sweet, lots of nervous laughter. An older man sat in the corner reading a book, completely absorbed. The whole space felt alive, creative, welcoming. I could see myself working in a place like this, Cecilia said. Just sitting in the corner with my laptop, planning workshops or writing up client notes. You should. I bet Joanne would love that. She's all about community. You know her well? I'd say so. She comes into the barbershop occasionally. Her husband Xavier gets his cuts with me when he's in Sweetgum. Small world. That's Sweetgum for you. When they finally left, the night had gotten cooler. Deondrey shrugged off his jacket without a word and draped it over her shoulders. Thank you, she said, pulling it closer. It smelled like him, clean, woody, with a hint of his cologne. Cold? A little, but this helps. They walked toward the park, the string lights glowing overhead like stars brought down to earth. The pathway was lined with oak trees, their branches creating a canopy above. In the distance, she could hear the music from the record store, the melody drifting through the night air. The third time their hands brushed, Deondrey caught hers in his. Cecilia's breath hitched. His hand was warm, calloused from work, strong. He laced his fingers through hers, like it was the most natural thing in the world, like their hands had been made to fit together. This okay? He asked, his voice low. Yeah, it's okay. They walked in comfortable silence for a few minutes, the night cool and clear, the sound of their footsteps mixing with the distant music and the rustle of leaves overhead. But Cecilia's mind was racing. 5 days. That's all she had left in his shop. 5 days until everything changed. Can I tell you something? She said, her voice quieter than she intended. Anything. She stopped walking, and he stopped with her, turning to face her. The string lights cast a warm glow across his face, highlighting the concern in his eyes. I'm scared, she admitted. Of what? This. Us. She gestured between them, her free hand trembling slightly. I like you, Deondrey, more than I expected to, more than I probably should after only 2 weeks. And in 5 days, I'm moving back into my spa, and I don't know what happens after that. Do we just stop? Do we go back to being neighbors who wave at each other on the street? Because I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I can pretend I don't feel. She cut herself off, suddenly afraid she'd said too much. His grip on her hand tightened, anchoring her. I don't want that either. Then what do we do? He stepped closer, closing the distance between them until she could feel the warmth radiating from him. We figure it out. Together. But how? We barely know each other. What if? Cecilia. His free hand came up to cup her cheek, his thumb brushing across her cheekbone in a gesture so tender it made her throat tight. I don't know what this is yet. I don't know where it's going or how we make it work. But I know I don't want it to end just because you're moving 20 feet away. We're not strangers. Not anymore. And I want to see where this goes. If you want to. I want to, she whispered. I really want to. Then we will. His voice was firm, certain, like he was making her a promise. We'll figure it out. No rush, no pressure. Just us, taking it one day at a time. She searched his face in the soft light, the sincerity there, the warmth in his dark eyes, the quiet determination in the set of his jaw. And she saw something else too, vulnerability. He seemed just as scared as she was, just as uncertain, but he was choosing to try anyway. Okay, she breathed. Okay? Yeah, okay. A slow smile spread across his face, transforming him, softening the edges, lighting him up from the inside. And then she kissed him. She rose up on her toes, her hands sliding from his grip to rest against his chest, and pressed her lips to his. For a heartbeat, he went still, surprised maybe, but then he responded, his arm coming around her waist and pulling her flush against him, his other hand sliding from her cheek into her hair. The kiss was soft at first, tentative, a question and an answer all at once. But then she parted her lips slightly, and he deepened the kiss, tilting her head back just a little, his fingers tangling gently in her curls. He tasted like wine and coffee and something uniquely him, and she felt it everywhere, in her chest, in her stomach, in the way her knees went weak. She clutched his shirt, steadying herself, and he made a low sound in the back of his throat that sent heat racing through her veins. When they finally broke apart, both of them breathing hard, both a little dazed, he rested his forehead against hers, his eyes still closed. I've been wanting to do that for days, he murmured, his voice rough. Me too. Her voice was barely a whisper. He opened his eyes, and the way he looked at her, like she was something precious, something worth holding on to, made her heart stutter. We should probably... She didn't finish the sentence, didn't know how to. Yeah, probably. But neither of them moved. They stood there under the string lights, wrapped up in each other, the rest of the world falling away. And Cecilia thought, This is what I want. Him, this feeling, this moment. She didn't know how they'd make it work, didn't know what would happen in 5 days or 5 weeks or 5 months. But right now, with his arms around her and his heartbeat steady under her palm, she knew one thing for certain. She was falling for Deondrey Carter, and she didn't want to stop. He drove her home, their hands linked across the center console the entire way. When he pulled up in front of her apartment, he walked her to her door. Thank you, she said. For tonight, it was perfect. We should do it again, he said. Yeah? Yeah, tomorrow if you're free, she laughed. Eager? Very. Tomorrow works. He kissed her again, slower this time, deeper, his hands framing her face like she was something precious. When he pulled away, she was dizzy. Good night, Cecilia. Good night. She watched him walk back to his truck, watched him drive away, and then she went inside and immediately called Shanika. Tell me everything, Shanika demanded before Cecilia even said hello. So she did. Sunday afternoon, Deondrey picked her up again, this time in jeans and a t-shirt, more casual. Where are we going? Cecilia asked. You'll see. He drove them to Sweetgum Lake, about 10 minutes outside town. Cecilia had heard about it, but hadn't visited yet. As they pulled into the parking area, she took in the stunning view. Crystal clear water, surrounded by rolling hills, hiking trails winding through the trees, families scattered along the shoreline with picnic blankets and fishing poles. This is beautiful, she said. Wait till you see the overlook. He'd packed a picnic. Sandwiches from Rochelle's diner, chips, lemonade, cookies from the bakery. They found a spot by the water, spreading out a blanket under the shade of a massive oak tree. They ate and talked and laughed. He told her about the time he and his friends used to come here in high school, how they'd jump off the dock even though it was technically not allowed. She told him about her college roommate who'd convinced her to go skinny dipping in a campus fountain at 2 a.m. You did not, he said, laughing. I did. We got caught by campus security. Most embarrassing moment of my life. I don't believe you have embarrassing moments. You're too put together. I'm really not. I'm just good at faking it. You don't have to fake it with me. Something about the way he said it, so simple, so honest, made her throat tight. I know, she said quietly. After they ate, they walked the trail around the lake, talking about everything and nothing. He asked about her family. She told him about her parents, both still in Alabama, her younger brother who was in the military. She asked about his. He told her about his mom, who'd passed when he was 12, how his dad had raised him and his sister mostly on his own. "I'm sorry," she said. "That must have been hard." "It was, but my dad made sure we knew we were loved, and my granddad was around a lot. Between the two of them, I didn't want for much." "Is your sister still in Sweetgum?" "Nah, she's in Charlotte, marketing exec. We don't see each other as much as we should, but we're close." "That's good." They sat by the water, watching the light change as afternoon shifted toward evening. "Can I ask you something?" Deondrey said. "Of course. What do you want, long term, with your business, with your life?" Cecilia thought about it. "I want to build something that lasts, something that helps people. I want to wake up every day and feel like what I'm doing matters. And I want—" She hesitated. "What?" "I want to not be alone. I spent so long in Atlanta focused on work, on proving myself, that I forgot to actually live. I don't want to do that anymore." He took her hand. "You're not alone. I know, not right now, but not ever, if you'll have me." She looked at him, her heart pounding. "Deondrey, I know it's fast. I know we're still figuring this out, but I like you, Cecilia, a lot, and I don't want to waste time pretending I don't. I like you too. Then let's see where this goes. No pressure, no timeline, just us." She kissed him, right there by the lake, with families around and ducks quacking in the background, and she didn't care who saw. By the time he dropped her off that evening, she was exhausted in the best way. Happy tired. The kind of tired that came from laughing too much and talking for hours and feeling completely, perfectly content. "See you tomorrow?" he asked at her door. "At the shop, 7:50. "Can't wait." He kissed her one more time, soft, lingering, and then he was gone. Cecilia went inside, kicked off her shoes, and flopped onto her couch. Her phone buzzed. A text from Shanika. "Shanika. So?" "Cecilia, it's good. Really good. Shanika, I knew it. Details tomorrow. I want all of them. Cecilia, you'll get them. Promise." She set her phone down and stared at the ceiling, a smile on her face she couldn't wipe off if she tried. 5 days until her spa reopened. But for the first time since the pipe burst, she wasn't counting down. She was just happy. Monday morning, Cecilia walked into the barbershop at 7:50 on the dot. Deondrey was already there, setting up. When he saw her, his whole face lit up. "Morning," he said. "Morning." He walked over, glanced at the door to make sure no one was coming, and kissed her, quick but sweet. "I missed you," he said. "You saw me 12 hours ago." "Still missed you." She laughed, her chest warm. "I missed you too." They got to work, her setting up her table, him prepping his station. WGUM was playing something upbeat, and DJ Amir's voice rolled through. "Good morning, Sweetgum. It's a beautiful Monday. Let's make it count." Around 8:30, Mr. Kwame walked in, took one look at them, and grinned. "Well, well, well, y'all finally figured it out." Cecilia's face heated. "I don't know what you're talking about." Huh. Sure you don't." He settled into a waiting chair with his newspaper. "About time is all I'm saying." Deondrey just shook his head, smiling, and Cecilia thought, yeah, this is good. This is really, really good. That afternoon, the contractor called. "Good news," he said. "We're ahead of schedule. You can move back in Wednesday." Cecilia's heart sank and soared at the same time. "Wednesday? That's great." "Yeah, we'll do a final walkthrough Tuesday afternoon. Make sure everything's up to code, but you should be good to go." After she hung up, she just sat there for a minute, staring at her phone. Wednesday. 3 days. She looked across the shop at Deondrey, who was finishing up a cut, laughing at something his client said. 3 days until everything changed. But maybe it would change for the better.
Chapter 8. Tuesday morning, Deondrey woke up with Cecilia on his mind. Not unusual. She'd been on his mind pretty much constantly since Saturday night. Since that kiss under the string lights in Peachwood. Since Sunday at the lake when they'd talked for hours and he'd realized he could do that every day for the rest of his life and never get bored. Slow down, he told himself, getting out of bed. You've known her 3 weeks, but it didn't feel like 3 weeks. It felt like longer, like she'd always been there, in his shop, in his space, in his life. He got ready for work, made coffee, checked his phone. A text from Cecilia sent 20 minutes ago. "Morning, bringing donuts today. Any requests?" He smiled, typing back. Surprise me, Cecilia. Dangerous words. Deondrey, I trust you. 3 dots appeared, then disappeared, then appeared again. Cecilia, see you soon. He pocketed his phone, grabbed his keys, and headed to the shop. By the time Cecilia arrived at 8, Deondrey had already prepped his station and swept the floor. She walked in carrying a pink bakery box, looking effortlessly beautiful in a yellow tunic and jeans, her curls loose around her shoulders. "Morning," she said, smiling. "Morning." He wanted to kiss her. Right there, in the middle of the shop. But he settled for taking the bakery box from her hands. "What'd you get?" "A mix. Glazed, chocolate, some kind of cinnamon crumble thing the baker recommended." "Cinnamon crumble donut?" "Trust me, it's amazing." He made them coffee in the back, strong, the way they both liked it, and they sat in the waiting area, eating donuts and drinking from mismatched mugs. The cinnamon crumble one was surprisingly good, sweet with a buttery crunch that melted on the tongue. "Told you," Cecilia said, grinning. "You were right." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, and Deondrey found himself thinking about how natural this felt, her in his shop, sharing breakfast, starting the day together. On paper, they were different. She was new to town, building something from scratch. He was rooted here, carrying on a legacy. She was all about wellness and calm. He was all about tradition and community. But somehow, it worked. "So," Cecilia said, licking glaze off her fingers, "the contractor called yesterday." Deondrey's stomach tightened. "Yeah, spa's done. Final inspection is tomorrow. I can move back in Thursday." "That's great." He meant it. He did, but the words felt heavy. "Yeah," she was watching him carefully. "It is. You excited?" "I am, but also," she trailed off, looking down at her coffee, "I'm going to miss this, being here, with you." "You don't have to miss it. We can keep doing Fresh Start Fridays. You can keep your station here if you want." She looked up, surprised. "Really? Really, people love it." And he stopped himself. "I love having you here, but that felt like too much too soon. It works. We work." Her smile was soft, genuine. "Yeah, we do." The morning was busy. Deondrey had back-to-back appointments, and Cecilia was fully booked with clients who'd heard about her spa reopening and wanted to get in one last session before she moved. Around 11, a woman Deondrey didn't recognize walked in. Mid-30s, polished, carrying a designer bag. She looked around the shop with the kind of assessing gaze that made him instantly wary. "Can I help you?" he asked. "I hope so. I'm looking for Cecilia Vance." Cecilia looked up from her station. "That's me." The woman walked over, extending her hand. "Simone Watkins. I run a lifestyle blog called Sweetgum Scenes. I've been hearing a lot about you and your collaboration with Carter and Sons. I'd love to feature you both." Deondrey set down his clippers. "Feature us how?" "An article about Fresh Start Fridays, the wellness meets tradition angle. It's exactly the kind of story my readers love. Innovative, community-focused, feel-good." Simone pulled out her phone. "I'd interview you both, take some photos, maybe observe a session, if you're interested." Cecilia glanced at Deondrey. He could see the excitement in her eyes, but also the hesitation, waiting for his input. "When were you thinking?" he asked. "This Friday, if possible. I know it's short notice, but I'd love to capture the energy of an actual Fresh Start Friday." Deondrey looked at Cecilia again. She nodded slightly. "All right," he said, "we're in." After Simone left, promising to return Friday with a photographer, the shop buzzed with energy. Mr. Quam, who'd been watching the whole exchange, grinned. "Y'all about to be famous." "It's just a blog," Deondrey said. "A popular blog," Cecilia corrected. "Simone's got a big following. This could be really good for both of us." "You nervous?" Deondrey asked. "A little. You?" "A little." But mostly, he was excited. Not about the publicity, though that was a bonus, but about the fact that people were noticing what they'd built together, that it mattered, that it was real. Lunch rolled around. The shop emptied out. Deondrey locked the door, flipped the sign. Cecilia was packing up her oils when he walked over. "Hey," he said. "Hey!" "You doing anything tonight?" She looked up, eyebrows raised. "Are you asking me on another date?" "Yeah, I am. 2 dates in 1 week, people are going to talk. Let 'em." She laughed, closing her oil case. "What did you have in mind?" "Dinner at my place, nothing fancy, just us." Her expression softened. "I'd love that." 7. That evening, Deondrey stressed about dinner more than he'd stressed about anything in recent memory. He wasn't a bad cook, his father had made sure of that, but he wanted this to be good, special. He settled on pan-seared chicken, roasted vegetables, garlic bread, simple but solid. He cleaned his house, really cleaned it, not just the surface-level tidy-up he usually did. His place wasn't huge, but it was his. A 3-bedroom craftsman-style home about 10 minutes from the shop, with a front porch, hardwood floors, and a backyard he kept meaning to do more with. His grandfather had helped him buy it 5 years ago, and it was one of the things he was most proud of. He put on music, WGUM, because it felt right. DJ Marquis was doing an evening set, all smooth R&B and soul. At 7 on the dot, there was a knock. He opened the door, and there she was. She'd changed into a soft pink dress that hit just above her knees, her curls pulled back on one side with a small clip. She looked stunning. "Hi," she said. "Hi, come in." She stepped inside, looking around. The living room opened into the kitchen, with exposed beams and warm lighting. Family photos lined the mantel above the fireplace. His parents, his grandfather, his sister. "This is beautiful," she said. "Thanks, took me a while to get it how I wanted it." "It suits you." They ate at his small dining table by the window, talking easily. She told him about a difficult client that morning, someone who'd wanted results from essential oils that just weren't realistic. "I had to explain 3 times that I can't cure chronic pain with peppermint oil," she said, shaking her head. "I can help manage it, sure, but cure? No. People want quick fixes." "Exactly, and that's not how this works. It's about consistency, about building habits, about actually taking care of yourself." He loved watching her talk about her work, the passion in her voice, the way her hands moved when she was explaining something. After dinner, they moved to the couch. WGUM was still playing, and DJ Marquise's voice drifted through the speakers. "Here's one for the lovers out there. Take your time. Enjoy the moment." The song that came on was slow, intimate. The kind of song that made you want to pull someone close. Deondrey looked at Cecilia. She was already looking at him. "Come here," he said quietly. She shifted closer, and he wrapped his arm around her shoulders. She tucked herself against his side, her head resting on his chest, and for a long moment they just sat there, listening to the music. "This is nice," she murmured. "Yeah, it is." She tilted her head up to look at him. "I'm really glad you said yes that first day." "Me too." He kissed her then, slow and deep, taking his time. She made a soft sound in the back of her throat and turned toward him, her hands sliding up his chest to his shoulders. The kiss deepened. His hand found the small of her back, pulling her closer. She shifted, straddling his lap, and he groaned softly against her mouth. "Cecilia." "Don't stop," she whispered. He didn't. They stayed on that couch for a long time, kissing, leaning into each other. She pulled back and looked him in his eyes. "Do you want me to stay?" His heart hammered. "Do you want to?" "Yes." "Then stay." Later, much later, they lay in his bed, tangled together, the room dark except for the streetlight filtering through the curtains. WGUM was still playing softly from the living room. Cecilia was tracing lazy patterns on his chest, her head tucked under his chin. "Deondrey," she said quietly. "Yeah? I'm falling for you." His breath caught. He tightened his arm around her, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. "I'm already there," he said. She lifted her head to look at him, her eyes shining in the dim light. He cupped her face, brushed his thumb across her cheek. "I mean it," he said. "I know it's fast. I know we've only known each other a few weeks. But it feels right." "It does," she whispered. "So we figure it out. You move back into your spa, we keep Fresh Start Fridays going, and we make this work, because I don't want to lose this. I don't want to lose you." "You won't," she promised. They kissed again, soft, slow, full of promise. And as DJ Marquis' voice drifted through the house, Deondrey thought, "This is it. This is what I've been waiting for."
Chapter 9. Monday morning, Cecilia woke up in Deondrey's bed with sunlight streaming through the curtains and his arm draped across her waist. For a moment, she just lay there, feeling the steady rise and fall of his chest against her back, the warmth of him surrounding her. This is real, she thought. This is happening. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand. She reached for it carefully, trying not to wake him. A text from the contractor. "Mike, good news. Passed final inspection. You're clear to move back in Wednesday." Her stomach flipped. half excitement, half something else she didn't want to examine too closely. Wednesday. 2 days. Deondrey stirred behind her, pressing a sleepy kiss to her shoulder. Morning. Morning. She turned to face him, and the smile on his face made her chest tight. You okay? He asked. Yeah, just got a text from the contractor. Spa's ready. I can move back in Wednesday. His expression shifted, still smiling, but something dimmer underneath. That's great. Yeah, it is. They lay there in silence for a moment, the unspoken hanging between them. So, he said finally, Wednesday. Wednesday. But we're still doing Fresh Start Fridays, right? You're not just disappearing? She touched his face, ran her thumb along his jawline. I'm not disappearing, I promise. Good. He pulled her closer, kissed her forehead. Because I'm not done with you yet. I'm not sure if I'll ever be. Good, she echoed, smiling against his chest. Because I'm not done with you either. By the time they got to the shop Monday morning, separately, because Cecilia insisted she needed to go home and change first, word had already spread. Mr. Kwame took one look at them and grinned. Well, well, well. Don't start, Deondrey warned. I ain't starting nothing. Just saying. Y'all got a glow about you. Cecilia's face heated. She busied herself setting up her station, trying to ignore the knowing looks from everyone in the waiting area. But she couldn't stop smiling. The week was already off to a busy start. Simone was coming Friday to do her feature, and Cecilia had spent Sunday evening preparing, thinking through what she'd say, how she'd present Fresh Start Fridays, making sure her station would look good in photos. She was both excited and nervous. This was real exposure, real validation. Tuesday was busy. Cecilia had back-to-back clients all morning. Word about her spa reopening had spread, and people were trying to get in one last session before she moved. Around noon, she got a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello? Hi, is this Cecilia Vance? Yes, this is she. Great. My name is Lauren Mitchell. I'm a reporter with Georgia Living magazine. We're doing a piece on small businesses in rural Georgia, and your name came up. I'd love to talk to you about your wellness practice and your collaboration with Carter & Sons Barbershop. Would you have time for a quick interview? Cecilia's heart raced. Georgia Living? Really? Really. We think your story is exactly what our readers want to see. Innovative, community-focused, authentic. Yes, absolutely. When were you thinking? Would today work? I'm actually in the area. I could swing by around 2. 2 works. I'll be at the barbershop, Carter & Sons on Main Street. Perfect. See you then. Cecilia hung up, staring at her phone in disbelief. Georgia Living magazine. You okay? Deondrey asked from across the room. That was a reporter from Georgia Living magazine. She wants to interview us. Deondrey set down his clippers. What? She's coming at 2, today. The shop went silent, then erupted. Y'all getting interviewed by Georgia Living? Big Terry bellowed. That's major, Javon said, looking up from his phone for once. Mr. Kwame just grinned. Told you. Famous. Lauren Mitchell arrived at exactly 2 o'clock. She was polished, professional, armed with a recorder and a photographer. She interviewed them separately first, asking Cecilia about her background, her training, why she chose Sweetgum. Then she talked to Deondrey about the barbershop's history, his family's legacy, what made him say yes to the collaboration. Then she interviewed them together. So? Lauren said, glancing between them with a knowing smile. You two seem to have really good chemistry. Was that immediate or did it develop over time? Cecilia's face warmed. I think it developed. We were cautious at first, figuring each other out. And now? Lauren asked. Deondrey caught Cecilia's eye. Now we're a team. More than a team, it seems like, Lauren said, her smile widening. There's a lot of buzz in town about you two, not just professionally. Cecilia laughed, a little embarrassed. Sweetgum's a small town. People talk. They do. And what they're saying is that you two are the real deal, both professionally and personally. Deondrey's hand found Cecilia's under the table. She squeezed it. We're figuring it out, Cecilia said honestly. But yeah, it's real. After Lauren and the photographer left, Cecilia sat down at her station, a little overwhelmed. You okay? Deondrey asked, walking over. Yeah, just processing. This is a lot. Good a lot or bad a lot? Good, definitely good, just unexpected. He sat down next to her. You deserve it, all of it. We deserve it. Yeah, we do. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the shop move around them. I move back into my spa tomorrow. Cecilia said quietly. I know, but I'll still be here Fridays and we'll still see each other. This doesn't change anything. I know, he said again, but his voice was softer, like he was trying to convince himself. She turned to face him. Deondrey, I'm not going anywhere. Not really. Promise? Promise. He kissed her, quick and soft, right there in the middle of the shop. Mr. Kwame whistled. Someone laughed. Cecilia didn't care. Wednesday morning, Cecilia stood in her reopened spa and tried to feel excited. It was beautiful, better than before. Fresh paint, new floors, updated lighting, everything she dreamed of. But it felt quiet, empty, lonely. She'd gotten used to the noise of the barbershop, the banter, the laughter, the hum of clippers and WGUM playing in the background. The way Deondrey would catch her eye across the room and smile. The way Mr. Kwame would ask her ridiculous questions just to get a reaction. Here, it was just her. She set up her oils, arranged her treatment table, turned on her diffuser, tried to settle into the space. Her phone buzzed. Deondrey. How's the spa? Cecilia. Beautiful. Quiet. Deondrey. Miss the chaos yet? Cecilia. Maybe a little. Deondrey. Good. We miss you too. She smiled, her chest loosening. Cecilia. See you Friday? Deondrey. Wouldn't miss it. She had clients scheduled throughout the day, people who'd been waiting for her spa to reopen, people who wanted the full experience in her dedicated space. And it was good. Really good. But she found herself thinking about the barbershop, about Deondrey, about the community they'd built together in that corner. Thursday was steady. More clients, more consultations, more people excited to see her spa fully operational. Around 3, Shanika called. So, Shanika said without preamble, how's it feel to be back in your own space? Good. Great, actually. But, Cecilia sighed, but I miss the barbershop. Is that weird? Not even a little bit. You built something there. With him. Yeah. So what are you going to do about it? What do you mean? I mean, are you just going to do Fresh Start Fridays and call it good? Or are you going to figure out how to make this work long term? Cecilia was quiet for a moment. I don't know. We haven't really talked about it. Maybe you should. Maybe. After they hung up, Cecilia sat in her treatment room thinking. She loved her spa. She'd worked so hard to build it, to make it hers. But she also loved what she and Deondrey had created together. The collaboration, the community, the way they challenged and supported each other. And she loved him. She hadn't said it out loud yet, but she felt it, deep in her chest, warm and sure and terrifying. Tomorrow, she thought. I'll talk to him tomorrow. Friday morning, Cecilia arrived at the barbershop at 7:30, her stomach full of butterflies. Simone was coming at 9 to observe Fresh Start Friday, and she wanted everything to be perfect. Deondrey was already there, setting up. When he saw her, his whole face lit up. Hey! Hey! She set down her bags and walked over to him. Ready for this? As ready as I'll ever be. He pulled her close, kissed her forehead. Missed you this week. Missed you too. How's the spa? Good, but quiet. Yeah? Yeah? She looked up at him. Can we talk after today? His expression shifted, concerned but open. Of course. Everything okay? Everything's fine. I want to talk about us, about what happens next. He relaxed, smiling. Okay, yeah, let's talk. Simone arrived at 9 sharp with a photographer. She was all energy and enthusiasm, asking questions, taking notes, snapping photos. She observed the whole morning, watching Cecilia work with clients, watching Deondrey give cuts, capturing the flow and rhythm of Fresh Start Friday. She interviewed clients as they came through. Everyone had glowing things to say. This is exactly what I needed, one woman said. I feel like a whole new person. Best cut I've had in years, a man told the photographer, and my wife got pampered while she waited. Win-win. By noon, Simone was beaming. This is gold. Absolute gold. You two have something really special here. Thank you, Cecilia said. That means a lot. After Simone left, promising the blog post would go live early next week, Cecilia collapsed into one of the waiting area chairs. Deondrey sat down next to her. You did great. So did you. We make a good team. Yeah, we do. They sat in comfortable silence, the shop quieting down around them as the afternoon lull set in. So, Deondrey said, you wanted to talk? Cecilia took a breath. Yeah, about us, about what this is. Okay, I love my spa. I worked so hard to build it, and it feels amazing to be back in my own space. But I also love this, what we built together. Fresh Start Fridays, the collaboration, the way we work together. I don't want to lose that. You won't. We'll keep doing Fridays. I want more than Fridays, Deondrey. He went still. What do you mean? I mean, I want to figure out how to make this work long term, not just the business stuff. Us, I want us. His eyes searched her face. You sure? I'm sure. I know it's fast. I know it's complicated, but I'm falling for you. Actually, I think I've already fallen, and I don't want to pretend I haven't. A slow smile spread across his face. Good, because I'm already there, have been for a while. She laughed, relief flooding through her. Yeah? Yeah. He cupped her face, kissed her softly. I love you, Cecilia. Her breath caught. I love you too. They kissed again, deeper this time, unhurried, full of promise. When they pulled apart, both of them were smiling. So what now? She asked. Now we figure it out. Together. Together. WGUM was still playing softly in the background. DJ Amir's voice drifted through. Here's one for the lovers. Y'all know who you are. And Cecilia thought, this is it. This is everything.
Chapter 10. The following week started with a phone call that changed everything. Monday morning, Deondrey was opening the shop when his phone rang. Unknown number. Carter & Sons Barbershop. Good morning. Is this Deondrey Carter? Yes, this is he. Wonderful. My name is Regina Newman. I'm on the committee for the Main Street Beautification and Small Business Grant. I'm calling to let you know that you and Ms. Vance have been selected as finalists. Deondrey nearly dropped his phone. Finalists? Yes. Your Fresh Start Fridays collaboration really impressed the committee. We'd like to schedule a final interview, just a formality really, to discuss your vision for the future and how you plan to use the grant funds. Would next Monday work for you both? Yes, absolutely. Monday works. Perfect. We'll send over the details via email. Congratulations, Mr. Carter. We're very excited about what you and Ms. Vance are building. After he hung up, Deondrey just stood there in the middle of the shop, staring at his phone. Finalists. They were actually finalists. He immediately called Cecilia. She answered on the second ring. Hey, I was just about to call you. We're finalists. Silence. Then, what? For the grant. The committee just called. We're finalists. We have an interview next Monday. He heard her gasp, then something that sounded like she'd dropped her phone. Rustling. Then her voice breathless. Oh my goodness. Are you serious? Dead serious. Deondrey. She was laughing, crying, both at once. We did it. We actually did it. Yeah, we did. I need to see you. Can I come by? I'm at the shop. I'll be there in 10 minutes. She made it in 7. Deondrey was barely done setting up when she burst through the door, her face glowing. We're finalists, she said, and then she was in his arms, laughing against his chest. Yeah, we are. She pulled back just enough to look at him. I can't believe this is real. Believe it. They stood there for a moment, just holding each other, and Deondrey thought, this is what success feels like. Not the grant or the recognition, though those mattered, but this, her in his arms, both of them building something that mattered, making it this far together. We should celebrate, Cecilia said. Yeah? Yeah, dinner tonight? My place? I'd love that. Around 11, Mr. Kwame walked in, waving his phone. Y'all see this? See what? Deondrey asked. Simone's blog post. It went live an hour ago. Deondrey pulled out his phone and opened Sweetgum Scenes. The headline, Sweetgum's Power Couple, How Cecilia Vance and Deondrey Carter Are Redefining Community Business. The article was extensive. Photos of them working, quotes from clients, a whole section about the barbershop's history and Cecilia's wellness practice. Simone had captured everything, the energy, the collaboration, the community impact. And then near the end, but what makes Fresh Start Fridays truly special isn't just the innovation or the community benefit. It's the love story unfolding right in the middle of it. Cecilia Vance and Deondrey Carter aren't just business partners, they're partners in every sense of the word, and Sweetgum couldn't be happier for them. Deondrey looked up. Cecilia was reading it on her phone, her hand over her mouth. Love story, she said, laughing. Simone called us a love story. Is she wrong? Deondrey asked. Cecilia met his eyes. No, she's not wrong. Within an hour, the comments started rolling in. People from town, people they knew, people they didn't. This is the sweetest thing I've ever read. So proud of our local businesses. Can't wait to try Fresh Start Friday. They're adorable together. The shop was busier than usual that day. People stopping in to congratulate them, to book appointments, to see the power couple everyone was talking about. It was overwhelming and wonderful and terrifying. That evening, Deondrey drove to Cecilia's apartment with takeout from Rochelle's old-fashioned diner and a bottle of wine he'd picked up from the grocery store. She answered the door in leggings and an oversized sweater, her curls piled on top of her head, and she'd never looked more beautiful. "Hey! Hey!" He held up the bags. "I brought provisions." "Perfect, I'm starving." They ate at her small kitchen table, talking and laughing, the stress of the day melting away. "Can you believe all of this?" Cecilia asked. "The grant, the blog post, the magazine interview, it's like everything's happening at once." "It's a lot." "Good a lot?" "Definitely good." She reached across the table, took his hand. "I'm glad I'm doing this with you." "Me too." After dinner, they moved to the couch. Cecilia curled up against him, her head on his chest, and they just sat there, comfortable and quiet. "Deondrey?" "Yeah?" "What do you want? Long term, I mean, with the shop, with your life." He thought about it. "I want to honor what my family built, keep the shop going, keep the legacy alive, but I also want to make it mine, add my own mark to it, like Fresh Start Fridays." "What about us?" she asked quietly. "What do you want with us?" He tightened his arm around her. "I want everything. I want mornings at the shop and dinners like this. I want to build something together, not just the business, but a life. I want to wake up next to you and know that we're a team." She tilted her head up to look at him. "That's what I want too." "Yeah, yeah." He kissed her slow and deep, and she shifted to straddle his lap, her hands sliding up his chest to rest against his neck. "Stay tonight," she whispered against his mouth. "Already planning on it," he murmured back. The next morning, Deondrey woke up in Cecilia's bed with her curled against him and sunlight streaming through the curtains. He felt content, settled, like all the pieces had finally fallen into place. His phone rang on the nightstand. He reached for it carefully, trying not to wake Cecilia. Joseph. He slipped out of bed and walked into the living room, closing the bedroom door behind him. "Hey, Dad. Saw the blog post," Joseph said. "You and that girl. Proud of you, son." Deondrey smiled. "Thanks, Dad. So when are you going to make it official?" "Make what official?" "Don't play dumb with me. That girl loves you. You love her. What are you waiting for?" Deondrey's heart pounded. His father never was one to beat around the bush. I've been thinking about it. Thinking's not doing. You got your grandmother's ring. Yeah, you gave it to me. So use it. Life's too short to wait around. Trust me on that." Deondrey was quiet for a moment, his throat tight. "You're right," he said finally. "I know I am. Now go make me proud." The rest of the week flew by. Wednesday, they started prepping for the grant interview. Cecilia made a presentation with data from Fresh Start Fridays, client numbers, feedback, community impact. Deondrey worked on talking points about the barbershop's history and their vision for the future. Thursday, they practiced. Cecilia asked him questions. He asked her questions. They refined their answers until they felt natural. Friday, another Fresh Start Friday. The shop was packed. Word had spread even further after Simone's blog post. They served 73 clients, a new record. Saturday, Deondrey took Cecilia to Sweetgum Lake. They walked the trail, hand in hand, talking about everything and nothing. "I've been thinking," Cecilia said as they sat by the water. About expanding Fresh Start Fridays. What if we did it twice a week, Tuesdays and Fridays?" "You think there's demand for that?" "I think so. We barely had enough time to service all those clients on Friday, and it would give us more time together, more opportunities to reach people." He smiled. "I like that idea." "Yeah? Yeah, let's do it." They sat in comfortable silence, watching the sun reflect off the water. "Deondrey? Yeah, I'm really happy." He pulled her closer. "Me too. Do you know one thing I really love about you?" "What's that?" "You say what you feel and what you mean. I like that I don't have to wonder. I love that you're confident enough to say what you want when you want it," he told her. "I can do that because I feel safe with you, safe to express, safe to be real without fearing rejection. You make me feel secure." She whispered, caressing his face. "Wow, that really means a lot to me that you feel that way," he said as he kissed her gently. "It means a lot to me too." They sat wrapped up in each other for a while longer. watching the light dance across the water as the afternoon stretched into evening. The lake was peaceful, the air warm, and for a moment the world felt like it belonged just to them. Finally, as the sun began to dip lower, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, Deondrey stood and offered her his hand. "Come on, let's head back before it gets dark." Cecilia took his hand, letting him pull her to her feet. "Thank you for bringing me here today. Anytime." He laced his fingers through hers as they walked back toward the parking lot. "We should make this a regular thing, our spot." "I'd like that." As they drove back toward town, Cecilia's hand resting on his thigh, Deondrey felt a certainty settle deep in his chest. This was it. She was it. And soon, very soon, he was going to make sure she knew just how permanent he wanted this to be. Sunday evening. Deondrey sat in his living room, staring at the small velvet box in his hand. His grandmother's ring. His father had given it to him years ago, told him to hold on to it for the right person. "You'll know when you know," Joseph had said. And Deondrey knew. He loved Cecilia. She loved him. They were partners in every sense of the word. It was fast. Some people might say too fast, but he didn't care. When you know, you know. He'd do it after the grant interview, after Monday. After they'd had time to celebrate whatever happened, he'd take her somewhere special, ask her properly, build a life with her. His phone rang. Cecilia. "Hey, can't sleep." "Not really, too nervous about tomorrow." "We're going to be great," he said. "You think so?" "I know so." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "I love you." "I love you too. See you tomorrow?" "Wouldn't miss it." After they hung up, Deondrey set the ring box on his coffee table and smiled. Tomorrow, the grant interview, and soon, very soon, he'd ask Cecilia Vance to marry him.
Chapter 11. Monday morning arrived with a nervous energy that had Cecilia awake before her alarm. The grant interview was at 10. She and Deondrey had prepared, practiced, refined their pitch until it was polished. But still, her stomach was full of butterflies. She got dressed carefully, professional but approachable. A navy wrap dress, simple jewelry, her hair in defined curls pulled back from her face. She looked capable, confident. She just had to feel it too. Her phone rang at 7:30. Deondrey. "Morning," she answered. "Morning. How you feeling?" "Terrified. You?" "Same. Want to grab coffee before we head over? We've got time." "Yes, please. I need caffeine and a pep talk." "Roasted beans in 20? I'll be there." They met at Roasted Beans, settling into a corner table with their drinks. A latte for her, black coffee for him. "You ready for this?" Deondrey asked. "I think so. We know our stuff. We've got the data. We're good." "We are." He reached across the table, took her hand. "No matter what happens today, we've already won. You know that, right?" "What do you mean?" "I mean we built something real. Something that matters to this community. Whether we get the grant or not, that doesn't change." She squeezed his hand. "You're right, but I still really want the grant." He laughed. "Yeah, me too." The grant committee met in a conference room at the Sweetgum Community Center. 3 people sat behind a long table. Regina Newman, who Deondrey had spoken to on the phone, and 2 others introduced as Richard Benson and Denise Foster. "Thank you both for coming," Regina said warmly. "We've been so impressed with your Fresh Start Fridays initiative. Please, have a seat." Cecilia and Deondrey sat across from them, and Cecilia pulled out the presentation she'd prepared, printed copies for each committee member. "We're excited to share what we've built," Cecilia said, her voice steadier than she felt. The interview lasted an hour. They walked through the data, client numbers, feedback, testimonials. They talked about the barbershop's history and Cecilia's vision for wellness in the community. They discussed how they'd use the grant funds, upgraded equipment for the barbershop, expanded offerings at the spa, marketing to reach more people. The committee asked thoughtful questions. What challenges had they faced? How did they measure success? What was their 5-year vision? Cecilia and Deondrey answered as a team, building on each other's points, showing the depth of their collaboration. Finally, Regina smiled. "This has been wonderful. You two clearly have something special. We'll be making our final decision by the end of the week and will notify all finalists by Friday." "Thank you so much for this opportunity," Deondrey said. "Yes, thank you," Cecilia added. They shook hands, gathered their materials, and left. Outside, Cecilia let out a long breath. "Oh my God, that was intense." You were amazing. We were amazing. We crushed that. Deondrey grinned, pulling her into a hug. Yeah, we did. The rest of Monday was a blur. Cecilia had clients at her spa, but she could barely focus. Her mind kept replaying the interview, analyzing every answer, every question. By Tuesday, the nervous energy had morphed into restless anticipation. Wednesday, she tried to distract herself by reorganizing her entire spa. Twice. Thursday, Deondrey called her at lunch. You're spiraling, aren't you? Maybe. Come to the shop. Let's prep for tomorrow's Fresh Start Friday. Keep your mind busy. Good idea. She walked next door to the shop, grateful for the distraction. They went over logistics, confirmed appointments, made sure everything was ready. We've got 62 bookings for tomorrow, Cecilia said, checking her list. That's our biggest day yet. People love what we're doing. Yeah, they do. She looked at him across the shop, his shop where this had all started, where she'd walked in soaking wet and desperate, and he'd said yes. Thank you, she said. For what? For taking a chance on me, for believing in this, for everything. He walked over, cupped her face. Best decision I ever made. Friday morning, 3 days after the interview, Cecilia arrived at the barbershop at 7:30 for Fresh Start Friday. The grant committee had said they'd notify finalists by today, any time today, which meant she'd probably be checking her phone obsessively all day. Try not to think about it, she told herself. Focus on the clients. The morning was busy. Clients rotated through, cuts, treatments, consultations. The energy was good, the flow smooth. By 11, they'd already served 40 clients. Then, at 11:15, Cecilia's phone rang. Unknown number. Her heart stopped. Hello? Good morning. Is this Cecilia Vance? Yes. This is Regina Newman from the Main Street Beautification Grant Committee. Is this a good time? Cecilia's hand was shaking. She looked across the shop at Deondrey, who was mid-cut but watching her. Yes, this is a good time. Wonderful. I'm calling to let you know that you and Mr. Carter have been selected as this year's grant recipients. Congratulations. Cecilia's knees went weak. What? Regina laughed. You won. The committee was unanimous. Your collaboration embodies everything we're looking for. The $10,000 will be distributed next week, and the feature in Georgia Tourism Magazine will run in December. I thank you. Thank you so much. You've earned it. We'll be in touch with next steps. Congratulations again. Cecilia hung up, her hands still shaking. Deondrey had set down his clippers, his client forgotten. Well, we won. The shop went silent. Then chaos. We won, Cecilia shouted, laughing, and Deondrey crossed the shop in 3 strides, lifting her off her feet and spinning her around. The whole shop erupted. Mr. Kwame was clapping, Big Terry was whooping, clients were cheering. We actually won, Deondrey said, his forehead pressed to hers. We actually won. That night, after the shop closed and the celebration had died down, Deondrey took Cecilia to his house. I want to show you something, he said. They sat in his living room, and he pulled out a folder, plans he'd been working on. What's this? She asked. Ideas. For how to use the grant money. I was thinking, what if we formalized the collaboration? Not just Fresh Start Fridays, but a real partnership. We could renovate part of the shop, create a dedicated wellness space. You'd have your spa, but we'd also have this shared area where we can do the Friday sessions, and maybe even expand to other days. Cecilia stared at the sketches. Floor plans, layout ideas, a vision for something bigger than what they'd started with. You've been planning this? She asked. Yeah, I didn't want to say anything until I knew if we'd get the grant. But now, he looked at her, hopeful and nervous. What do you think? I think it's perfect. I think you're perfect. He smiled, pulling her close. So that's a yes? That's a yes. They kissed, and Cecilia thought, this is what it feels like to build a life with someone, to dream together, to win together. Saturday morning, Cecilia woke up in Deondrey's bed to the smell of coffee and something baking. She padded out to the kitchen in one of his t-shirts and found him pulling cinnamon rolls out of the oven. You bake? She asked, surprised. Only when I'm celebrating, he grinned. We won a grant. I think that qualifies. They ate breakfast on his back porch, the morning sun warm on their faces, and Cecilia felt a contentment she hadn't felt in years. I have something I want to ask you, Deondrey said. Okay, not now, but soon. Just be ready. She raised an eyebrow. That's cryptic. You'll see. Sunday, they drove to Sweetgum Lake. It had become their spot, the place they went to talk, to think, to just be. They walked the trail hand in hand, talking about the grant, the renovations, the future. When they reached the spot by the water where they always sat, Deondrey stopped. "Cecilia," she turned to face him, and her breath caught. He was holding a small velvet box. "I know it's fast," he said, his voice steady but his hands shaking slightly. "We've only known each other a few months, but I also know that I've never been more sure of anything in my life. You walked into my shop on the worst day, and you turned it into the best thing that's ever happened to me." Tears were already streaming down her face. "You challenge me. You make me want to be better. You see the world in a way that makes me see it differently too. And I don't want to do any of this, build the business, live this life, without you." He opened the box. Inside was a vintage ring, delicate, beautiful, with a small diamond surrounded by intricate metalwork. "This was my grandmother's. My dad gave it to me years ago and told me I'd know when I met the right person. And I know, Cecilia. You're it. You're everything." He dropped to one knee. "Will you marry me?" She was sobbing now, nodding before she could even get the words out. "Yes, yes, of course, yes." He slid the ring onto her finger, and she pulled him to his feet, kissing him through tears and laughter. "I love you," she said. "I love you too." They stood there by the lake, holding each other, the ring catching the sunlight, and Cecilia thought, "This is my life, this beautiful, unexpected, perfect life." Chapter 12. The week after the proposal passed in a blur of happiness. Cecilia wore her ring everywhere, catching herself staring at it at random moments, while mixing oils during client consultations, driving to the shop. The delicate vintage band caught the light beautifully, and every time she looked at it, her chest felt warm. She'd called Shanika first, screaming into the phone. Then her parents, who were thrilled but also slightly concerned about the timeline. "You've known him how long?" her mother had asked. "Long enough," Cecilia had replied. Deondrey had told his father in person. He said Joseph had cried, actually cried, and Joseph pulled Cecilia into a long hug the next time he saw her. "Welcome to the family," he'd said, his voice thick with emotion. The town, of course, found out within 24 hours. Mr. Kwame had apparently told everyone who came into the shop Monday morning. By Tuesday, people were stopping Cecilia on the street to congratulate her. It was overwhelming and wonderful, and exactly what she'd never known she wanted. Tuesday afternoon, Cecilia was at her spa between appointments when the door chimed. A woman walked in, older, maybe mid-60s, well-dressed, with an air of someone used to being taken seriously. "Can I help you?" Cecilia asked, smiling. "I hope so. Are you Cecilia Vance?" "Yes, I am." The woman's expression was tight. "I'm Pamela Hughes. I came in for a treatment 2 weeks ago. The hand and arm massage during Fresh Start Friday." Cecilia pulled up her records on her tablet. "Yes, I remember. Mrs. Hughes, right? How are you?" "Not well, actually." Mrs. Hughes held out her arm. Cecilia's stomach dropped. There was a rash, red, angry, spreading from her wrist to her elbow. Some areas looked like hives, others dry and irritated. "Oh my goodness," Cecilia breathed. "When did this start?" "A few days after the treatment. It's gotten worse. My doctor said it looks like an allergic reaction." Cecilia's mind raced. She pulled up her notes from that session. Lavender and chamomile blend. Standard carrier oil. She'd done a patch test first. She always did patch tests. "Mrs. Hughes, I'm so sorry you're experiencing this, but I did a patch test before the treatment. You didn't have any reaction then." Well, clearly something went wrong. Mrs. Hughes's voice was cold. "I've never had a reaction like this before, and it started right after your treatment. I understand how upsetting this must be. Can I ask, have you used any new products recently? New soap, laundry detergent, lotions? I don't see how that's relevant." "The reaction started after you put your oils on my skin." Cecilia felt her throat tighten. "I take allergies very seriously, Mrs. Hughes. I always do patch tests for exactly this reason, and I keep detailed records. Everything I used on you was safe, diluted properly, and tested first." "Are you saying this is my fault?" "No, not at all. I'm just trying to understand what happened so we can figure this out." Mrs. Hughes pulled her arm back. "I think it's pretty clear what happened. Your treatment caused this, and I think other people should know before they come in here and have the same problem." Cecilia's heart was pounding. Mrs. Hughes, please, let me look into this. Let me review everything. If there was a mistake on my end, I'll take full responsibility, but I need time to figure out what went wrong. I've seen enough. Mrs. Hughes turned toward the door. I'll be speaking to my daughter about this. She's very active in the community Facebook group. And then she was gone. Cecilia stood in her empty spa, staring at the door, her hands shaking. What just happened? She pulled up her notes again, reading through every detail of Mrs. Hughes's session. Patch test, clear. Oils used, standard, safe, properly diluted. No indication of any issues during or immediately after the treatment. So what had gone wrong? That evening, Cecilia sat in her apartment, still going over her notes, when Deondrey called. Hey, you still coming over for dinner? She'd completely forgotten. Yeah, sorry I got distracted. You okay? You sound off. I'm fine. I'll be there in 20. She wasn't fine, but she didn't want to worry him until she had more information. At Deondrey's house, she tried to act normal. They made dinner together, stir-fry with vegetables from the farmer's market, and talked about the grant renovations, the wedding timeline, mundane everyday things. But her mind kept drifting back to Mrs. Hughes's angry face. That rash, the threat about the Facebook group. Cecilia. She looked up. Deondrey was watching her, concerned. What's going on, he asked. She set down her fork. A client came in today, Mrs. Pamela Hughes. She had a reaction, a rash, and she says it's from my treatment 2 weeks ago. His expression shifted. A reaction? How bad? Bad, red, irritated, spreading up her arm. She said her doctor thinks it's an allergic reaction. Did you do a patch test? Of course I did. I always do. And it was clear. No reaction at all. So what happened? I don't know. Her voice cracked. I went over my notes 100 times. Everything was done correctly. But she's convinced it was my oils, and she said she's going to tell people. Post about it. Deondrey was quiet for a moment. Okay, let's think this through. Is there any way something could have been contaminated? Old oils? Expired products? No. I check expiration dates religiously, and I use fresh carrier oil for every client. What about the oils themselves? Could she be allergic to lavender or chamomile? Maybe, but the patch test would have shown that. Unless the reaction was delayed. Cecilia's stomach twisted. That's possible, but I've never seen a delayed reaction from a properly diluted blend, and I've been doing this for years. Deondrey reached across the table, took her hand. We'll figure this out. Maybe she did use something new detergent, new soap. Maybe it's not your treatment at all. She didn't want to hear that. She was already convinced it was me. Then we'll prove it wasn't. And if I can't, he squeezed her hand. Then we deal with it, but let's not panic yet. She wanted to believe him, but the knot in her stomach wouldn't loosen. Wednesday morning, Cecilia woke up to 17 missed calls and 32 text messages. Her heart dropped. She opened her phone. The first text was from Shanika. Call me now. The second was from a former client. Is it true you gave someone a chemical burn? The third was from someone she didn't even know. Saw the post. Disappointed in you. Post? What post? She opened Facebook, navigating to the Sweetgum community group. And there it was. A post from Kimberly Hughes, Pamela's daughter, posted at 11:47 p.m. the night before. PSA, beware of Serenity Wellness Spa. The post included photos of Mrs. Hughes's rash, close-ups, graphic, angry red welts spreading across her skin, and a long caption. My mother went to Serenity Wellness Spa 2 weeks ago for what was supposed to be a relaxing aromatherapy treatment during Fresh Start Friday at Carter & Sons barbershop. Instead, she ended up with this horrific reaction. Her arm is covered in painful hives and irritation. Her doctor confirmed it's an allergic reaction, likely from the essential oils used during the treatment. When my mother went back to speak with Cecilia Vance, the owner, she was dismissive and defensive, suggesting my mother must have used new products at home. She refused to take responsibility. I'm posting this so others know what they're walking into. Essential oils can be dangerous when not used properly, and clearly this business isn't taking proper precautions. Please be careful and think twice before booking here. The post had 127 comments. Cecilia scrolled through them, her hands shaking. Oh my God, that looks terrible. I was thinking about booking there, not anymore. This is why I don't trust that natural medicine stuff. Poor Mrs. Hughes, she's such a sweet woman. But there were also some defending her. I've been to Serenity Wellness and never had any issues. Cecilia is very thorough. Maybe Mrs. Hughes is allergic. That doesn't mean Cecilia did something wrong. Let's not jump to conclusions. There are two sides to every story. But the negative comments far outweighed the positive ones. Cecilia's vision blurred. She couldn't breathe. Her phone rang. Deondrey. I saw it, she said before he could speak. I'm coming over. Deondrey. I'm already in the car. I'll be there in 5 minutes. When Deondrey arrived, Cecilia was sitting on her couch, staring at her phone, tears streaming down her face. He sat down next to her, pulled her into his arms. It's everywhere, she whispered. Everyone's talking about it. People think I hurt her. They think I'm careless. You're not careless. You're the most careful person I know. Then why did this happen? I don't know, but we're going to figure it out. She pulled back, looking at him. What if we can't? What if she really did have a reaction to my oils? What if I missed something? You didn't miss anything. You don't know that. I know you, and I know how seriously you take your work. Her phone buzzed. An email. She opened it, her heart sinking. It was from Regina Newman. Subject, Main Street Beautification Grant Status Update. Dear Ms. Vance and Mr. Carter, it has come to our attention that there are concerns circulating in the community regarding a client reaction at Serenity Wellness Spa. As part of our due diligence, we are pausing the grant distribution pending a review of these concerns. Please understand, this is standard procedure when questions arise about a recipient's business practices. We will be in touch once we have gathered more information. Sincerely, Regina Newman, Main Street Beautification Grant Committee. Cecilia's hands went numb. They're pulling the grant, she whispered. What? She handed him the phone. He read it, his jaw tightening. They said pausing, not pulling. Same thing, it's not. Deondrey, they think I hurt someone. They think I'm a liability, and maybe they're right. Stop, his voice was firm. You didn't do anything wrong. We're going to prove that. How? I don't know yet, but we will. She wanted to believe him. But right now, sitting in her apartment with her phone blowing up and her reputation crumbling, she couldn't see how. By noon, Cecilia had lost 3 client appointments, all cancellations with vague excuses. By 2, she'd gotten an email from a local wellness expo saying they were reconsidering her vendor application. By 4, she was sitting in her spa alone, staring at the walls, wondering if everything she'd built was about to fall apart. Her phone rang, an unknown number. She almost didn't answer, but something made her pick up. Hello? Hi, is this Cecilia Vance? Yes. This is Dr. Marianne Seymour. I'm Mrs. Hughes's dermatologist. Do you have a moment to talk? Cecilia's heart raced. Yes, of course. I wanted to reach out because I've been treating Mrs. Hughes for the rash on her arm. She mentioned she'd had a treatment at your spa, and I wanted to ask you some questions about what products you used. I used lavender and chamomile essential oils in a sweet almond carrier oil. Everything was diluted properly, and I did a patch test before the treatment. And she had no reaction to the patch test? None at all. Dr. Seymour was quiet for a moment. That's interesting, because the rash pattern doesn't quite match what I'd expect from an essential oil reaction. It's more diffuse, less localized. What does that mean? It means I'm not convinced the essential oils were the sole cause. There are other factors that could be contributing: new soaps, detergents, environmental allergens. I asked Mrs. Hughes if she'd changed anything else in her routine, but she insists nothing changed except your treatment. So you think it was my oils? I think it's possible they played a role, but I also think there may be more to the story. I wanted to let you know that I'm running some additional tests to see if we can pinpoint the specific allergen. It may not be what she thinks it is. Cecilia's throat was tight. Thank you for telling me. Of course, I know this situation is difficult, but I believe in getting to the truth, not just pointing fingers. After they hung up, Cecilia sat in silence. Additional tests. More to the story. Maybe there was a way to figure this out, but even if there was, the damage was already done.
Chapter 13. Deondrey had never felt this kind of anger before. Not the hot, explosive kind that made you lash out. This was cold, simmering, the kind that sat in your chest like a weight and made everything feel too tight. Wednesday night, after leaving Cecilia's apartment, he'd driven home and immediately opened Facebook. The post was still there, still growing. 183 comments now, more photos, more speculation. Someone had even started a separate thread. Has anyone else had problems at Serenity Wellness? So far, no one had come forward with other complaints. But the thread existed. The seed of doubt was planted. Deondrey scrolled through the comments, his jaw tight. Most people didn't know Cecilia the way he did. They didn't know how careful she was, how seriously she took her work, how she triple-checked everything. They just saw the photos, the accusation, and they believed it. His phone rang. Joseph. You see it? His father asked without preamble. Yeah, I saw it. People are talking. I know. What are you going to do? Deondrey exhaled. I don't know yet, but I need to figure it out fast. The grant committee already sent an email saying they're pausing distribution. Joseph was quiet for a moment. You believe her? That she didn't do anything wrong? Of course I do. Even if it costs you the grant, the shop's reputation? Deondrey's hand tightened around the phone. Dad, I love her. I'm going to marry her. Yeah, I believe her. Good. Just wanted to make sure. You think I'd throw her under the bus? No, but I wanted to hear you say it out loud, because when people start choosing sides, you're going to need to be clear about where you stand. After they hung up, Deondrey sat in his living room, staring at his phone. His father was right. People were already choosing sides, and he needed to make sure everyone knew which side he was on. Thursday morning, the shop felt different. The usual easy energy was gone. Clients came in quieter, more reserved. A few people asked about the Facebook post. Others just gave him sympathetic looks. Mr. Kwame arrived at 8, newspaper in hand, but instead of his usual cheerful greeting, he just shook his head. This is a mess, Mr. Kwame said. Yeah. You talked to Cecilia? Last night. She's devastated. She should be. That post made her look real bad. Deondrey's jaw tightened. She didn't do anything wrong. I'm not saying she did. I'm saying it looks bad, and in a small town, that's all that matters. So what am I supposed to do? You defend her, loud and clear, and you figure out what actually happened with Mrs. Hughes. I'm working on it. Work faster. Around 10, Javon came in for his usual cut. Hey man, Javon said, settling into the chair. Tough week, huh? You could say that. People are talking about Cecilia, about the grant. I know. For what it's worth, I don't think she did anything wrong. I've been to enough Fresh Start Fridays to see how careful she is. She's thorough, man, like annoyingly thorough. Deondrey managed a small smile. Yeah, she is. So what happened with Mrs. Hughes? I don't know, but I'm going to find out. By noon, Deondrey's phone was blowing up. Texts from friends, former clients, people he hadn't talked to in years. Everyone wanted to know, was the grant really being pulled? Was he still doing Fresh Start Fridays? Was Cecilia okay? He didn't have good answers for any of it. At 1, Big Terry walked in. Heard about the post, Big Terry said. That's rough. Yeah, you know I don't do drama, but I gotta say, Cecilia's good people. She helped my back when nothing else worked. I don't believe she'd hurt anybody on purpose. She didn't hurt anyone, period. Then you need to say that, publicly. I plan to. Good, because right now, people are filling in the blanks themselves. And you know how that goes in Sweetgum. That afternoon, Deondrey sat down and recorded a video on his phone. It took him 4 takes to get it right. But finally, he had something he could post. He uploaded it to the barbershop's Facebook page, then shared it to his personal page and the Sweetgum community group. The video was simple, just him sitting in the shop, speaking directly to the camera. Hey everyone, Deondrey Carter here. I know a lot of you have seen the post going around about Serenity Wellness Spa and my fiancée Cecilia Vance. I want to be clear about something. I've worked side by side with Cecilia for months now. I've watched her with clients. I've seen how careful she is, how seriously she takes her work, how much she cares about the people she serves. Cecilia did not hurt Mrs. Hughes. I don't know what caused the reaction Mrs. Hughes is experiencing, but I do know that Cecilia followed every safety protocol. She did a patch test. She used properly diluted oils. She kept detailed records. If you know me, you know I wouldn't say this if I didn't believe it. And I wouldn't stake my family's reputation on someone I didn't trust completely. So before you share that post or leave a comment or cancel an appointment, I'm asking you to remember that there are two sides to every story, and Cecilia deserves the chance to tell hers. Fresh Start Fridays will continue as planned, and if you have questions or concerns, my door is open. Always has been. Thanks for listening. He posted it and set down his phone. Within 5 minutes, the comments started rolling in. Thank you for standing up for her. This is the integrity we need more of. Still not convinced, but I respect you for defending her. Mrs. Hughes is a good woman. Someone's lying here. The responses were mixed, but at least now people knew where he stood. Thursday evening, Cecilia called him. I saw the video, she said. Yeah? Thank you for defending me. You don't have to thank me. It's the truth. I know, but it still means a lot. Her voice was thick, like she'd been crying. You okay? He asked. No, but I will be. I'm coming over. You don't have to. I'm coming over. When he got to her apartment, she was sitting on the couch in sweatpants and one of his old t-shirts, her laptop open in front of her. What are you doing? He asked. Going through my records, again, looking for anything I might have missed. He sat down next to her. Cecilia, you've been over this 100 times. Then I'll go over it 101. You're going to drive yourself crazy. I already am crazy. At least this way I'm doing something. He closed the laptop gently. Take a break, just for tonight. I can't. Yes, you can. She looked at him, her eyes puffy and exhausted. What if I really did miss something? What if I hurt her and I don't even know how? You didn't. You don't know that. I do. Because I know you. She leaned into him, and he wrapped his arms around her, holding her while she cried. Friday morning, Deondrey woke up on Cecilia's couch. She was still asleep in her bedroom, and he didn't want to wake her. He checked his phone, more comments on the video, more messages, and one email that made his stomach drop. From Regina Newman. Subject, grant status, follow-up. Dear Mr. Carter and Miss Vance, thank you for your patience as we review the situation regarding the client reaction at Serenity Wellness Spa. We have been in contact with Mrs. Hughes and her family, as well as members of the Sweetgum community. At this time, we are moving forward with a formal investigation to determine whether proper safety protocols were followed. This process will take approximately 2 weeks. Until the investigation is complete, the grant distribution remains paused. We will keep you updated as we learn more. Sincerely, Regina Newman, Main Street Beautification Grant Committee. Deondrey set down his phone, his chest tight. 2 weeks. A formal investigation. This was getting worse. Fresh Start Friday still happened, but the energy was off. Only 32 clients showed up, half of what they'd been averaging. Some people who'd booked canceled last minute, others just didn't show. Cecilia worked quietly, professionally, but Deondrey could see the strain in her face. The way her hands shook slightly when she mixed oils, the way she double-checked everything, even things she'd done 1,000 times before. By the end of the day, they were both exhausted. I think I'm going to cancel next Friday, Cecilia said as they cleaned up. Deondrey looked up. What? Fresh Start Fridays. I think I should cancel until this blows over. No, Deondrey, no, we're not letting them win. It's not about winning. It's about protecting your shop, your reputation. If people are scared to come here because of me, then we show them there's nothing to be scared of. We keep going. We prove that you didn't do anything wrong. And if we can't prove it, he walked over to her, cupped her face. We will. I don't know how yet, but we will. She closed her eyes, leaning into his touch. I'm so tired, Deondrey. I know, but you're not alone. We're in this together. Together, she whispered. That evening, Mr. Kwame called Deondrey. I got an idea, Mr. Kwame said. I'm listening. Mrs. Hughes's daughter, Kimberly, she goes to the same church as my niece. I'm going to see if I can get my niece to talk to her. Find out if there's anything else going on. New detergent, new soap, anything Mrs. Hughes might not be telling us. You think Kimberly will talk? My niece is persuasive, and she likes Cecilia. She'll try. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Let's see what we find out first. Saturday morning, Deondrey was at the shop doing paperwork when his phone rang. Mr. Kwame. I got something, Mr. Kwame said. What? Kimberly talked to my niece. Turns out Mrs. Hughes started using a new laundry detergent about 2 weeks ago, one of those heavy-duty ones with fragrance and dyes. She switched because it was on sale. Deondrey sat up straight. You're serious? Dead serious. And here's the kicker. Mrs. Hughes has sensitive skin. Always has. Kimberly said her mom's had reactions to detergents before. Does Kimberly know this could be the cause? She does now. My niece pointed it out. Kimberly feels bad about the post, but said her mom is convinced it was the oils. Can you get Kimberly to talk to me? I can try. Sunday afternoon, Kimberly Hughes showed up at the barbershop. She looked uncomfortable, her arms crossed, but she walked in. Mr. Carter? That's me. Thanks for coming. I don't have a lot of time. I won't keep you long. I just wanted to ask, did your mother start using a new laundry detergent around the time she got the treatment at Serenity Wellness? Kimberly hesitated. Yeah, she did, but she's used detergent her whole life. That doesn't mean... It does if she has sensitive skin, and if the detergent has fragrances and dyes that she's allergic to. The rash started after the treatment, because that's when she started paying attention. But if she'd been washing her clothes in the new detergent for a few days before, the reaction could have been building. The timing just made it seem like it was the oils. Kimberly was quiet for a long moment. I don't know, she said finally. My mom is really upset. She's convinced it was the spa. I get that. But what if she's wrong? What if we figure out it was the detergent and she's been blaming someone who didn't do anything wrong? Then I'd feel terrible. So help me prove it. Talk to your mom. Ask her to see her dermatologist again. Run tests on the detergent. If it turns out I'm wrong, I'll accept that. But if I'm right, doesn't Cecilia deserve an apology? Kimberly bit her lip. I'll talk to my mom. That's all I'm asking. That night, Deondrey called Cecilia. We might have something, he said. What? Mrs. Hughes started using a new laundry detergent. Heavy fragrance, dyes. She has sensitive skin. Mr. Kwame found out through his niece, and I just talked to Mrs. Hughes' daughter, Kimberly. She's going to ask her mom to get it tested. Cecilia was quiet for a long moment. You really think that's it? She asked. I think it's possible. And if it's not, then we keep looking. But Cecilia, this is something. She exhaled shakily. Okay, thank you. Don't thank me yet. Let's see what happens. But for the first time in days, Deondrey felt a flicker of hope.
Chapter 14. Monday morning, Cecilia woke up to silence. No phone calls, no new Facebook comments, no angry messages, just silence. She should have felt relieved. Instead, she felt hollow. It had been 5 days since the post went live. 5 days of watching her reputation crumble. 5 days of canceled appointments, suspicious looks, and whispered conversations that stopped when she walked into a room. Deondrey had found a potential explanation: the laundry detergent. Kimberly had agreed to talk to her mother. But there was no guarantee Mrs. Hughes would listen. No guarantee the tests would prove anything. No guarantee this nightmare would end. Cecilia got dressed slowly, pulling on jeans and a sweater. She had 2 appointments today. Clients who hadn't canceled, bless them, and she needed to show up, needed to prove she wasn't broken, even if she felt like she was. Her first appointment was at 10. A woman named Michelle, who'd been in twice before for stress relief treatments. Michelle arrived right on time, smiling warmly. Hey, Cecilia. Hey, Cecilia forced a smile back. Thanks for keeping your appointment. Of course. Why wouldn't I? I know there's been a lot of talk. Michelle waved a hand. I don't pay attention to Facebook drama. I know you. I trust you. That's all that matters. Cecilia's throat tightened. Thank you. That means a lot. The treatment went smoothly. Michelle left relaxed and happy, promising to book again next month. But when Cecilia checked her schedule for the rest of the week, the empty slots stared back at her. Cancellations, no-shows. The calendar that had been full just a week ago was now mostly blank. Around noon, her phone rang. Unknown number. She almost didn't answer, but something made her pick up. Hello? Hi, Cecilia. This is Dr. Marianne Seymour. We spoke last week about Mrs. Hughes. Cecilia's heart raced. Yes, hi. Did you find something? I did. I ran some additional tests, patch tests with various common allergens, and it turns out Mrs. Hughes is highly allergic to a specific synthetic fragrance compound that's common in laundry detergents and fabric softeners. You're saying it wasn't my oils? I'm saying your oils may have caused some minor irritation. Lavender can do that in sensitive individuals, but the severe reaction she experienced is consistent with prolonged exposure to the fragrance compound. When I asked her again about any changes in her routine, she finally admitted she'd switched to a new detergent about 2 weeks ago. The timing lines up. Cecilia felt like she couldn't breathe. So it wasn't my fault. The reaction she had, the severity of it, was not caused solely by your treatment. I'd say your oils were, at most, a minor contributing factor. The detergent was the primary cause. Did you tell her this? I did. She was resistant at first, but the test results are clear. What happens now? That's up to Mrs. Hughes and her daughter. I've given them the facts. What they do with that information is their choice. After they hung up, Cecilia sat in her treatment room, staring at her phone. It wasn't my fault. She'd known that. Deep down, she'd known she hadn't done anything wrong. But hearing it confirmed by a medical professional felt like a weight lifting off her chest. Now the question was, would Mrs. Hughes admit it? Tuesday morning, Cecilia was at her spa when Deondrey called. You hear from Dr. Seymour, he asked. Yesterday, she said it was the detergent. The tests proved it. That's great news. Is it? Because Mrs. Hughes still hasn't said anything publicly. The post is still up. People still think I hurt her. Give it time. Time for what? For my business to completely fall apart? I've lost half my clients, Deondrey. The grant is on hold. People cross the street when they see me coming. Cecilia, I'm tired. I'm so tired of waiting for someone else to fix this. He was quiet for a moment. What do you want to do? I don't know, but I can't just sit here and hope Mrs. Hughes does the right thing. That afternoon, Cecilia did something she'd been avoiding. She wrote her own post. It took her an hour to get the wording right. She didn't want to sound defensive or accusatory. She just wanted to tell the truth. When she was finally satisfied, she posted it to the Sweetgum Community Facebook group. A message about recent events. Hi, everyone. This is Cecilia Vance from Serenity Spa. I know many of you have seen the post about Mrs. Hughes's reaction. I want to address it directly. First, I'm truly sorry Mrs. Hughes experienced a painful rash. That's never something I want for any client. When she came to me, I took her concerns seriously and have been working to understand what happened. Here are the facts. I performed a patch test before Mrs. Hughes's treatment, as I do with every client. She had no reaction. I used properly diluted essential oils, lavender and chamomile, that are safe for topical use and that I've used successfully with hundreds of clients. After Mrs. Hughes's rash developed, her dermatologist, Dr. Marianne Seymour, ran additional tests. Those tests showed that Mrs. Hughes is allergic to a synthetic fragrance compound found in many laundry detergents, a product she'd started using around the same time as her treatment. Dr. Seymour confirmed that while my oils may have caused minor irritation, the severe reaction Mrs. Hughes experienced was primarily caused by the detergent, not my treatment. I share this not to blame Mrs. Hughes, but to set the record straight. I take my work seriously. I follow safety protocols, and I care deeply about every person who walks through my door. To those who've supported me through this, thank you. To those who have questions, my door is open. And to Mrs. Hughes, I hope you're feeling better, and I'm glad we were able to find the real cause of your reaction. Serenity Spa will continue operating, and Fresh Start Fridays will continue as planned. Thank you for taking the time to read this. Cecilia Vance. She hit post before she could second-guess herself. Within minutes, the comments started rolling in. Thank you for speaking up. I knew there had to be more to the story. This is why we don't jump to conclusions. So Mrs. Hughes was wrong? She owes you an apology. But there were also skeptics. Convenient that the detergent is suddenly to blame. Why didn't you say this sooner? Still not sure I trust this. Cecilia closed the app. She'd said what she needed to say. Now it was out of her hands. Wednesday afternoon, Cecilia was restocking oils when someone knocked on her spa door. She looked up. Kimberly Hughes stood outside, looking nervous. Cecilia's stomach dropped. She walked over and opened the door. Hi, Kimberly said. Hi. Can I come in? Cecilia stepped aside, and Kimberly walked in, her hands twisting together. I saw your post, Kimberly said, and I talked to my mom's dermatologist. Okay. She confirmed what you said about the detergent, about the fragrance allergy. Kimberly's voice cracked. I'm so sorry. I posted that without knowing all the facts. I was angry and scared for my mom, and I didn't think. I understand you were protecting your mother, but I hurt you in the process, and that's not okay. Cecilia's throat tightened. Thank you for saying that. I'm going to post a correction today, and I'm going to apologize publicly. You don't have to. Yes, I do, because it's the right thing to do. Thursday morning, Kimberly's post went live. An apology and a correction. A few weeks ago, I posted about my mother's reaction after a treatment at Serenity Spa. I was upset and wanted to warn others. Since then, my mother's dermatologist has determined that her reaction was caused by an allergy to a fragrance compound in a new laundry detergent she'd been using, not by the essential oils used during her treatment. I jumped to conclusions, and I hurt someone's reputation in the process. Cecilia Vance did nothing wrong. She followed proper safety protocols, and she's been nothing but professional throughout this entire situation. I'm deeply sorry for the harm I caused. Cecilia deserves better, and I hope the community will support her the way she's supported so many of us. To Cecilia, I'm truly sorry. Thank you for your grace and professionalism. Kimberly Hughes. The response was overwhelming. Thank you for owning up to this. This took guts, respect. Everyone makes mistakes. You did the right thing by correcting it. Cecilia is a class act. Glad this is cleared up. By noon, Cecilia's phone was blowing up, but this time with apologies and support. Former clients were rebooking. New people were asking about appointments. The calendar that had been empty was starting to fill again. That evening, Cecilia sat in her apartment, staring at her phone, trying to process everything. Deondrey knocked on her door around 7. She opened it, and he pulled her into a hug immediately. You okay? He asked. I think so. It's a lot. I know. They sat on the couch, and Cecilia leaned into him. Kimberly apologized, she said. Publicly. I saw. That took courage. Yeah, it did. She was quiet for a moment. I keep thinking about how close I came to losing everything. My business, my reputation, the grant, all of it could have been gone, and for something I didn't even do. But it didn't happen. You're still here. The truth came out. Because of you. She looked up at him. You didn't give up. You kept digging until you found the answer. You defended me when it would have been easier to stay quiet. Of course I did. I love you. I know, and I love you too. Her voice cracked. I was so scared, Deondrey. I've worked so hard to build this, and watching it almost fall apart because of one Facebook post. He pulled her closer. It's over now. The truth is out there. People know you didn't do anything wrong. But the damage was still done. I lost clients, lost income, lost time. Then we'll rebuild, together. She pressed her face against his chest. I don't know what I would have done without you through this. You would have figured it out. You're stronger than you think. Maybe, but I'm glad I didn't have to do it alone. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, just holding each other. Thank you, Cecilia said quietly, for everything. For believing in me, for fighting for me. Always, he said, pressing a kiss to her forehead. We're a team, remember? Yeah, we are. And for the first time in over a week, Cecilia felt like everything might actually be okay.
Chapter 15. Friday morning arrived with a nervous energy that felt different from the past 2 weeks. This was the first Fresh Start Friday since Kimberly's apology post. The first one since the truth came out about Mrs. Hughes's reaction. Deondrey had no idea what to expect. Would clients show up? Would people trust Cecilia again? Or would the damage be too deep to repair quickly? He arrived at the shop at 6:30 earlier than usual. He wanted everything to be perfect, wanted to show that they were still here, still standing, still committed to what they'd built. By 7, Cecilia arrived. She looked tired. The past 2 weeks had taken their toll, but there was something different in her eyes, a quiet determination. Ready for this? He asked. As ready as I'll ever be. She set down her bags and started setting up her station. How many bookings do we have? 48. She looked up, surprised. 48? Really? Really? Some people rebooked, some are new. Her eyes filled with tears. I can't believe people are giving me another chance. They should. You deserve it. By 8, the waiting area was full. Some faces were familiar, regulars who'd stuck by them through everything. Others were new, people who'd seen Kimberly's apology and wanted to support Cecilia. Big Terry was one of the first to arrive. Heard you had a rough couple weeks, he said to Cecilia. You could say that. Well, I'm here, and I'm telling everyone I know to come here. What happened to you wasn't right. Thank you, Big Terry. That means a lot. Mr. Kwame arrived next, settling into his usual chair with his newspaper. Glad to see things getting back to normal. Me too, Deondrey said. Throughout the morning, clients rotated through, cuts, treatments, consultations. The energy was good, not quite back to what it had been before, but getting there. Around 11, a woman Deondrey didn't recognize walked in. Hi, she said. I don't have an appointment, but I was hoping I could book something for today. I saw the posts about what happened, and I wanted to show my support. Cecilia smiled. I think we can fit you in. Give me about 20 minutes? Perfect. Thank you. After the woman walked away, Cecilia caught Deondrey's eye across the room. She mouthed thank you, and he nodded back. They were going to be okay. By closing time, they'd served 51 clients, more than they'd booked. Cecilia was exhausted but smiling as she packed up her station. That was a good day, she said. Yeah, it was. I didn't think it would feel this good to just do my job without people staring at me or whispering. They see the truth now that you're good at what you do. She walked over to him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Thank you. For today. For everything. You don't have to keep thanking me. I know. But I want to. They stood there for a moment, just holding each other in the quiet shop. Deondrey? Yeah? Do you think the grant committee will reinstate us, now that everything's cleared up? I think so. They said they were investigating, and now there's nothing to investigate. The truth is out there. I hope you're right. Me too. Saturday morning, Deondrey's phone rang. Regina Newman. His heart raced. Hello? Good morning, Mr. Carter. This is Regina Newman from the grant committee. Good morning. I'm calling with good news. The committee has completed its review of the situation at Serenity Wellness Spa. Based on the dermatologist's findings and the public statements from Mrs. Hughes's family, we're satisfied that no negligence or safety violations occurred. Deondrey exhaled, relief flooding through him. That's great to hear. We're reinstating your grant immediately. The funds will be distributed next week, and the feature in Georgia Tourism magazine is still scheduled for December. Thank you so much. Of course, you and Ms. Vance have built something truly special. We're proud to support it. Congratulations again. After he hung up, Deondrey immediately called Cecilia. She answered on the first ring. Hey, we got the grant back. Silence. Then, what? Regina Newman just called. The committee finished their review. They're reinstating the grant. Funds next week. He heard her gasp, then what sounded like a sob. Cecilia, I'm here. Oh my gosh, Deondrey, we got it back. We got it back. I can't believe it. After everything. I know. But we did it. We made it through. She was crying now, but he could hear the smile in her voice. We need to celebrate. Yeah, we do. Dinner tonight, your place? I'll cook. You don't have to. I want to. Let me do this. Okay, I'll be there at 7. That evening, Deondrey prepared dinner with more care than he'd put into anything in weeks. Pan-seared salmon, roasted asparagus, garlic mashed potatoes, a bottle of wine he'd been saving for a special occasion. This qualified. Cecilia arrived at 7 on the dot, wearing a sundress and a smile that lit up his entire house. It smells amazing in here, she said. Thanks. Hope it tastes as good as it smells. They ate at his dining table, talking and laughing, the weight of the past 2 weeks finally lifting. I was thinking, Cecilia said, setting down her fork, about those renovation plans you showed me, for the wellness space at the shop. Yeah? I think we should start as soon as possible, maybe even get it done before the wedding. Depends on when we're getting married, he said with a smile. True. We should probably figure that out, huh? Probably. After dinner, they moved to the living room. WGUM was playing softly, DJ Amir's Saturday night slow jams. Cecilia curled up against Deondrey's side, her head on his shoulder. I've been thinking about the wedding, she said. Yeah? I don't want to wait. I know we said we'd plan something for next year, but I don't want to wait that long. His heart skipped. What are you saying? I'm saying let's get married soon. This year, before the holidays. You're serious? Completely serious. Life's too short, Deondrey. We almost lost everything these past 2 weeks, and the whole time all I could think was that I just wanted to be with you, officially, permanently. He pulled her closer. I want that too. So let's do it. Small wedding, just family and close friends. At the lake, maybe. Somewhere that means something to us. Sweetgum Lake? Yeah. He kissed her, slow and deep. Let's get married at Sweetgum Lake. When? November? Give us a month to plan? She grinned. November works. Sunday morning, Deondrey woke up with Cecilia beside him and a plan forming in his mind. They were getting married. In a month, which meant he needed to make sure everything was perfect. He slipped out of bed carefully and made coffee. Then he pulled out his laptop and started researching. Venues at Sweetgum Lake, catering options, florists, photographers. He knew Cecilia wanted something small and simple, but he also wanted it to be special, memorable. His phone rang. Joseph. Hey, Dad, Deondrey answered. Heard the grant got reinstated, Joseph said. Proud of you both. Thanks, Deondrey said. Yeah, Regina called yesterday. It's official. That's good news. Real good news. Joseph paused. So how's everything going? The wedding is going to be next month at the lake. Next month? Joseph's voice rose. Boy, you don't waste time, Deondrey laughed. We don't want to wait. Well then, better get planning. Let me know what you need. I will, thanks, Dad. His father's support meant everything. Monday morning, Deondrey was at the shop when Mr. Kwame walked in. Heard you're getting married next month, Mr. Kwame said. Deondrey laughed. How do you already know that? Your daddy told my brother who told me. You know how it works. Yeah, I do. You need help with anything? Planning, setup, whatever? I might take you up on that. Good. Because that girl deserves a proper wedding, and you deserve a proper celebration after the hell you both just went through. Thanks, Kwame. Don't thank me yet. Wait till you see my dance moves at the reception. That afternoon, Cecilia came by the shop between appointments. I talked to Shanika, she said. She's going to be my maid of honor. Good, I'm asking Sean to be my best man. Your cousin? Yeah, we've been close since we were kids. It feels right. Plus, being that he owns the dance studio, we'll see some haluva moves on the dance floor. She smiled. This is really happening. Yeah, it is. Are you nervous about marrying you? Not even a little bit. Good answer. They kissed right there in the middle of the shop, and Deondrey thought, this is what happiness looks like. Not perfection, not an easy road, but this, building something together, fighting for each other, choosing each other every single day. That was everything. Tuesday evening, Deondrey sat down with Joseph at his father's house. So, Joseph said, you're really doing this, getting married next month. Yeah, we are? You sure you're ready? More sure than I've ever been about anything. Joseph studied him for a long moment. Then he smiled. Good, because I like her. A lot. Yeah? Yeah, she's strong, smart. She doesn't take your nonsense. Deondrey laughed. No, she doesn't. And she loves you. I can see it every time she looks at you. I love her too, Dad. I know you do. Joseph's expression grew serious. Your mama would have loved her too, would have been so proud of you. Deondrey's throat tightened. You think so? I know so. You're building a good life, son. A life that matters. That's all she ever wanted for you. Thanks, Dad. Now let's talk logistics. You need help with the wedding? Actually, yeah, I could use some advice. They spent the next hour planning, talking through details, making lists, figuring out how to pull off a beautiful wedding in a month. It felt good, working together, building something meaningful, just like he and Cecilia had been doing all along. Wednesday morning, Simone from Sweetgum Scenes called. Hi, Deondrey. I heard about the grant being reinstated. Congratulations. Thanks. I also heard through the grapevine that you and Cecilia are getting married next month. Yeah, we are. Would you be open to me covering the wedding for the blog? I know it's personal, but the community loves you too. And after everything you've been through, I think people would love to celebrate with you. Deondrey hesitated. Let me talk to Cecilia, but I think she'd be okay with it. Perfect. Let me know. That evening, he brought it up with Cecilia. Simone wants to cover the wedding for her blog, he said. Really? Yeah, she said the community loves us and wants to celebrate. Cecilia considered it. I don't mind, as long as it's tasteful and as long as she doesn't post anything until after the ceremony. I'll make sure she knows. Then yeah, let's do it. By the end of the week, the wedding planning was in full swing. Venue booked at Sweetgum Lake. Catering arranged through Sweet and Spicy Chinese Palace and Rochelle's Diner, a fusion menu. Flowers ordered, photographer confirmed. Cecilia found a dress at a bridal boutique on Main Street owned by the local tailor Terrence. Simple, elegant, perfect. Deondrey found a suit that fit like it was made for him. Invitations went out. RSVPs started coming in. Everything was falling into place. Friday night, they sat on Deondrey's back porch, looking up at the stars. "Soon, we'll be married," Cecilia said. "Yeah. You scared?" "No. Excited. Me too." She leaned into him. "I can't wait to be your wife. I can't wait to be your husband." They sat in comfortable silence, and Deondrey thought about how far they'd come. From that first day when she'd walked into his shop, soaking wet and desperate, to now, engaged, building a business together, planning a life together. It hadn't been easy, but it had been worth it, every single moment.
Chapter 16. 3 weeks before the wedding, Cecilia's life felt like it was moving at double speed. Between running her spa, doing Fresh Start Fridays, planning the wedding, and overseeing the renovations at the barbershop, she barely had time to breathe. But it was a good kind of busy, the kind that made her fall into bed exhausted every night, but with a smile on her face. The wellness corner at Carter & Sons was coming together beautifully. They'd converted part of the back room into a dedicated treatment space. Privacy screen, massage chair, shelving for oils, soft lighting. It wasn't huge, but it was perfect. "What do you think?" Deondrey asked, standing next to her as they surveyed the nearly finished space. "I think it's amazing," Cecilia said. "It feels like it was always meant to be here." "That's because it was." She leaned into him. "Thank you for making space for me, literally and figuratively. Always." Wednesday afternoon, Cecilia was at her spa when Shanika called. "Okay," Shanika said. "Dress fitting is Saturday at 2. Don't be late." "I won't. And we need to finalize the flower order. The florist needs an answer by Friday. White roses and eucalyptus. We decided that last week." "I know, but she wants to know if you want baby's breath too." "No baby's breath. Just roses and eucalyptus." "Got it. Oh, and your mom called me asking about the rehearsal dinner." Cecilia groaned. "What now?" "She wants to know if she should bring anything." "I told her she doesn't need to bring anything. Deondrey's dad is handling it." "I know, but you know your mom. She can't show up empty-handed." "Then tell her to bring a dessert, something simple." "Will do." "Okay, I think that's everything for now. How are you holding up?" Cecilia sat down at her desk. "I'm good. Tired, but good. 3 more weeks. 3 more weeks. You excited?" "So excited, and terrified, and happy. All of it at once." Shanika laughed. "That's how you're supposed to feel." Thursday afternoon, the Georgia Living magazine issue came out. Cecilia didn't realize it until a client mentioned it during her appointment. "I saw the article about you and Deondrey," the woman said. "It's beautiful, really beautiful." "Wait, the article's out?" Cecilia asked. "Yeah, it's online. They sent me a link when I subscribed." After the appointment, Cecilia pulled it up on her phone. There it was, a full spread with photos of her and Deondrey at the shop, working with clients, standing together outside the barbershop. The headline, "Building Love and Legacy, How One Couple is Revitalizing Small-Town Georgia." She started reading. In the heart of Sweetgum, Georgia, something special is happening. Cecilia Vance, a wellness practitioner, and Deondrey Carter, a third-generation barber, are proving that tradition and innovation can not only coexist, they can thrive. Their collaboration, Fresh Start Fridays, brings together grooming and holistic wellness in a way that's attracted attention far beyond their small town. But what makes their story truly remarkable isn't just their business success. It's the way they've built something meaningful together, through challenges, setbacks, and ultimately, love. "We didn't plan for this to happen," Cecilia says, laughing as she organizes essential oils at her station inside Carter & Sons barbershop. "I walked in here on the worst day, and Deondrey said yes. That changed everything." Deondrey, whose family has owned the barbershop for 3 generations, credits Cecilia with helping him see his work in a new light. "She challenged me to think differently, to see that honoring tradition doesn't mean staying stuck in the past." Their partnership extends beyond business. The couple recently got engaged and plans to marry next month at Sweetgum Lake, a place that holds special meaning for both of them. "I think what we've built here is bigger than just us," Cecilia reflects. "It's about community, about showing people that taking care of yourself inside and out matters, and it's about doing that work with someone you love. For Sweetgum, Cecilia and Deondrey represent something hopeful, a new generation committed to preserving what matters while embracing what's possible. Cecilia's eyes filled with tears as she finished reading. Lauren Mitchell had captured everything, the heart of what they'd built, the challenges they'd faced, the love that had grown between them. She immediately called Deondrey. "Did you see it?" she asked when he answered. "Just finished reading it," Deondrey said. "It's perfect." She really got it. She understood what we're trying to do. Yeah, she did. "I'm saving this, printing it out, framing it." He laughed. "Good idea. This is a big deal, Cecilia. Georgia Living has a huge readership. Do you think it'll bring in more clients?" "Probably. But even if it doesn't, it's still pretty cool to see our story out there like this." "Yeah, it is." That weekend, the phone at both the spa and the barbershop started ringing off the hook. People from all over Georgia, some from neighboring states, calling to book appointments, asking about Fresh Start Fridays, wanting to experience what they'd read about in the magazine. By Monday, Cecilia had bookings for the next month solid. Deondrey's schedule was packed too. "This is insane," Cecilia said as they closed up the shop Monday evening. "Good insane or bad insane?" Deondrey asked. "Good, definitely good. Just a lot." "We can handle it, can we? Between the wedding, the renovations, and now this surge in bookings." He walked over to her, took her hands. "Yes, we can handle it because we're doing it together." She exhaled. "You're right. I usually am," she laughed, swatting his arm. 2 weeks before the wedding, Cecilia's parents drove over from Alabama to meet Deondrey's family. Cecilia was nervous. Her parents were wonderful, but particular. Her mother, especially, had opinions about everything. The dinner was at Joseph's house. Joseph had insisted on hosting, saying he wanted Deondrey's future in-laws to feel welcomed. Cecilia arrived early to help set up. Joseph was in the kitchen, pulling a roast out of the oven. "Smells amazing," Cecilia said. "Your mama got any dietary restrictions I should know about?" Joseph asked. "No, she'll eat anything. She'll probably critique how you cooked it, though." Joseph laughed. "I can handle that." Deondrey was setting the table when the doorbell rang. Cecilia took a deep breath. "Here we go." She opened the door. Her parents stood on the porch. Her mother, Elaine, impeccably dressed as always, and her father, Frank, carrying an apple pie. "Baby!" Her mother pulled her into a hug. "Look at you. You're glowing." "Hi, Mama. Hi, Daddy." "Long drive," her father said, setting down the pie. "But worth it to see this place you keep talking about." "Come in," Cecilia said. Deondrey appeared in the doorway, smiling warmly. "Mr. and Mrs. Vance, it's so good to finally meet you in person." They'd video called a few times, but this was the first face-to-face meeting. "Deondrey," her mother said, looking him up and down. "You're taller than you looked on that computer screen." "Yes, ma'am," Deondrey said. "And this must be your father?" Elaine looked past Deondrey to where Joseph was emerging from the kitchen, wiping his hands on a dish towel. "Joseph Carter," Joseph said, extending his hand. "Welcome to my home. Come on in, make yourselves comfortable." Dinner started a little stiff, everyone feeling each other out, making polite conversation about the drive, the weather, how pretty Sweetgum was. But by the second course, things began to relax. Elaine asked Joseph about the barbershop's history. Joseph told stories about Deondrey's grandfather, about how the barbershop became the heart of the community, about watching Deondrey grow up, sweeping floors and learning the trade. Frank asked Deondrey about the grant, about the renovations, about his vision for the future. "So you're bringing wellness into a barbershop," Frank said, cutting into his roast. "That's innovative. Most people would have said no to something like that." "I almost did," Deondrey admitted, "but Cecilia convinced me to give it a shot. Best decision I ever made." "Best decision we ever made," Cecilia corrected. Elaine watched them with sharp eyes, the kind of look only a mother could give. Cecilia knew that look. Her mother was assessing, analyzing, deciding. Finally, Elaine set down her fork and looked directly at Deondrey. "I'll be honest with you," Elaine said. "When Cecilia called and said she was getting engaged after only knowing you a few months, I was worried. That's fast, too fast by most people's standards." "Mama," Cecilia started. Elaine held up a hand. "Let me finish, but seeing you two together, Seeing what you've built, seeing how you look at each other, I understand it now. Sometimes you just know. Yes, ma'am, Deondrey said. I knew pretty early on that Cecilia was special, that what we had was worth fighting for. And you did fight for it, Elaine said. I read about that whole mess with the client's reaction, the way you stood up for her when people were saying terrible things. That told me everything I needed to know about your character. Deondrey's expression was serious. I love your daughter, Mrs. Vance, and I promise I'll always have her back, in good times and bad. Elaine nodded slowly. I believe you, and I can see you'll let her have your back too. That's what makes a marriage work, both people showing up for each other. Frank raised his glass. To Cecilia and Deondrey, may your marriage be blessed with love, laughter, and a whole lot of patience with each other. Everyone laughed and raised their glasses. To Cecilia and Deondrey, they echoed. Cecilia caught Deondrey's eye across the table. He smiled, and she smiled back, feeling her mother's approval wash over her like a warm blanket. This was her family, old and new, coming together. After dinner, Cecilia and her mother stepped out onto Joseph's back porch while the men cleaned up inside. The evening air was cool, the sky turning purple as the sun set. You happy, baby? Elaine asked, leaning against the porch railing. So happy, Mama. He's a good man, I can see that. Respectful, hardworking, loves his daddy. He is, all of those things. And Joseph, that's good people right there. You're not just marrying Deondrey, you're marrying into a family. That matters. I know. Elaine turned to look at her daughter. I'm proud of you, Cecilia, for building this life you wanted, for taking the risk of leaving Birmingham, then Atlanta, and starting over in a place where you didn't know anybody. That takes courage. Cecilia's throat tightened. Thanks, Mama. That means a lot. Now, Elaine said, her tone shifting to business mode, let's talk about this wedding. You're absolutely sure you don't want to do it back home in Alabama? I could still get the church. Pastor Jacobs would do it. Mama, we're doing it at the lake, here in Sweetgum. That's final. Elaine sighed dramatically. Fine, but I'm bringing my own tablecloths. Those rental ones are always scratchy and thin. Cecilia laughed. Okay, Mama, you can bring tablecloths. And I'm making the groom's cake. Don't argue with me on that. I wouldn't dream of it. The next morning, Cecilia's parents prepared to drive back to Alabama. Her father gave Deondrey a firm handshake and a look that said, take care of my daughter, without any words needing to be spoken. Her mother hugged Joseph goodbye, then pulled Cecilia aside. Before I forget, Elaine said, pressing an envelope into Cecilia's hands. This is from me and your daddy. Mama, what is this? Open it later. Just a little something to help you and Deondrey get started. After her parents left, Cecilia opened the envelope in her car. Inside was a check for $5,000 and a note in her mother's elegant handwriting, for your future together. Build something beautiful. We love you both. Mama and Daddy Cecilia's eyes filled with tears. She sat in her car for a long moment, holding the check, feeling the weight of her parents' blessing and support. Then she drove straight to the barbershop. Deondrey was opening up when she arrived. My parents gave us $5,000, she said, walking through the door. He looked up from unlocking the register. For what? For the wedding, or whatever we need. $5,000. She showed him the check and the note. Deondrey read it, his expression softening. Wow, that's really generous of them. I know, she wiped at her eyes. I think we should save it, put it toward a house fund. A house fund? Yeah, I was thinking, after the wedding, maybe we start looking for a place that's ours, together, something with a backyard and extra space, maybe room for an office where I can do aromatherapy consultations. Cecilia. He set down the note and took both her hands. We don't need a house fund. I have enough saved that we could buy a house now if you wanted. Her eyes widened. What? Really? Really. My grandfather left me an inheritance when he passed, and I've been saving for years, living below my means, investing wisely. I own my house outright, no mortgage. I had no idea. I don't talk about money much, but yeah, we're good. Better than good. So if you want to start house hunting after the wedding, we can. And this, he gestured to the check, we can use for something else. Maybe put it toward expanding your spa, or save it for our children's education fund one day. She stared at him, processing. You own your house? Outright? Yeah, my grandfather was smart with his money. My father was also smart with his money, and they taught me to be the same way. The barbershop does well, and I live simply. It adds up. Deondrey Carter, she said slowly. Are you telling me you're secretly wealthy? He laughed. I wouldn't say wealthy, but comfortable. Yeah, we're not going to struggle, Cecilia. I can take care of us. We, she corrected. We can take care of us. Right? We. He pulled her close. So what do you say? Want to start looking at houses after the honeymoon? She pressed her face against his chest, breathing him in. Yes, absolutely yes. Good, because I've been thinking about it too. A place with a big kitchen, a backyard, room to grow. Room for kids? He pulled back to look at her. Is that something you want? Eventually. Not right away, but yeah, I think I do. His smile was soft, genuine. Then we'll make sure we find a house with room for that too. She felt tears prick her eyes again. I can't believe this is my life. Us. This. Believe it, he said, kissing the top of her head, because it's real, and it's just getting started. 1 week before the wedding, everything was falling into place. The wellness corner at the shop was finished. Beautiful and functional. Everything Cecilia had envisioned. The wedding venue was confirmed. The catering was locked in with a menu that blended soul food from Rochelle's and Chinese dishes from sweet and spicy Chinese palace. Flowers were ordered. White roses and eucalyptus, simple and elegant. The photographer was ready. Cecilia stood in her spa Wednesday afternoon, looking around at the space she'd built from nothing. In 1 week, she'd be married. In 1 week, her name would change. Her life would change. But in so many ways, it already had. She thought about that first day, walking into Carter and Sons soaking wet and desperate, the way Deondrey had looked at her with skepticism, but also with kindness. She'd had no idea that moment would lead here, to love, to partnership, to a life she hadn't even known she was looking for. Her phone buzzed on the counter. A text from Deondrey. Deondrey, 1 week. Cecilia, 1 week. Deondrey, you nervous? Cecilia, a little bit. You? Deondrey, only about forgetting my vows. Cecilia, you're not going to forget. Deondrey, how do you know? Cecilia, because you never forget the important stuff. Deondrey, true. See you tonight? Cecilia, wouldn't miss it. She smiled, tucking her phone away. 1 week until she became Mrs. Cecilia Carter. She couldn't wait.
Chapter 17. The week before the wedding felt surreal. Everything was done. Venue confirmed, catering finalized, flowers ordered. All that was left was to show up and marry the woman he loved. Monday morning, Deondrey stood in the barbershop, looking at the finished wellness corner. The renovation was complete. Privacy screen in place, massage chair positioned perfectly, shelving stocked with Cecilia's oils. Looks good, Mr. Kwame said from his usual spot. Yeah, it does. You nervous about Saturday? Not nervous, just ready. That's what I'm talking about. Tuesday, Deondrey picked up his suit from the tailor, navy blue, perfectly fitted, with a crisp white shirt and a burgundy tie that Cecilia had chosen. He tried it on at home, standing in front of his bedroom mirror. In 4 days, he'd be wearing this suit, standing by the lake, watching Cecilia walk toward him, becoming her husband. He smiled at his reflection. Wednesday evening, Sean came by the shop after closing. Sean owned lights, camera, dance studio. He was Deondrey's cousin on his mother's side, and his best man for the wedding. You ready for this? Sean asked, settling into one of the barber chairs. More than ready. Deondrey draped the cape around Sean's shoulders. What are we doing today? Just a cleanup. Shape up the sides, trim the top. You got it. Deondrey grabbed his clippers and got to work, the familiar hum filling the quiet shop. Most grooms would be freaking out by now, Sean said. I'm not most grooms. Sean laughed. No, you're not. You're annoyingly calm about everything. Why would I be freaking out? I'm marrying Cecilia. Best decision I've ever made. Fair point. Sean relaxed as Deondrey worked on his lineup. Your bachelor party is tomorrow night, by the way. Neve and Tia are going to find something to do, so it'll just be us guys. We're not doing anything crazy. Define crazy. Sean, relax. Just dinner and pool at my place. Keep it low-key. Good. That's all I want. Deondrey switched to his scissors, trimming the top. How does Tia feel about being the flower girl? Tia was Sean's niece who he'd been raising like his daughter with his wife Neva. Sean's sister had died when Tia was a baby, and he'd been like a father to her ever since. Tia's over the moon. Sean said, grinning. She can't wait to take on that role. You should see the little sway dance she made up while dispersing the flowers. Deondrey laughed. I can't wait to see that. It's adorable. Neve's been practicing with her all week. Deondrey finished up the cut, brushing off Sean's shoulders. All done, Sean stood, checking himself in the mirror. Perfect, as always. That's what I'm here for. Thursday evening, Deondrey's phone rang. Joseph. Hey, Dad, Deondrey answered. You busy? Joseph asked. Not really. Just about to head over to Sean's for the bachelor thing. Why? Come by first. Won't take long. I want to give you something. 20 minutes later, Deondrey was sitting in his father's living room, a small wooden box on the coffee table between them. What's this? Deondrey asked. Open it. Deondrey opened the box. Inside was a watch, vintage, carefully maintained with a leather strap worn soft from years of use. That was your grandfather's, Joseph said. He wore it every day for 40 years. When he passed, he left it to me, and now I'm giving it to you. Deondrey carefully lifted the watch from the box. It was heavier than he expected, solid and real in his hands. Dad, you're getting married, son, starting a new chapter, and I want you to have something that connects you to where you came from. Your grandfather would be proud of you, of the man you've become, of what you're building with Cecilia. Deondrey's throat was tight. Thank you. Wear it on Saturday. Let him be there with you. I will. Joseph leaned back in his chair, studying his son. You know, when your mama passed, I didn't think I'd make it. Didn't know how I was going to raise you and your sister on my own. But you made it easy. You were always steady, always knew what you wanted. I learned from you, maybe, but you took what I taught you and made it your own. And that's what I'm proudest of. You're not just repeating what I did. You're building something new, something better. I'm trying. You're succeeding. Joseph smiled. Now get out of here. Your cousin's waiting on you. The bachelor party was exactly what Deondrey needed. Low-key, relaxed, just him and a handful of close friends at Sean's house. They ate takeout from sweet and spicy Chinese palace, played pool, talked, and laughed. Most of his friends were there, and many of them were entrepreneurs like him. Justin, from Just-in-Time Clock and Watch Repair, arrived with a custom-engraved watch box as an early wedding gift. Demetrius from Nerd Central Comics brought a vintage board game that had everyone competitive within minutes. Alex, who owned a consulting business but also helped his parents run sweet and spicy Chinese palace, showed up with enough takeout to feed an army. Sean, of course, hosted at his place. Xavier, who dealt in real estate and helped his wife Joanne with Roasted Beans Coffee Spot, brought an assortment of gourmet coffee blends. Rashad from Scoop There It Is Ice Cream and Candy Shop came bearing dessert, homemade ice cream sandwiches that disappeared in minutes. Malachi, who now owned Rochelle's Diner after his aunt retired, brought a tray of his aunt's famous fried chicken. Darius, who ran the local bookstore, showed up with a stack of marriage advice books as a joke. Hakeem, a former NFL player who now coached the local high school football team, regaled them with stories from his playing days. And Chris, who helped run the local library and was a published author, kept everyone entertained with his dry wit. All of his friends had found success in business and love. All were happily married. And now, Deondrey would join their ranks. Big Terry showed up fashionably late with stories that had everyone crying from laughter. Javon brought his signature mac and cheese that people fought over. Mr. Kwame came for an hour before heading home, shaking his head at the younger guy's antics but with a smile on his face. Around 10, Sean raised his drink. To Deondrey, Sean said, who somehow convinced one of the most beautiful women in Sweetgum to marry him. Hey, Deondrey protested. Let me finish, but seriously, man, you and Cecilia, what you've built together, it's special, it's real, and I'm proud to stand up there with you on Saturday. Hear, hear, everyone chorused. Deondrey looked around at the faces of his friends, people who'd been there through everything, people who'd watched him fall in love, who'd supported him through the crisis with Mrs. Hughes, who'd celebrated when the grant came through. Thanks for being here, Deondrey said. All of you. This past year has been a lot, but having people like you in my corner made all the difference. Don't get sappy on us now, Big Terry said, grinning. Too late, Deondrey said, laughing. Friday morning, the rehearsal was at Sweetgum Lake. The weather was perfect, crisp and clear, the leaves just starting to turn. The lake shimmered in the morning light, peaceful and beautiful. Cecilia arrived with Shanika, both of them looking relaxed and happy. "Hey," Cecilia said, walking over to Deondrey. "Hey!" He kissed her quickly. "You ready for this?" "So ready." The ceremony would take place on a small clearing by the water, with wooden chairs set up for guests. No more than 50 people. Intimate. Personal. Pastor Williams from the community church walked them through the order of events. Processional, vows, rings, pronouncement, kiss, recessional. "Keep it simple," Pastor Williams said. "This is about you two. Everything else is just decoration." They ran through it twice. Shanika walked down the makeshift aisle, then Cecilia on her father's arm. Deondrey watched her walk toward him, and even though this was just a rehearsal, his chest tightened with emotion. Tomorrow, he thought. Tomorrow she'll be my wife. "You okay?" Sean whispered next to him. Yeah. Benjamin and Rochelle had insisted on hosting the reception at Sweetgum Bed and Breakfast, offering the pavilion on the property free of charge. Tessa, the event planner who worked at the B&B, had helped set up tables with white tablecloths. Cecilia's mother had brought them from Alabama, and Rochelle had outdone herself with the food. Fried chicken, turnip greens, mac and cheese, cornbread, sweet tea, and her famous peach cobbler for dessert. DJ Amir from WGUM had arrived early to set up his equipment for the reception the next day. Deondrey was helping Sean arrange chairs when he noticed Amir talking to Shanika near the pavilion entrance. She was carrying a box of decorations, and they seemed to be having an animated conversation. "That's DJ Amir, right?" Cecilia appeared at his elbow, following his gaze. "From WGUM? Yeah, he's doing the reception tomorrow. Looks like he and Shanika are hitting it off." Deondrey watched as Shanika laughed at something Amir said, then headed off with her decorations. "Huh, maybe." Cecilia smiled knowingly. Definitely maybe. Cecilia's parents sat with Joseph, the three of them talking and laughing like old friends. Shanika gave a toast that made everyone cry, though Deondrey noticed her glancing toward where DJ Amir was working once or twice during her speech. Sean gave a toast that made everyone laugh. And then Joseph stood up. "I'm not much for speeches," Joseph said, his voice strong despite the emotion in it, "but I want to say something about my son and his soon-to-be wife." The room went quiet. "Deondrey, you've made me proud every day of your life. But watching you with Cecilia, watching you build something meaningful, watching you fight for what matters, that's made me proudest of all." Joseph turned to Cecilia. "And Cecilia, you've brought something into my son's life that I didn't know he was missing. Joy, partnership, a future that's bigger than just carrying on a legacy. You've given him permission to dream, and for that, I'm grateful." He raised his glass. "To Deondrey and Cecilia, may your marriage be filled with love, laughter, and grace for each other's imperfections." "To Deondrey and Cecilia," everyone echoed. Cecilia was crying. Deondrey pulled her close, kissing her temple. "One more day," he whispered. "One more day," she whispered back. That night, Deondrey lay in bed in his house, unable to sleep. Tomorrow, he'd wake up single. Tomorrow night, he'd go to sleep married. The thought filled him with a kind of peace he'd never felt before. He thought about the past year, about Cecilia walking into his shop soaking wet, about saying yes when he could have said no, about Fresh Start Fridays and the grant and the crisis with Mrs. Hughes, about falling in love, about choosing each other every single day. His phone buzzed on the nightstand. A text from Cecilia. "Cecilia, can't sleep." Deondrey, "Me neither." Cecilia, "Excited? So excited." Cecilia, "I love you, Deondrey. I love you too. See you tomorrow?" Cecilia, "Wouldn't miss it." He smiled, set down his phone, and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, everything would change, and he couldn't wait.
Chapter 18. Her wedding day dawned clear and beautiful. Cecilia woke up in her apartment at 6 a.m., her heart racing with excitement rather than nerves. Today, she thought. Today I marry Deondrey. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand. Shanika, you awake? Celia, wide awake. Can't sleep. Shanika, good. I'm bringing breakfast. Be there in 20. True to her word, Shanika arrived 20 minutes later with coffee, bagels, and fruit from roasted beans. "How are you feeling?" Shanika asked, setting everything on the kitchen counter. "Amazing. Excited. Ready. Not nervous at all?" "Not even a little bit. This is what I want. He's what I want. Shanika smiled. Good. That's exactly how you should feel on your wedding day. They ate breakfast together, talking and laughing, and Cecilia felt grateful for her best friend, for having someone who'd been there through everything, who'd supported her when she moved to Sweetgum, who'd believed in her when things got hard. Thank you, Cecilia said suddenly. For what? For being here. For everything. I couldn't have done any of this without you. Shanika's eyes filled with tears. Don't make me cry already. We haven't even done your makeup yet. By 9, they were at the B&B getting ready in one of the guest suites that Rochelle and Benjamin had set aside for the bridal party. Cecilia's mother arrived with the dress, simple ivory lace with a fitted bodice and flowing skirt. Elegant, timeless. You ready to put this on? Elaine asked. More than ready. She stepped into the dress and Shanika zipped it up the back. When Cecilia turned to look in the mirror, her breath caught. She looked beautiful, like a bride, like herself but elevated. Oh, baby, her mother breathed. You're stunning. Tears pricked Cecilia's eyes. You think so? I know so. Deondrey's going to lose his mind when he sees you. The ceremony was at 2. By 1:30, guests were starting to arrive at the clearing by Sweetgum Lake. Wooden chairs were arranged in neat rows, white flowers and eucalyptus adorning the ends of each aisle. The late afternoon sun filtered through the trees, casting everything in golden light. DJ Amir had set up speakers for the processional music. Soft, elegant, perfect. Cecilia waited in a small tent near the clearing with her father, watching through the fabric as people took their seats. She could see Deondrey at the front, standing with Sean and Pastor Williams. He looked incredible in his navy suit, his grandfather's watch glinting on his wrist. You ready, baby girl? Her father asked. So ready, Daddy. He took her arm, squeezed gently. I'm proud of you for building this life, for choosing a good man. Thanks, Daddy. The music shifted, the processional beginning. Shanika walked down the aisle first, looking beautiful in her burgundy dress. Then little Tia, Sean's niece, scattering rose petals with her signature sway dance that made everyone smile. And then it was Cecilia's turn. The moment she stepped into view, Deondrey's face transformed. His eyes locked on hers, and even from a distance, she could see the emotion there. Love, awe, certainty. She walked slowly, her father's arm steady beneath hers, but all she could see was Deondrey. When they reached the front, her father kissed her cheek and placed her hand in Deondrey's. Take care of my daughter, Frank said quietly. I will, Deondrey promised. And then it was just the two of them, standing in front of Pastor Williams, the lake shimmering behind them. Dearly beloved, Pastor Williams began, we are gathered here today to witness the union of Cecilia Vance and Deondrey Carter. The ceremony passed in a beautiful blur. The readings, the vows. When it came time for them to speak their own vows, Deondrey went first. Cecilia, he said, his voice steady but full of emotion. You walked into my life on the worst day, and somehow turned it into the best thing that ever happened to me. You challenged me. You pushed me to see beyond what I thought was possible. You made me want to be better, not just as a businessman, but as a man. He paused, his thumb brushing over her knuckles. I promise to support your dreams the way you've supported mine. I promise to stand by you in good times and bad. I promise to love you, not just today, but every day for the rest of our lives. You're my partner, my best friend, my home, and I can't wait to spend forever with you. Cecilia's eyes were already wet, but she blinked back the tears and took a breath. Deondrey, she said, her voice thick with emotion. When I moved to Sweetgum, I thought I was just starting a business. I had no idea I was walking toward my future, toward you. She squeezed his hands. You believed in me when I needed it most. You defended me when others doubted. You saw me, really saw me, in a way no one ever has, and you made space for me, not just in your shop, but in your life. Her voice cracked, but she kept going. I promised to show up for you every day. I promised to build this life with you, brick by brick. I promised to love you through the easy days and the hard ones. You're my safe place, my adventure, my everything, and I'm so grateful that I get to call you my husband. By the time she finished, there wasn't a dry eye in the clearing. Pastor Williams smiled. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Deondrey, you may kiss your bride. And he did. Slow, tender, full of promise. The guests erupted in applause, and when they pulled apart, both of them were grinning. "Ladies and gentlemen," Pastor Williams said, "I present to you Mr. and Mrs. Carter." The reception was everything Cecilia had hoped for. The pavilion at the B&B was transformed. String lights overhead, tables decorated with white roses and eucalyptus, DJ Amir spinning smooth R&B and soul classics. They had their first dance to a song they'd chosen together, something slow and intimate that felt like them. "How does it feel?" Deondrey whispered as they swayed together. "Like everything I didn't know I wanted," Cecilia said. "Yeah, me too." After the first dance came the father-daughter dance. Cecilia's father held her close, tears in his eyes. "I love you, baby girl." "I love you too, Daddy." Then Deondrey danced with his sister, who'd flown in from Charlotte for the wedding. Watching them together made Cecilia's heart swell. The food was incredible. Soul food from Rochelle's, Chinese dishes from Sweet and Spicy Chinese Palace, and Elaine's groom's cake that was almost too beautiful to cut. Speeches came next. Shanika's was heartfelt and funny, recounting stories from their college days and celebrating how far Cecilia had come. "To my best friend," Shanika said, raising her glass, "may your marriage be filled with as much love as you've already shown each other." Sean's speech for Deondrey was equally touching. "I've known this man my whole life," Sean said, "and I've never seen him happier than he is with Cecilia. That's how you know it's real." To Deondrey and Cecilia, "May you always make each other laugh even when life gets hard." Joseph's speech was the one that undid everyone. "My son," Joseph said, his voice thick with emotion, "you've made me proud in every way a father can be proud. And Cecilia, you've given him something I couldn't. A partner who sees him for who he really is and loves him anyway. Welcome to the family, daughter." Cecilia was openly crying by the time he finished. As the evening wore on, the dance floor filled. Big Terry attempted the electric slide and nearly took out a table. Javon surprised everyone with surprisingly smooth moves. Mr. Kwame sat in the corner, watching with a satisfied smile, occasionally nodding along to the music. Around 8, Cecilia noticed Shanika and DJ Amir talking near the DJ booth. They seemed deep in conversation, both smiling, both relaxed. "You see that?" Cecilia whispered to Deondrey. "I see it. Should we?" "No. Let them figure it out." Cecilia smiled. "You're probably right." Around 9, as the party began to wind down, Deondrey pulled Cecilia aside. "Want to take a walk? In my wedding dress? Why not? It's our day. We can do whatever we want." They walked down to the pond, hand in hand, the sounds of the reception fading behind them. The water was calm, reflecting the stars beginning to appear overhead. "This was perfect," Cecilia said. "All of it." "Yeah, it was. I can't believe we're married." "I can. Feels like it was always supposed to be this way." She leaned into him. "What happens now?" "Now we go on our honeymoon. Then we come back and build the life we've been dreaming about. House hunting? House hunting, growing the business, maybe starting a family one day." "One day," she agreed, "but not today." He laughed. "No, not today." They stood there for a long moment, just holding each other, the lake peaceful around them. "I love you, Deondrey Carter," Cecilia said. "I love you too, Cecilia Carter." Cecilia Carter, she thought. That's my name now. It felt right. Perfect. Like coming home. By 10, they were saying their goodbyes. Hugs from family. Congratulations from friends. Promises to see everyone when they got back from the honeymoon. They were heading to Savannah for a week, staying at a historic inn, exploring the city, just being together. As they pulled out of the B&B's driveway, Cecilia took one last look back at the property, the glow of the string lights still visible through the trees. "Thank you," she said to Deondrey. "For what?" "For saying yes that first day, for taking a chance on me. Best decision I ever made," she smiled, settling back in her seat. "Mine too."
Chapter 19. The honeymoon in Savannah was everything Deondrey hadn't known he needed. A week of sleeping in, exploring historic streets, eating at restaurants they'd never been to, and just being together without the pressures of work or wedding planning. They stayed at a boutique inn in the historic district. Old brick walls, exposed beams, a clawfoot tub that Cecilia loved. Every morning they'd wake up tangled together, sunlight streaming through tall windows, and Deondrey would think, this is my life now. They walked through Forsyth Park, toured historic homes, ate fresh seafood by the river. At night, they'd come back to the inn exhausted and happy, falling asleep wrapped up in each other. On their last day, they sat on a bench overlooking the Savannah River, watching boats drift by. "This week has been perfect," Cecilia said. "It really has. But I'm ready to go back, start our life together, for real." Deondrey smiled. "Yeah, me too. As much as I've loved this, I'm excited to get back to Sweetgum, to our home, our business, our life." She leaned her head on his shoulder. "We're going back to something good." "The best," he agreed. They returned to Sweetgum on a Sunday afternoon. Deondrey's house, their house now, welcomed them home. Before the honeymoon, Cecilia had brought over a few essentials, but most of her things were still at her apartment. Sunday evening, they drove to Cecilia's apartment and started the moving process. Boxes of clothes, books, kitchen items, her collection of essential oils and wellness supplies, everything loaded into Deondrey's truck in multiple trips. "This is it," Cecilia said, looking around the now empty apartment. "The end of an era." "And the start of a new one," Deondrey said. They spent the rest of the evening unpacking, finding places for everything, making the house feel like theirs rather than just his. By the time they went to bed, exhausted but happy, the space had transformed into their home. Monday morning, they returned to work. The shop felt different too, or maybe Deondrey felt different. Like everything had shifted slightly, settled into place. Deondrey opened up at 8, and within 20 minutes, Mr. Kwame walked in, newspaper under his arm. "Well, well, well," Mr. Kwame said, settling into his usual chair. "Look who's back. How's married life treating you?" "Good, really good." "And Savannah?" "Perfect, relaxing. We needed it." "Good. You two deserved a break." Mr. Kwame opened his newspaper with a satisfied smile. "Sweetgum wasn't the same without you." That evening, they had dinner at Joseph's house, their first family dinner as a married couple. Joseph had made pot roast, and they ate at his dining table, talking about the honeymoon, the wedding, what came next. "So when are you two starting the house hunt?" Joseph asked. "Soon," Cecilia said. "We want something with more space, a real yard, maybe an office for me." "That's good. Smart to think ahead." Joseph paused. "You know, your grandfather's house is still sitting empty. Been trying to figure out what to do with it." Deondrey looked up. "The house on Magnolia Street?" "Yeah. It's been in the family for 60 years. Needs work, but the bones are good. I've been paying to maintain it, but it's just sitting there." "Why didn't you say something before?" Deondrey asked. "Didn't know if you'd want it. That house has a lot of history, a lot of memories. Wasn't sure if that was something you'd want to take on." Deondrey looked at Cecilia. She was watching him carefully, waiting for his reaction. "Can we see it?" Deondrey asked. "Course you can. I'll give you the keys tomorrow." Tuesday afternoon, Deondrey and Cecilia stood in front of his grandfather's house on Magnolia Street. It was a craftsman-style home, similar to Deondrey's current house but bigger. Wraparound porch, big yard, mature trees providing shade. "It needs paint," Deondrey said, studying the exterior. "And probably new windows," Cecilia added, "but it's beautiful." They walked up the porch steps, and Deondrey unlocked the door. Inside, the house was frozen in time. Furniture covered with sheets, hardwood floors that needed refinishing, a kitchen that was outdated but functional. But the space, there was so much space. 3 bedrooms upstairs, Deondrey said, walking through. Plus this office down here. Living room, dining room, big kitchen. Cecilia was already envisioning it. "We could turn the office into a consultation room for clients. The kitchen has great light, perfect for cooking together. And that backyard," she looked out the window, "room for a garden, maybe a patio. You like it. I love it. But only if you do. This is your family's house. I don't want to pressure you." Deondrey walked through the living room, running his hand along the mantel. He could see his grandfather here, sitting in that chair by the window, reading the paper, could hear his grandmother's laughter from the kitchen. This house held so much history, so much love. And now it could hold theirs too. "Let's do it," Deondrey said. "Really? Really? We'll renovate it, make it ours while honoring what it was. Keep the best parts, update what needs updating." Cecilia walked over to him, took his hands. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. This is where we start our life together, where we build our family." She kissed him, soft and sweet. "Then let's make it happen." The next few weeks were a whirlwind. They hired contractors to assess the house, got quotes for renovations, started planning the updates. New paint inside and out, refinished floors, updated kitchen and bathrooms, new windows, modern HVAC system. It would take months, maybe 6, but it would be worth it. In the meantime, they stayed in Deondrey's current house, working on the business, planning the renovations, settling into married life. Fresh Start Fridays continued to thrive. The wellness corner was booked solid. Word about their collaboration had spread even further after the Georgia Living article, and they were getting calls from people across Georgia wanting to experience what they'd built. The grant money had been fully distributed, allowing them to invest in better equipment, expanded offerings, and marketing that reached beyond Sweetgum. Everything was falling into place. One Friday evening in early December, about a month after they'd returned from the honeymoon, Deondrey and Cecilia sat in the wellness corner after closing, going over the week's numbers. "We served 92 clients this week," Cecilia said, looking at her tablet. "That's a record. And the shop did 140, also a record. We're going to need to hire help soon. I can't keep up with this volume on my own." "I've been thinking the same thing. Maybe bring someone on part-time, someone you can train to do basic treatments." "Yeah, I'll start looking." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, and Deondrey thought about how far they'd come. From that first day, Cecilia soaking wet, asking for space, to now, married, building a business together, planning a future in his grandfather's house. "Hey," he said. "Yeah, I'm really happy." She smiled. "Me too." "No, I mean, I know we say that a lot, but I want you to know I mean it. This life we're building, it's everything." She set down the tablet and moved closer, settling into his lap. "I know exactly what you mean, because I feel it too." They sat there in the quiet shop, holding each other, and Deondrey thought about his grandfather, about the legacy he'd inherited, about the new legacy he and Cecilia were creating. It wasn't just about the barbershop anymore. It was about community, connection, building something that mattered, and he was doing it with the woman he loved. That night, they drove past the house on Magnolia Street on their way home. The contractors had started work that week. New windows were going in. The porch was being repaired. "It's starting to look different already," Cecilia said. "Good different? Great different." Deondrey pulled into their current driveway, but before they got out of the car, Cecilia turned to him. "Thank you," she said. "For what?" "For sharing your family's history with me, for letting me be part of it." "You are part of it now. You're a Carter." She smiled, and even in the dim light of the car, he could see the happiness in her eyes. "I love being a Carter," she said. "Good, because you're stuck with me. Best thing that ever happened to me." They went inside, made dinner together, and fell asleep watching a movie on the couch. And Deondrey thought, this is it. This is the life I was meant to live. Not perfect, not without challenges, but real, full, meaningful. With Cecilia, he'd found more than love. He'd found home. Yeah, it's been in the family for 60 years. Needs work, but the bones are good. I've been paying to maintain it, but it's just sitting there. "Why didn't you say something before?" Deondrey asked. "Didn't know if you'd want it. That house has a lot of history, a lot of memories. Wasn't sure if that was something you'd want to take on." Deondrey looked at Cecilia. She was watching him carefully, waiting for his reaction. "Can we see it?" Deondrey asked. "Course you can. I'll give you the keys tomorrow." Tuesday afternoon, Deondrey and Cecilia stood in front of his grandfather's house on Magnolia Street. It was a craftsman-style home, similar to Deondrey's current house but bigger. Wraparound porch, big yard, mature trees providing shade. "It needs paint," Deondrey said, studying the exterior. "And probably new windows," Cecilia added. "But it's beautiful." They walked up the porch steps and Deondrey unlocked the door. Inside, the house was frozen in time. Furniture covered with sheets, hardwood floors that needed refinishing, a kitchen that was outdated but functional. But the space, there was so much space. 3 bedrooms upstairs, Deondrey said, walking through. Plus this office down here. Living room, dining room, big kitchen. Cecilia was already envisioning it. "We could turn the office into a consultation room for clients. The kitchen has great light, perfect for cooking together. And that backyard," she looked out the window, "room for a garden, maybe a patio. You like it. I love it. But only if you do. This is your family's house. I don't want to pressure you." Deondrey walked through the living room, running his hand along the mantel. He could see his grandfather here, sitting in that chair by the window, reading the paper. Could hear his grandmother's laughter from the kitchen. This house held so much history, so much love, and now it could hold theirs too. "Let's do it," Deondrey said. "Really? Really? We'll renovate it, make it ours while honoring what it was. Keep the best parts, update what needs updating." Cecilia walked over to him, took his hands. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. This is where we start our life together, where we build our family." She kissed him soft and sweet. "Then let's make it happen." The next few weeks were a whirlwind. They hired contractors to assess the house, got quotes for renovations, started planning the updates. New paint inside and out, refinished floors, updated kitchen and bathrooms, new windows, modern HVAC system. It would take months, maybe 6, but it would be worth it. In the meantime, they stayed in Deondrey's current house, working on the business, planning the renovations, settling into married life. Fresh Start Fridays continued to thrive. The wellness corner was booked solid. Word about their collaboration had spread even further after the Georgia Living article, and they were getting calls from people across Georgia wanting to experience what they'd built. The grant money had been fully distributed, allowing them to invest in better equipment, expanded offerings, and marketing that reached beyond Sweetgum. Everything was falling into place. One Friday evening in early December, about a month after they'd returned from the honeymoon, Deondrey and Cecilia sat in the wellness corner after closing, going over the week's numbers. "We served 92 clients this week," Cecilia said, looking at her tablet. "That's a record." "And the shop did 140. Also a record. We're going to need to hire help soon. I can't keep up with this volume on my own." "I've been thinking the same thing. Maybe bring someone on part-time, someone you can train to do basic treatments." "Yeah, I'll start looking." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, and Deondrey thought about how far they'd come. From that first day, Cecilia soaking wet, asking for space, to now, married, building a business together, planning a future in his grandfather's house. "Hey," he said. "Yeah? I'm really happy." She smiled. "Me too. No, I mean, I know we say that a lot, but I want you to know I mean it. This life we're building, it's everything." She set down the tablet and moved closer, settling into his lap. "I know exactly what you mean, because I feel it too." They sat there in the quiet shop, holding each other, and Deondrey thought about his grandfather, about the legacy he'd inherited, about the new legacy he and Cecilia were creating. It wasn't just about the barbershop anymore. It was about community, connection, building something that mattered, and he was doing it with the woman he loved. That night, they drove past the house on Magnolia Street on their way home. The contractors had started work that week. New windows were going in. The porch was being repaired. "It's starting to look different already," Cecilia said. "Good different? Great different." Deondrey pulled into their current driveway, but before they got out of the car, Cecilia turned to him. "Thank you," she said. "For what?" "For sharing your family's history with me, for letting me be part of it." "You are part of it now. You're a Carter." She smiled, and even in the dim light of the car, he could see the happiness in her eyes. "I love being a Carter," she said. "Good, because you're stuck with me. Best thing that ever happened to me." They went inside, made dinner together, and fell asleep watching a movie on the couch. And Deondrey thought, this is it. This is the life I was meant to live. Not perfect, not without challenges, but real, full, meaningful. With Cecilia, he'd found more than love. He'd found home.
Chapter 20. December arrived with a cold snap that made Sweetgum feel even more like a small-town postcard. Main Street was decorated with garlands and lights, the shops had holiday displays in their windows, and everywhere Cecilia went, people stopped to congratulate her on the wedding, to ask about the honeymoon, to tell her how beautiful everything had been. It felt good, being part of the community, being a Carter, being home. The house on Magnolia Street was coming along faster than expected. The contractors had gutted the kitchen and bathrooms, refinished the hardwood floors, replaced all the windows. Every week, Cecilia and Deondrey would stop by after work to check on the progress, and every week it looked more like the home they'd envisioned. "Cabinets go in next week," the foreman told them one Friday afternoon in mid-December. then countertops, backsplash, appliances. You should be able to move in by late January, early February. Really? Cecilia's eyes widened. That soon? We're ahead of schedule. Weather's been good. No major surprises when we opened up the walls. It's been smooth. After the foreman left, Cecilia and Deondrey walked through the empty house, imagining what it would look like when it was finished. This is the kitchen, Cecilia said, standing in the gutted space. We'll have breakfast here every morning. Make dinner together at night. And this, Deondrey said, leading her to the room that would be her consultation office, is where you'll meet with clients. Build your practice even more. She could see it, all of it. The life they were building, room by room. Work was busier than ever. By mid-December, Cecilia had officially hired help. A young woman named Brianna who just graduated from a massage therapy program and was eager to learn about aromatherapy and holistic wellness. You're going to train me? Brianna had asked during the interview, her eyes bright with excitement. I am. It'll take time, but if you're willing to learn, I'm willing to teach. I'm so willing. Thank you. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Brianna started the first week of December, shadowing Cecilia during appointments, learning intake procedures, studying oil blends and their properties. By the second week, she was doing basic hand treatments under supervision. By the third week, she was handling some clients on her own. You're a natural, Cecilia told her after watching her complete a stress relief treatment. I love it, Brianna said. This work, it matters, you know? Yeah, I know. Having help meant Cecilia could take on more clients, expand her offerings, and most importantly, have time to breathe, to enjoy her work instead of being overwhelmed by it. Fresh Start Fridays in December were packed. People wanted to de-stress before the holidays, to treat themselves, to support the local business that had become such a fixture in Sweetgum. One Friday, a reporter from a regional newspaper showed up wanting to do a follow-up story on their collaboration. We heard about you from the Georgia Living article, the reporter said, and we wanted to see this for ourselves. It's really something special you've built here. They took photos, interviewed clients, talked to Cecilia and Deondrey about their vision for the future. What's next for you two? The reporter asked. Deondrey looked at Cecilia. She smiled. We're moving into a new house in a few months, Cecilia said. Deondrey's grandfather's house. We're renovating it, making it ours. And the business? The reporter asked. We're expanding, Deondrey said. Cecilia just hired help. We're looking at possibly adding another day of collaboration beyond Fridays, making this partnership even more permanent. Sounds like you two have it all figured out, Cecilia laughed. I don't know about that, but we're figuring it out together. That's what matters. The second week of December, Shanika called with unexpected news. So, Shanika said, I'm thinking about taking some time off. Maybe do a little traveling. Figure out what I want to do next. That sounds amazing, Cecilia said. Where are you thinking? Actually, I was thinking about Sweetgum. I loved it when I was there for the wedding, and I've been feeling like I need a change. Maybe a change of scenery would help me figure things out. Cecilia's heart leaped. You want to come to Sweetgum? For a few weeks, yeah. Maybe longer if I like it. I was thinking I could stay at that bed and breakfast, the one where we had the rehearsal dinner. It was so beautiful. Shanika, that would be amazing. When are you thinking? Next week. I've already talked to my job about taking a leave of absence. They said yes. Oh my God. Yes, come. Please come. Shanika arrived the following Monday, checking into the Sweetgum Meadows bed and breakfast with 2 large suitcases and an open-ended reservation. This place is even prettier than I remembered, Shanika said, as Cecilia helped her carry bags up to her room. Rochelle and Benjamin take really good care of it. I can tell. Shanika looked around the charming room with its vintage furniture and cozy atmosphere. This feels right, you know? Like maybe this is exactly what I needed. Over the next few weeks, Shanika settled into Sweetgum like she'd always belonged there. She had breakfast at Rochelle's diner every morning, where Malachi and Amy quickly learned her order and always had a table ready. She spent afternoons at Roasted Beans, working on her laptop and chatting with Joanne. She explored Main Street, popping into the bookstore, the watch shop, the comic book store. And she came by the barbershop almost every day, sitting in the waiting area with a book or her laptop, just soaking in the atmosphere. "I love it here," she told Cecilia one afternoon. "Everyone's so friendly, and the pace, it's slower but in a good way. I can actually breathe." "You thinking about staying longer?" Cecilia asked. "Maybe. I've been looking at job postings in the area. There are some marketing positions at companies in Peachwood. That's only 30 minutes away, right?" "Yeah, easy commute. I might apply. See what happens." Cecilia tried not to get her hopes up, but the idea of Shanika living in Sweetgum, her best friend, right here, part of her everyday life, was almost too good to imagine. The week before Christmas, Cecilia and Deondrey hosted their first holiday party as a married couple. It was small, just close friends and family, but it felt significant, like they were establishing traditions, building the life they wanted. Joseph came, bringing his famous sweet potato pie. Sean, Neve, and Tia arrived with gifts and laughter. Shanika showed up with homemade cookies she'd baked in the B&B's guest kitchen and stories that had everyone laughing. "I can't believe you're still here," Neve said to Shanika. "How long has it been now?" 3 weeks, Shanika said. "And honestly, I'm thinking about making it permanent." "Really?" Cecilia couldn't hide her excitement. "Really. I applied for a marketing director position in Peachwood. Had a phone interview last week. They want me to come in for a second interview after the holidays." "Shanika, that's amazing. Don't get too excited yet. I haven't gotten the job." "But you might. And if you do?" "If I do, I'll need to find a place to live. Can't stay at the B&B forever, even though Rochelle and Benjamin have been incredible." Cecilia's parents couldn't make it to the party. They were spending Christmas with her brother, who was home on leave from the military, but they'd sent a care package filled with her mother's homemade cookies and a card that made Cecilia tear up. "So proud of you both. Can't wait to see the new house. Love, Mama and Daddy." As the evening wore on, Cecilia stood in the kitchen, watching everyone gathered in the living room. Deondrey was talking to Joseph and Sean. Nevaeh was helping Tia hang an ornament on the tree. Shanika was laughing at something Xavier said, completely at ease. This was her family now, her community, her life. And maybe, just maybe, Shanika would become part of it too. "You okay?" Deondrey appeared at her side. "Yeah, just happy." He pulled her close, kissed her temple. "Me too." Christmas morning, Cecilia woke up in Deondrey's arms and felt a peace she'd never known before. They decided to keep Christmas simple. Just the two of them, slow morning, homemade breakfast, exchanging gifts by the tree they'd decorated together. Deondrey had gotten her a necklace, delicate gold chain with a small pendant shaped like a sweet gum leaf. "For the town that brought us together," he said as he fastened it around her neck. She touched it, her eyes filling with tears. "It's perfect." "Your turn." She handed him a wrapped box. Inside was a custom-made leather journal, his initials embossed on the cover. "For writing down your thoughts," she said. "Your dreams, our story." He opened it, saw that she'd already written on the first page. To Deondrey, "Thank you for saying yes that first day. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for building this life with me. I love you more than words can say. Cecilia." His throat was tight. Thank you." They spent the rest of the day in comfortable silence, cooking together, watching movies, just being. Later that afternoon, Shanika came by for Christmas dinner. She brought wine and her infectious energy, and the three of them sat around the table, talking and laughing late into the evening. "This has been the best Christmas I've had in years," Shanika said as she was leaving. "Thank you for including me." "Your family," Cecilia said, hugging her tight. "Always." New Year's Eve, they went to the town celebration in the square. Sweetgum went all out for New Year's. Live music, food vendors, a countdown at midnight with fireworks over the lake. Cecilia, Deondrey, and Shanika bundled up against the cold and joined their friends. Justin and Courtney were there. Xavier and Joanne had set up a hot chocolate station from roasted beans. Rashad and his wife, India, were handing out free ice cream samples despite the freezing temperature. DJ Amir was on stage, spinning music and hyping up the crowd. Cecilia noticed him catch Shanika's eye more than once, noticed the way Shanika blushed and looked away. Interesting, Cecilia thought. At 11:55, everyone gathered in the square, counting down together. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fireworks exploded over Sweetgum Lake, bright and beautiful against the night sky. Deondrey pulled Cecilia close and kissed her as everyone around them cheered. "Happy New Year, Mrs. Carter," he said. "Happy New Year, Mr. Carter." The first week of January, Shanika got the call. She was at Roasted Beans when her phone rang, and Cecilia happened to be there grabbing lunch. "Hello?" "Yes, this is Shanika." "Really? Oh my God. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much." She hung up, her hands shaking, her face glowing. "I got the job," she said. "The marketing director position. They want me to start February 1st. Cecilia screamed and hugged her. "Shanika, oh my God. I'm moving to Sweetgum. Actually moving here. This is real. This is so real. And I'm so happy. You have no idea. I need to find an apartment, start packing, figure out logistics. We'll help, all of us, whatever you need." Shanika's eyes filled with tears. "I came here thinking I'd stay a few weeks and figure out my life. I didn't expect to fall in love with this place. Sweetgum has that effect on people. Yeah, it really does." January brought cold rain and the final push on the house renovations. The kitchen was finished. White cabinets, marble countertops, new appliances that gleamed. The bathrooms were done. Subway tile, modern fixtures, everything fresh and clean. The hardwood floors throughout the house glowed with new finish. All that was left was painting and final touches. 2 more weeks, the foreman said. Then you can move in. Cecilia could hardly believe it. Their home. Their actual home. Almost ready. She and Deondrey spent weekends picking out furniture, choosing paint colors, shopping for things they'd need. Pots and pans for the new kitchen, towels for the bathrooms, a new bed for the master bedroom. Shanika came with them on one of these shopping trips, offering opinions and helping them load purchases into Deondrey's truck. "You two are going to have the most beautiful home," Shanika said. "You'll have to come over all the time," Cecilia said. "Oh, I plan to. You're not getting rid of me now." Mid-January, Simone from Sweetgum Scenes reached out again. "I heard about the house," she said when Cecilia answered the phone. "Would you be open to me doing a feature once you're moved in? A home tour, talking about the renovation process, how you're blending your lives together?" Cecilia looked at Deondrey, who was sitting across from her at the dining table. He nodded. "Yeah," Cecilia said. "We'd be open to that." "Perfect. Let me know when you're settled, and we'll set something up." After she hung up, Deondrey smiled. "We're becoming Sweetgum celebrities. Is that a bad thing? No. I think it's kind of nice. Shows people that good things happen here, that you can build a life that matters." The last week of January, they got the call. "House is done," the foreman said. "You can start moving in whenever you're ready." That weekend, they moved. Friends showed up to help. Sean and Xavier loading furniture, Joanne and Shanika organizing boxes, Joseph directing traffic with the authority of someone who'd lived in that house decades ago. By Sunday evening, everything was moved in. Boxes everywhere, furniture in place but not quite settled, the house full of people and noise and life. "Pizza's here," someone called from the kitchen. They all gathered, friends, family, the people who'd helped them get to this moment, and ate pizza sitting on the floor of the living room because they hadn't unpacked the dining table yet. "To Cecilia and Deondrey," Joseph said, raising his paper cup of soda as he sat on a crate. "May this house be filled with as much love as it held when my parents lived here." "To Cecilia and Deondrey," everyone echoed. After everyone left, Cecilia and Deondrey stood in the empty living room, their living room, and just looked around. "We did it," Cecilia said. "Yeah, we did. This is our home. This is our home." They walked through the house one more time, touching the walls, imagining the memories they'd make here. The dinners in that kitchen, the mornings in that bedroom, the clients she'd see in that office, the family they might have one day running through these halls. That night, they slept in their new bedroom on their new bed, the house quiet around them. And Cecilia thought, this is where our forever starts. February brought routine. Waking up in the Magnolia Street house, making coffee in their kitchen, walking to work. The shop was only 10 minutes away. Coming home together at the end of the day. They unpacked slowly, finding homes for everything. Hung pictures on the walls. Set up Cecilia's home office. Made the guest room comfortable for when family visited. The house started to feel lived in. loved. Shanika had found an apartment on the other side of town and moved in at the beginning of February. She started her new job and fell into Sweetgum life seamlessly, like she'd always been meant to be there. She and Cecilia had lunch at least twice a week. She came over for dinner regularly, and Cecilia noticed that she and DJ Amir kept running into each other around town, kept having longer and longer conversations. "He's nice," Shanika said one day when Cecilia brought it up. "He is nice and single." "Cecilia, I'm just saying, you two would be cute together." "We'll see. I just got here. I'm not rushing into anything." But Cecilia saw the way Shanika smiled when she said it, and she thought, maybe there's another love story starting in Sweetgum. One evening in mid-February, Cecilia was cooking dinner while Deondrey set the table. WGUM played softly in the background, DJ Amir's evening show. "This is nice," Deondrey said, coming up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Yeah, it is. I'm glad we did this. Took on the house, made it ours." "Me too." She turned to face him. "I love this life we're building." "So do I." They stood there for a moment, just holding each other, and Cecilia felt a completeness she'd never experienced before. She'd come to Sweetgum looking for a fresh start, for a place to build her business. She'd found so much more. She'd found home, community, love. She'd found Deondrey, and together they were building something beautiful. One Saturday morning in late February, Cecilia woke up early and couldn't fall back asleep. She slipped out of bed carefully, not wanting to wake Deondrey, and went downstairs to make coffee. The house was quiet. Sunlight was just starting to filter through the windows. Everything was peaceful. She took her coffee out to the back porch and sat on the steps, looking at the yard. They hadn't done much with it yet. That would be a spring project, but she could already see what it would become. A garden here, a patio there, maybe a fire pit for summer evenings. This was theirs, all of it, the house, the business, the life. And she was so grateful. She finished her coffee, went back inside and climbed back into bed next to Deondrey. He stirred, pulling her close. "Where'd you go?" "Just downstairs. Couldn't sleep." "You okay?" "Yeah, just thinking about how good everything is." He kissed her forehead. "It is good. We're good." "Yeah, we are." They lay there together as the sun rose higher, filling the room with light. And Cecilia thought, this is everything I didn't know I needed, and I wouldn't change a single thing.
Epilogue. 6 months later. The August sun hung low in the sky as Deondrey stood in what used to be his grandfather's workshop, a small building at the back of the property that he'd converted into a woodworking space. He was putting the finishing touches on a piece he'd been working on for weeks, a custom apothecary cabinet for Cecilia's consultation office. It was made from reclaimed wood, with small drawers perfect for storing oils, labels engraved on each one. He'd worked on it in secret, late at night after Cecilia had gone to bed, wanting it to be a surprise. Their 1-year anniversary was in a few months. This would be his gift to her. He ran his hand over the smooth surface, checking for imperfections. The grain was beautiful, the joints tight, the finish perfect, just like he'd imagined. "Deondrey?" Cecilia's voice called from the house. "You out here?" He quickly covered the cabinet with a tarp. "Yeah, be right there." When he came back inside, Cecilia was in the kitchen, pulling ingredients out for dinner. Through the window, he could see the garden they'd planted in the spring. Tomatoes heavy on the vine, herbs flourishing in neat rows, the lavender she'd planted for her oils blooming beautifully. 6 months in this house, and it felt like they'd been here forever. "What were you doing out there?" she asked, not looking up from the vegetables she was washing. "Just organizing some tools." "For 3 hours?" It was a mess. She gave him a look that said she didn't quite believe him, but she let it go. "Okay, well, I'm making stir-fry. Want to help?" "Always." They moved around the kitchen together, Cecilia chopping vegetables, Deondrey preparing the chicken, the easy rhythm they'd developed over months of cooking together. WGUM played softly in the background, DJ Amir's evening show, smooth R&B filling the space. "How was your day?" Cecilia asked. "Good, busy. Had back-to-back appointments all afternoon." "Same. Brianna handled 3 clients on her own today. She's really coming along." "That's great. Means you can focus on the more complex cases." "Exactly." She looked over at him, smiling. "We make a good team." "Yeah, we do." As he headed upstairs to shower before dinner, he thought about the cabinet, about how excited Cecilia would be when she saw it, about the fact that in a few months they'd celebrate 1 year of marriage. 1 year. It felt like a lifetime and like no time at all. Dinner was simple but perfect. They ate on the back patio as the sun set, talking about their day, their plans for the weekend, the clients they'd seen. "Mr. Gaines came in today," Deondrey said. "Said his arthritis has been better since you started giving him that oil blend." "The peppermint and eucalyptus mix?" "Yeah, he said he can actually grip things now without pain." Cecilia smiled. "That's good." He was skeptical at first. Most people are, until it works. After dinner, they sat by the fire pit in the backyard. Deondrey had gotten good at building fires over the summer, and now the flames crackled steadily, casting warm light across the patio. Cecilia leaned against him, her head on his shoulder. "This is nice." "Yeah, it is. I was thinking maybe we should host a barbecue next weekend. Invite everyone over, Joseph, Sean, and his family, some friends from town." "I like that idea. We haven't done that in a while. I'll text everyone tomorrow." They sat in comfortable silence, watching the fire, and Deondrey thought about how much had changed in such a short time. This house, this life, this peace, all of it felt right. Later that night, after they'd gone to bed, Cecilia was quiet for a long moment before speaking. "Can I ask you something?" she said. "Anything. Do you ever think about the future, like years from now?" "All the time." "What do you see?" He thought about it, really thought about it. "I see us here, in this house, maybe with kids running around, the business still thriving, growing old together, building a life that matters." "That sounds perfect. What do you see?" "The same thing, all of it, with you." He kissed the top of her head, breathing in the lavender scent of her hair. "Then that's what we'll do, build that life, together." The weeks leading up to their anniversary flew by. The business continued to thrive. Fresh Start Fridays were booked solid through the end of the year. Cecilia's spa was busier than ever, with Brianna taking on more responsibilities and talk of hiring a second assistant. The grant money had been well spent. New equipment, expanded services, marketing that had put them on the map across Georgia. They'd even been approached about doing a feature for a national wellness magazine. But more than the success, more than the recognition, what mattered most to Deondrey was the life they'd built. Coming home to Cecilia every night, cooking dinner together in their kitchen, working side by side at the shop, planning for the future. It was everything. One evening in late October, about 3 weeks before their anniversary, Joseph came over for dinner. He'd been doing well, healthier than he'd been in years. The worry lines that had been etched into his face after the stroke had softened. He smiled more, laughed more. "This house," Joseph said, looking around after dinner, "it's got life in it again. Your grandmother would be so happy." "Yeah? Yeah, she always said a house is just walls until you fill it with love. You and Cecilia, you've filled it." Deondrey's throat was tight. "Thanks, Dad. And I'm proud of you, for everything. The business, the marriage, the way you've honored what came before while building something new. I learned from you. Maybe, but you made it your own. That's what matters." After Joseph left, Cecilia came up behind Deondrey as he stood at the kitchen sink, wrapped her arms around his waist. "You okay?" she asked. "Yeah, just thinking about how lucky I am." "We're both lucky." "Yeah, we are." Their anniversary arrived on a perfect November day. Clear skies, warm sun, the leaves turning gold and red. Deondrey had planned everything carefully. He'd arranged for the shop to be closed, packed a picnic, and now he was driving Cecilia to Sweetgum Lake, to the spot where everything had begun. "Where are we going?" she asked, even though he knew she'd already figured it out. "You'll see." When they arrived at the lake, he led her down the trail to their spot, the clearing where he'd proposed, where they'd gotten married, where their forever had really begun. "I can't believe it's been a year," Cecilia said, looking out over the water. "Best year of my life." "Mine too." They spread out a blanket and unpacked the picnic. Sandwiches from Rochelle's diner, fruit, sweet tea, the lemon bars Cecilia loved from the bakery. After they ate, Cecilia pulled out a small, wrapped box. "I have something for you," she said. Inside was a small bottle, dark glass, elegant label. He opened it and inhaled. It smelled perfectly balanced, uniquely masculine. It's cedar, bergamot, and sandalwood. I made it for you, Cecilia said. I call it Joseph's legacy, because you carry your father's legacy every day and your grandfather's, and now you're creating your own. I wanted you to have something that represents all of that. Deondrey's eyes burned. He'd been given a lot of gifts in his life, but this was something else. This was Cecilia seeing him, really seeing him, and honoring who he was and where he came from. Thank you, he said, his voice rough. It's perfect. Your turn. He stood up and held out his hand. Come with me. He led her to his truck and opened the back. The apothecary cabinet sat there, covered with a tarp. I've been working on this for months, he said, and I wanted to wait until today to give it to you. He pulled off the tarp. Cecilia's hands flew to her mouth. Deondrey, for your office, so you have a special place to keep everything organized. She ran her hands over the smooth wood, opened the small drawers, read the engraved labels. Tears streamed down her face. You made this? All of this? Every piece. I wanted it to be special, like you. She threw her arms around him, holding him tight. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I can't believe you did this. You're worth it. Every hour, every detail. She pulled back to look at him, her face glowing. Happy anniversary, Deondrey. Happy anniversary, Cecilia. They kissed there by the lake, the water shimmering behind them, the sun warm on their faces, and Deondrey thought about the past year, about all the moments that had brought them here, about saying yes when he could have said no, about taking a chance, about falling in love, about building a life that mattered. Thank you, Cecilia whispered against his chest. For what? The same thing I always thank you for saying yes, that first day, for taking a chance on me. Best decision I ever made. That evening, they hosted a small anniversary party at the house. Joseph came, looking stronger than he had in years. Sean, Nevaeh, and Tia brought gifts and laughter. Friends from around town stopped by. Xavier and Joanne, Rashad and India, Malachi and Amy, Justin and Courtney, Big Terry and his wife, and Mr. Kwame and his lady friend. The house was full, loud, exactly how it was meant to be. At one point, Deondrey stepped out onto the porch, needing a moment to take it all in. Through the window, he could see Cecilia laughing at something Joanne said. She was wearing the sweetgum leaf necklace he'd given her for Christmas, and her wedding ring caught the light. His wife, his partner, his home. Joseph appeared next to him, following his gaze. You did good, son, Joseph said quietly. Thanks, Dad. Your grandfather would be proud, your mama too. This house, it's full of love again. That's what it was always meant for. Yeah, it is. And Cecilia, she's special. You hold on to her. I plan to, for the rest of my life. Joseph clapped him on the shoulder. That's my boy. Later that night, after everyone had left, Deondrey and Cecilia sat on the back porch, looking up at the stars. The November air was cool but comfortable, the last of the crickets still chirping in the garden, the sound of the neighborhood settling in for the night. Can you believe it's been a year? Cecilia asked, her head on his shoulder. Feels like longer, in a good way. I know what you mean, like we've always been together, because we were always meant to be. She lifted her head to look at him. I'm so grateful for all of it, the good days and the hard ones, every single moment that brought us here. Me too. He thought about that first day, Cecilia walking into his shop soaking wet, asking for help. He'd been skeptical, cautious, unsure, but he'd said yes anyway, and that yes had changed everything. It had brought him love, partnership, a future bigger than he'd imagined. It had brought him home. Deondrey, yeah, I love you so much. He pulled her closer, kissed the top of her head. I love you too, Cecilia, always. The stars glittered overhead. Somewhere in the distance, a train whistle blew. The familiar sounds of Sweetgum at night. This was home. This was family. This was everything. And Deondrey knew with absolute certainty that it was just the beginning.
This concludes Sense of Love, an African-American sweet romance written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Thank you so much for listening. To keep up with Imani's upcoming books, please subscribe to this YouTube channel and join her mailing list at imaniprice.com. Note from the author: if you especially enjoy my stories, please consider purchasing my books. which are available at all major retailers. You can also support my work here on YouTube by becoming a channel member through the Join button or by sending a super thanks by clicking on Thanks. Your support helps me continue offering these stories for free. Thank you again, and I truly hope you enjoyed this story.